The dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Eat the cat. Eat the cat, 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 eat the cat. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat, eat the cat.
And ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there had been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television said my dog was taken and.
Bitch made Brian. Bitch made Brian.
Bitch made Brian. Brian, you expose yourself. Feminine vibe. EVS called you beta. Ain't no need to hide. Just stop it, man. Don't drag this out. All this drama's only making you doubt. You got a cool comic, yeah, I'll cop it soon. But your behavior won't stop me from dropping that tune. No fake reviews or petty tricks from me. Just do your thing, man, and let it be. This looks dope, can't you see the play? Every second you keep going, more slips away. Potential customers come, they ain't gonna stay. While you moralize against someone who won't sway. Beach made Brian. Beach made Brian. Beach made Brian. Beach made Brian.
Oh, man. How's it going, people? Give me some comments. I'm back at it. Back at it. Perfect time. Perfect day to be off. The horseman is here. Ricky will be here shortly. He's stuffing his fucking face. I'm enjoying a delicious Coke Poppy. Prebiotic Sona. How are y'all? Let me know. I'm excited for Horseman. Obviously, we're going to be digging into that. Seeing it's already surpassed Gooding. So I guess Mike Barron's career at the reverse is over. DOA. I'm having a good time. I don't know why I was taken off. I could have streamed a few times this last couple weeks. I just didn't feel like it. But I've been having fun. Of course, do my shitty factory job to make ends meet. We're gonna be talking about that actually. Not my job specifically, but doing overtime. Trump. There's a new ploy that people seem to be excited for. Just crazy because it's like, oh, so you're just going to devolve into tax the rich through nefarious don't look over here kind of ways. Like it's no different than Democrats ultimately. And just keep one-upping like, hey, how do we give the smallest crumbs to the poor so they'll vote for me? That's all this has become. And it's like, well, so I'm not voting for either of you people for president. But how are y'all doing? Let me know. Again, I don't know where the fuck Rookie's at. Hurry up, man. Because I want to get his reaction to Horseman. He started watching. I'm like, stop. Gotta react to that video live, Rookie. Gotta get your take. But let's go look at the campaign page, the crowdfunding page. As it be. Oh, perfect timing.
I'm here, Horseman.
And of course, I had to bring back my retro detractor hat, my Isom Bros, Angus, cow supremacy.
Indeed.
Cows
indeed, young man.
What? Oh, I was wondering, what are you doing? I thought you were trying to,
Just
are you
look-
shaking someone's
Just
hand?
look taller than you. Get it. No, I had to be at this other angle. I can't get lower. So
Well, fucking Papa Con should be happy because I finally put the effort into turning around and pulling the tacks out of the wall and lowering them by like an inch and a half.
okay.
So I can fully see the Athena and it's because like the room is long, it's short, so
you don't have much room to put your camera backward to.
Yeah, I can't really back
film.
it up any further.
Yeah,
that'd be weird.
But
I'm
yeah,
I
I'm
was,
sitting at my sister's right now. That's why my background's all different. So.
yeah, did you see the little intro?
Yeah, of course. Bitch made.
No. Before that.
No, I didn't.
Oh, I'll play it for you again. Let me
Okay.
present it. I got to kick you out of it. It's
Please
a couple videos.
Okay.
Here we go.
Eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Eat the cat, eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat.
Someone made this in a couple days.
They're eating the dogs, eat the cat. Eat the cat. Eat the cat.
I gotta kick out of that. But yeah, so you started watching Horseman, and I happened to call you right then. I'm like, stop! What are you doing?
You sensed it. You could sense it.
It's strange. Yeah. What's up, Pop Cotton? Cotton Ministries. Interesting. Are you? Oh yeah, that's right. Because I have the ass on the Angus School of Ministry.
Of course, yes.
I guess before we get into God's work of detracting, we should do a horde of ceremony. Should christen the stream properly.
Sure.
Scroll to the top, and here we go.
The horn of ceremony.
Get your drinky drink on. That's poppy time.
Conclude the horn of ceremonies, man.
What are you talking about?
What are you doing? I'm waiting on it, man. It's an itch.
I was hoping you'd still just like.
Come on.
Nah, never mind.
Yeah.
This concludes the horn of ceremony.
Can't just keep on streaming. There'll be a long horn of ceremonies until we end it.
Okay, so we're gonna get Marcus' reaction to the Crippleverse Horseman. We have talked a little bit about it, but I did not give any details that I know he didn't already see. And the other thing is, Ricky hasn't seen. Actually, we should start because I haven't watched this. Let's see. Like it started playing, but I didn't watch it because I was pulling up a video to like have it in the background. Let's see what he says here. Why we should get Horseman.
All right.
I'm Eric July, the founder and owner of Ripperverse Publishing, and here are the top 3 reasons why you should be excited for our next book, The Horseman, Welcome to Flores Park. First, it's written by the dynamic duo Chuck Dixon and Joe Bennett. One of our top-rated books is Alpha Core, which was also written by Chuck Dixon. And
see, okay, already it's like, what does it matter what's top rate? You only have 5 books. Like, it's one thing if you're like, people love Spider-Man. It's been like 3 years since he came out. We've had 36 issues and other titles and whatever. Like, he's intermingled other stories. He's hung out the Fantastic Four. Like, he is a crowd pleaser. Versus like, hey, Alpha Core pops up in ISOM, and then they got their own book, and then they're kind of the antagonists of Yaira, who was a bad guy. So they're actually the good guys. Like, that's it.
I do not know.
We don't know what their origin. We don't know what their motivation of being super cops is. We don't know what they do outside of being a super cop. It seems when he goes home, he's just being super cop without a shirt on. Like
Braxwell watching Netflix or something. I don't know what else he'd be doing.
Bet your ass. Or I mean, so like it's retarded. What do you mean? Like, oh, it's a top rated. We love what?
and penciled by Joe Bennett. Joe is an incredible artist and one of the best in the business. He's been around for a minute. Chuck Dixon is one of the best comic book writers of all time, certainly one of the most prolific. He's written stories and created characters that are memorable and iconic. Second,
I kind of wish that he showed examples of those characters because I have no idea.
Exactly what I talk about.
I have no idea who that is, and he said like it's showing him talking to him, which tells me nothing. Kind of would have been a little more useful to show just a couple flashes of stuff he's worked on.
Well, okay, it's funny.
More of that.
It's funny because getting Joe Bennett as the artist for your company and like not just for one book, but like, oh, he's like apparently a staff guy. That's a huge fucking deal because this guy drew 50 issues of Immortal Hulk, like a new instant classic Hulk that is I mean, it all relies on the story writing of Val Ewing, who clearly knows a lot of Hulk lore and brings back like Joe Fixit and stuff like the kind of Frankenstein-esque origin of Hulk in his depiction. Well, it's just like it's a good catch-all. If you're gonna start, I would recommend that because like I'm a noob to comics ultimately. And that was cool because I started digging into stuff and then watching videos and like, oh wow, like it was already good, but now I'm getting depth. This guy did the art for 50 issues, and I think probably some spin-off stuff too.
Damn.
And that's like a huge sell. He got canceled for anti-Semitisms. Now he probably actually is, but like that's funny.
That was the jewelry, right?
The jewelry store,
yes.
Yeah. I think I want to say jewelry is like a term for like loan sharking, or if you will, like nefarious loaning to the Gentiles. Like from what I understand, clarify if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Jews aren't supposed to like swindle each other with like loans with interest rates or whatever. It's just supposed to be like an even exchange because like, hey, we're on Team Jew. That's what I understand. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
but it's like
just 1 second. One of the cats turned the faucet on. I can hear it. So just 1 second.
Literally in the middle of my point that it's to you, rookie. God, you left me hanging. Okay, yeah, it's like I can't really continue.
All right,
it's like I can't really continue because it's to you.
Yep. All right, I'm ready.
But yeah, like I from what I understand, it's like a-okay to extort any interest rate from the Gentiles. And so that like Jewry is a term, if I'm not mistaken. It's like a negative racist, quote unquote racist term. Jewry. Actually, let me look it up. A Jewish quarter in a town or city. All right, what does Jewry mean? I feel like there's multiple.
I just find it funny that so many people got offended at that.
Yeah, but yeah, he did that. That's ultimately, and that on top of, there's probably some extra dudes that already knew him and hate him because I guess he was like a pro Bolsonaro guy, but he's like Brazilian, so he's not really tweeting it or promote, like he's not on Facebook promoting to like English speaking people. He's posting like Brazilian Portuguese, so only like a select group are going to like even be aware of what he's saying of like, yeah, go Bolsonaro. Who was Brazilian Trump. And he did art of like Bolsonaro's at night with a sword drawn chasing out rat politicians. And of course, anyone drawn as a rat will like, oh, that's anti-Semitic because the Nazis did that. Like,
all right, so I guess
so I got canned from Marvel. Anyway, this is like the whole Gina Carano shit. This should be like the next biggest guy. Like he was canceled from Marvel Comics.
Not Shredder. I forget who the good guy, the rat in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Like
Splinter.
Splinter. So is that like? Did anybody cry Jew for that one or no?
Well, it's already animalistic.
Because it was also in the sewer. Where they have tunnels.
Vito did a great song like Jews are living in the sewer. He uploaded from it and he took it down. It's like, come on, really? Dude. Are you fucking scared?
Same one. That's funny.
It's hilarious, yeah. But yeah, he got canceled and it should be a big fucking sell. The reason I went into that detail is because like Daily Wire, they did not hold back with like, Oh, Gina Carano, you all know her. She's a great actress. You know why? Well, we're not going to say where she's been because her biggest claims to fame are Disney. No, they went like Disney canceled her. That was part of the sell of getting her. They thought that they can make money off of like the rally.
That's good information to have if you're not up to date on who she is or who they are and what any of that is. But people probably heard of Disney, so
yeah. And
saying that's
so, like, he's already got all this Marvel shit mostly behind him. He's got Hulk with like a sword, like a Rambo looking Hulk, and then Black Adam. I don't know if he's working on Black Adam or he's just a fan, but he's definitely worked on Hulk and probably some intermingling characters in Marvel in that line. So it's really weird that you would like score this guy and not shill like, hey, we got a big time, both 2-decade plus Marvel artist from the Incredible Hulk, the Immortal Hulk. No, it's just, oh yeah, he's worked at a big place in comics. And then Chuck Dixon is iconic. Like, well, why? Like you said,
yeah. Well, and it's weird. It's weird specifically because he's listing reasons why we should back Horseman. And I mean, yeah, for comic people that know comics probably know these names easily, but a lot of his audience is full of people that are brand new to comics that probably have no idea who these people are. But if anything, if you say the name Hulk or Spider-Man or something, people will probably recognize that and go, okay, cool. Wow, he's one of those. You got like a real comic artist to work on a thing because I recognize those characters. All right, cool. Maybe that's another reason why I should check out Horseman.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just really weird. Again, I've shown examples of people where it's like completely rival companies in the sphere of comics. We're like, we got hey, it's the first time that this guy famous for X-Men, Venom, working here at DC Comics. So it's like, why are you this whole bitch made not saying name shit that Eric pulls? I don't know if it's like some hood nigga shit or what, but it's really fucking effeminate and gay to not like be so scared to say your competitors' names. You're like, oh, I won't give them any attention because I might lose it. It's scarcity mentality.
It's like right. So how's Chuck Dixon a legend? From what companies was he a legend under?
Exactly. Yeah. Or yeah. Also, well, I don't know if you know who's on here later. Well, this isn't that video, but let's see.
In the business, he's been around for a minute. Chuck Dixon is one of the best comic book writers of all time. Certainly one of the most prolific.
He's just for editing, like whoever edited this, why'd you show all that? Like, it's good you showed him for a second or two would be nice, but the whole time, no visuals. Like,
well, also like put up like a little plaque, a little card being like from blankety blank video and year.
If anything, it kind of makes it a little better, especially if you know that he is somebody that worked for Marvel or DC, because it's like, well, now they're working with an independent studio who's trying to make something cool. They're not working there anymore, working over here.
Yeah.
If anything, that's a better sell than just they're a legend. Like, all right. In that case, I'm working with Black Angus Reviews, the legend.
Right, yeah, it becomes a meme of like just calling people that. You know, well, it's a disservice to Chuck and Joe Bennett, but whatever. I mean, Chuck's obviously like kind of a Nick Cage in this sphere. He's a total whore. If you have the money, he'll do whatever. Like, so when Eric was like, "Oh, Chuck Dixon says I'm good," it's like, yeah, you paid him, and he's got a track record of working with anybody that'll throw him money. So, what does that mean? Like that whore said I had a huge dick. You know, like, oh, you paid her, so of course she said it. Like, she wants a tip.
Characters that are memorable and iconic. Second, which kind of ties into my first point, is that this character was entirely conceptualized by Chuck Dixon and Joe Bennett. That makes it the first book that we're going to release that's based on a character that I did not create. So you're about to get the true vision of Chuck Dixon and Joe Bennett from top to bottom. And third, this is a character
mainly the bottom, given he's a horseman.
Wait, so that's a reason why we should back it? Because Eric July did not create it?
If anything, to me, that's kind of why you shouldn't get it, because it's like the most fun I have is when Eric writes stuff.
Right. I just find it funny because it's pretty much like you should. The second reason why you should get this book is because I didn't write it. Like, that's what that sounds like. Like, well, you said in the first, he even said it's just like the first one. These guys made it. Right. Like you said in the first part. What the second part is just reinforcing the first part without adding an extra point.
Also,
the point that's added,
I didn't write it.
That's added is that he didn't write it.
Oh wow!
Can you play that again? The beginning of 2.
Ooh, that's good. Yeah,
that's what that's
top to bottom. And third, this is a character that is in high demand. Sure, there are characters that have books like Gooding who also top to bottom. And you're about to get the true vision of Chuck Dixon and Joe Bennett from top to bottom. And Dixon and Joe Bennett is that this character was entirely conceptualized by Chuck Dixon and Joe Bennett. That makes it the first book that we're going to release that's based on a character that I did not create. So you're about to get the true vision of Chuck Dixon.
You're about to get a real comic book finally.
All right. Yeah, to me that just sounds like that's extra. That's just like more of number 1. Essentially, though. But all right, that's cool. That's cool.
Oh man,
Joe Bennett from top to bottom. And third, this is a character that is in high demand. Sure, there are characters that have books like Gooding who also doesn't have any superpowers, but Horseman has a different set of ethics, and he also isn't a tech genius. He's a brute that plays absolutely no games, and I have a feeling that
instead of what jeans?
Skinny jeans?
Did he say Tad Jeans or genius? What?
Tech
and he also isn't a tech genius. He's a brute.
See, that's just like
What?
that's just the Dallas slang there. It blurs together. He's saying tech really light, tech genius.
Tech genius. Okay, I'm sorry. I was hearing a Ted Jeans is what I heard. So.
Brute that plays absolutely no games, and I have a feeling that he's going to be a favorite character to many of you. And the subtitle, Welcome to Flores Park, implies that this story is going to focus on how the Horseman truly fits in this city.
Well, he's in the same city?
Yeah, again,
I think he's in a different city or something.
This whole it's one thing when it's like New York City in the comics, because that's like a major. That's one of the biggest.
You can have one full street be one hero, and then another street be another hero. Practically,
not only that, but it's a huge cultural hub of like every. It's a big business center, entertainment,
international dealings go there too.
The UN, I want to say one of the UN bases or whatever, not base, but like a headquarters or one of the main meeting areas of the United Nations is in New York. Of course,
the World Trade Center, was in New York, but not anymore.
Aww.
Highlighting its importance that's where it was,
Broadway for like musicals. A lot of actors come through Broadway or try to get in Broadway. SNL.
People might even consider New York as the capital of America or something because it's
honestly
prominently featured everywhere. Statue of Liberty. That's more New Jersey, but still people consider it New York.
Yeah, it's just there's so much importance to that city. Literally with trade and international affairs and entertainment and culture. So makes sense that you'd have lots of superheroes of various kinds be in New York City based on the reality of the city. Same with Chicago, LA. It's like those three cities are like the major lifelines of America. Then you get sub cities like Columbus, where I'm at. It's within 500 miles of most of important trade in America. Miami is a great area. Houston and New Orleans. I guess Seattle would be another. If I'm thinking about around the coastal areas, those would be key cities. And you start getting more inland. But Flores Park is basically Dallas. For all intents and purposes, it seems it is Dallas, and it's just renamed, I guess, from the Civil War, because the Dallas Tower again is in Flores Park in the comics. So
but it's where they have the Alpha Corps, it's where Yaira hangs out, it's where Isom lives, where Gooding lives, where
we finally I'll give them credit. In Gooding, we finally got somewhere outside of Texas. It was in Colorado for a minute with a bad guy.
I assumed that Horseman was going to take place somewhere else too.
Especially
the way he phrases it, especially when he phrases it it's not my idea. I assume it's okay, give him his own city to roam around in and play with and stuff or something. Because it kind of made it seem like an ISOM. I haven't read it in a while, so maybe I could be wrong with some
Oh
of the
man, you
phrasing and
gotta
stuff.
read
But
ISOM at least every month.
at least, yeah. I mean, if I'm wrong, like I thought Darren had like the kingpin kind of claim over Spark for the for the streets kind of thing, right? But he had a business, so I don't
Darren
know.
Fontano.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And in this, is there new? Is he the villain in this?
Who?
Well,
we'll find out. We'll find out. I'll show you that trailer soon. I just wanted to catch up on this Rippaverse video.
Oh, okay.
Because I haven't seen it.
For the Horsemen, welcome to Flores Park. The collection will drop this month, and we have something very specially planned for you all.
Collection, so there's more than one book?
No. You'll see.
Just got this baby on eBay.
I don't know why you're marketing eBay to me.
You already use it.
I literally use eBay a lot. So.
Hey, have you heard of eBay?
Here we go.
Did that say Dean Cain? Okay. Horseman.
I was hoping, Rookie, that this would start with another ISOM narration by Eric. This is gonna be tough, and then he lands through a warehouse in another car, and then the horseman appears. Or actually, turns out that the horseman with no powers threw ISOM on the car.
You're gonna say that horseman saves him from being squished on the car, and then it's like, no, you're ruining the scene.
He's like, oh no, not a poor innocent car being assaulted by a black man.
Yes.
He like pushes it out of the way like a Looney Tunes gag.
Yep.
Uh-oh. Viewer discretion is it? Why are you giving me a trigger warning, Eric, you pussy? Don't they make all these videos crying about Disney putting like the trigger warning for
I don't know if he has, but
all of his buddies have.
I have heard this be a complaint.
So this whole viewer discretion is that's gay. You'll never get that from me.
No.
Who the hell is this guy? What's he want? Where's he come from? After every...
So, what do you think of that so far? So it starts out with a still image that we zoom in on, which is like a standard animation thing.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't bug me.
But it's like to start the thing. That's the problem to me, is to start the video with the still like that. It just makes me lulls me into like.
I feel like if you're starting the trailer and you have dialogue where he's like, "Who is he? What is going on?" Like, it'd be better if you showed like a quick flash or something of who it is you're talking about. It's like, who is that guy? Yeah. That's what we'd be asking ourselves too, right? Like, who is that man? Who is Horseman?
What's he want? Where's he come from?
So I don't think this animation looks bad. I don't like how thin the lines are. They need a little bit more weight to the lining. That's just my taste. Everything kind of blurs together if you don't have a little more definition. There's some animation that go way too heavy with the black lines, but
yeah, it's all right.
Needs a little more for my taste, a little thicker lining. But I think the animation looks good right here, but it looks slower than the words he's saying. So something's wrong with this still. I'm sure an anime could see this. I'm like, whoa, that's fucked up.
After every soldier I have with him, and he kicks their ass. Oh, man.
It's funny because I'm sure there's a bunch of people, like people cried about Rippetards have cried about Cyberfrog because of like the blood honey injection scene where like they're melting and shit. Their eyes are gooing out.
Yeah, it's my favorite panel.
People are crying about that and they're Rippetards. And like, I just want to be able to read something safe without gore. Because they're a bunch of pussies. And they're the same people that say that shit are going to be like, wow, the Horseman. Yeah, it's like Punisher kicking ass. And it's like, he's murdering people. Which again, Punisher's cool, and he murders criminals. That's like what's interesting is like there's a moral dilemma to his character. He's the anti-hero. It's like, well, are you any better?
From this angle, Horseman does not look too bad.
No, I still don't like the mane, but the mane looks better because I want to say like where his ear, the backside of his ear, I feel like the mane just cut off from the Cain and White picture. Like it was just like on the top of his head, and they've made it flow, so it looks a little more like a mane.
I get my head was going to like if it was trying to be more of a Roman helmet. I know it's a horse, but like that reminded me of the Roman sort of thing.
The plume on their helmets.
Yeah, the plume.
Yeah, I think it's fine, but it makes you like, I don't know, it looks more like a cat or dog man. And then like the Cain and White, the original cover is the cover for A, has like the nose for it. So it looks like a Gimp mask in that one. It's just
some of the images I've seen made it look weird, but from this angle, the like talking about the face itself looks fine.
It's fine. I think he needs an actual flowing mane for drama because he doesn't
like a bigger mane.
Well, an actual like Batwoman having hair out of her cowl is retarded if she's going to be a combative villain or a hero. But aesthetically, especially for like the drama of art, that's why like Batman is cool.
Flow.
Yeah,
but I mean,
got his cape,
but with them animating, I feel like maybe that could be something they add later in the future once they get the hang of their animation.
No. They already had the shit with Yaira and Ingrid Valdez with their hair flowing, so it's not like they can't do it. And they have Solari's cape. They've already done this. I'm just saying, like,
but I mean, as far as like an action scene though, with keeping track of where that goes, that's probably a lot more difficult.
Doesn't matter if they want to throw their hat in the ring, like, and impress me.
I mean, I'm
just saying, regardless of the animation, I'm saying conceptually, he needs a fucking mane to make up for a lack of a cape, because then it's like it has something artistically to not just be stale. It gives like some drama, some weight, some movement to the still images. It's fine though.
I guess what I'm saying is that could be an element that's added later to make his character different from how it is now. Like right now, it's starting with less pieces on, and later you get different armor, different mane, different whatever, you know what I mean? Like, that could be something they do.
Also, I just really hate baseball bats for batons. Like, they're stripping off Daredevil or Nightwing with this.
What type of beat 'em up non-sharp weapons?
I don't know. Just make it not, especially if he's actually killing people with a gun. Actually, I don't know, give him swords or. I don't know.
What's a horse-based thing?
A horse-based weapon, of course. Idiot. Yeah. The only thing I know
can't be a riding crop. It's not going to do enough damage.
Well, okay, yeah, riding crop. It's funny, yeah, because it goes to the Gimp mask. No, honestly, the only horse adaptation I know of from science, just a random thing I found out in like science one time, was horses have an evolutionary adaptation in like their knees. You almost never see a horse laying down. Like you might see a what do you call it, a foal? Is that what they call the baby? What's a baby horse? Baby
pony?
Horse, not a pony. Foal, FOAL. I knew I was close. Yeah, you see a foal laying on the ground because they're weak, like little deer basically, but they have an adaptation in their like knee joints where they can just kind of lock their legs when they sleep, so it's like they've been developed through evolution to just not lay down, to be more ready to react to predators, on top of like their temperament with predators. Like, I don't know if you know, donkeys are really aggressive.
Yeah, donkeys, yeah,
kill coyotes. They're pretty violent. They might attack your own livestock. There's videos of them attacking like goats and shit. They're kind of crazy sometimes.
Yeah.
So that's about it. It's like, oh, I can stand for long periods because I'm a horseman. Like, I don't know. I don't know what you develop for a herbivore that's not like a brute elephant or rhino. Herbivores.
Well, I mean, he's the horseman and he wields a gun. So as far as weapons set, I don't know. It could be anything.
Whoa! Don't even get it, douche. It's not a trigger warning. It's an Igor warning.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, Tevin, the Lord Spirit. That's up. Kingpin, like guy. Well, what was the point of Darren Fontano?
Well, that's what I was asking. I was like, is Darren, if it's in Force Park, wouldn't like Darren be the like main, like, well, I was gonna say human antagonist, but he might not be human according to another creator in the Rippaverse. So I don't know.
They just said he's not an Except. So,
No.
like, Except seems to be the fill-in for like superheroes are mutants, unless they are like Gooding and they make their shit, or Horseman.
Yeah.
So I don't know what, unless you start getting into weird like space shit, like Inhumans.
No. Oh, I was saying no, Darren.
Yeah, oh yeah, Darren's apparently an Except, and I'm like, what?
I was saying I thought that he was going to be like the villain, like a human villain that faces this human hero or something.
Hey, you know what? I would get like unironically, I would get a Horseman. Well, there'd be some irony to it because Reverse is retarded, but I would get a Horseman toy. Like, I'm actually excited for Horseman. I mean, I miss that it's not an Eric written thing. Because I might bring the Ripazine to show y'all.
Hey, maybe they write in a
guy.
maybe they write in a way that tries to sound like his writing. Maybe.
But no, like legitimately, I kind of like Salvage PI. I want a full story, not just laugh at it. I think there's some kind of like charm to it, even though it is written retarded by Eric. There's something there. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just like exposure to Ripitards is infecting my brain. I don't know, but right now in this seat, I can tell you, I legitimately like Salvage PI.
Can you pull it back like 10 seconds?
No.
Okay.
Or we're going. We don't need roads. Ho-ass roads.
Yes. Out, man.
So wait, we're in this warehouse that's completely empty, but bad guys are here, which is weird because it's like usually bad
That's
guys.
where all bad guys hang out. He threw this vent at him.
Also, I don't know if you noticed, but his rook symbol, he sold a hat. He has a hat on the store for it. Now the thing is, I think it looks horrible because on the hat where it's more defined, it just looks like a 2. We're like, what 2? What? Oh, it's a rook or a knight. It's not an obvious horse logo. You know, like you see a Mustang logo, you're like, oh, a horse. That's for Ford.
Yeah, I feel like it should probably take up more of the chest.
That too, but I just think the way it's drawn, it looks like a 2. It looks like a strange 2. Especially the little bottom piece being defined away from the piece. It's fine. It's fine for like computer chess, but to, I don't know, grab that logo from clip art and put it on a hero that's a horse guy, not a great idea. I don't know if you saw that guy's face. Hold on. Let me try to catch it. Not there. Ah, fuck! It's like right there. But YouTube sucks trying to pause properly, so whatever. You look at it at your own time. Oh, even Ping's like a little aluminum bat. It is a bat, rookie. Like it's not even just a it's cheap. No, it's literally little aluminum bats. Oh my god.
I guess so.
I don't know. It's especially when he has guns. I don't know. Like, just stick to your fists. Like that's the thing with Daredevil. Daredevil has these because he's a non-lethal. He'll break your face, but he's not going to kill you because he's a good Catholic boy. Same with Batman. He doesn't murder.
Well, should cops have swords instead of batons?
They
have guns and batons. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but they're cops, so like they have an
so
escalation of non-lethality.
Well, I don't know. I feel like
people. He's punished.
Maybe you're justified in the concern, but until we learn about what his deal is, I don't know, because he might not
He's
be
really
trying
on one is his deal.
he might not be trying to kill everybody he sees, but maybe he does just want to beat the shit out of people, or if he gets hired, like I don't know how this dude works. So gets hired, it's like, oh, just break their legs. All right, I'll bring my breaking leg bats.
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, kind of is counter to what you've already established. Let's see more right here. Wait, he's just a guy. Somehow he caught a speeding car through a runway long warehouse. Okay. All right, so he throws the driver out.
Why'd the cars go his direction?
I don't know.
And he walks away clean. With my money.
So he's like talking, and you assume this is supposed to be the character, but then like he's never talking when it's like with my money.
I feel like I feel like picking the fight scene might have been a little better, because like the way that he talked was like, I throw my men at him and he keeps on kicking the rats. But they're showing his jaw say that, and then cut to him go into a warehouse and beat up the guys.
Yeah.
But based on his dialogue, I think it'd be better to be showing a horseman maybe finishing off a criminal or something, and then get jumped by his guys and beat the crap out of him. and then they run, they're trying to get away, the rest that are there in their cars, and then he goes after them and kills them.
Yeah.
Because that would fit more with what this Kingpin guy is saying.
I mean, another still image, rookie. See, they're cutting corners, and it's like, it's supposed to be like, wow. And like, they did get me with like the warehouse scene. It's like, this is pretty good. Could probably use some work. I'm sure an anime could nitpick it way more. I'm nitpicking like the setup of this is the Punisher. This guy kills people, kills bad guys, quote unquote, but also he has non-lethal weapons. Like, I don't know. Hold on. Who we got here? Whoa! Got us some Godfoe in the his A. What's up, Dan?
Hey, man. I'm glad I can make it tonight. Thanks for the invite.
Yeah. Stoney says, what about horse dildos?
Are you detracting tonight?
We're detracting. And I'm after we finish up at least this first part, totally find a segue. Because I actually want to talk to you. Me and Ricky had a conversation about Tolkien and wokeness and how he was woke and everyone defends his wokeness.
Oh, that'd be fun. You calling all the Catholics woke now? That's not gonna go well.
Well, I mean, you're all well, not you, but they're all enjoying the commie Francis at the helm. So yeah, they're woke, obviously.
I don't know nothing about Catholicism. I'm gonna be completely honest.
No, like the Pope. So people, just a little sideward. The people that are critical don't understand when they say the Pope's infallible. Like, oh, they think he's a perfect human being. It's like, well, no. The idea is that his seat is the seat of Peter. It's a succession, and so anything dogmatic can never be counter to faith, to the core, to whatever you want to say, the essence of God. It's divine. So there's some sort of ward that prevents any pope and his fallible nature to eschew the doctrine. Does that make sense? Also,
did they think Peter was infallible?
On matters of faith, like as dictating as like the physical realm seat on behalf of Christ. Cannot be fallible within that like very specific area of life. It's not that he's perfect and unflawed. It's like within there's a ward ultimately that prevents his eschewing the faith. And it's like, okay, I mean, arguable. It seems fine. And then Francis comes around. He finds a way around all the red tape of all the previous popes. Because the thing is, also, any pope says something, you're stuck with it.
Oh, like Vatican II. I remember that was a thing.
So you have to figure out how to. There's a lot of legalism to it. You have to figure out.
In Catholicism, no way.
You have to figure out as a pope, if you're trying to add any little wrinkle to things and someone else has said stuff before, you have to figure out, how do I navigate? How do I like? It's like in Star Wars where it's like, well, the films are the canon, but then there's vagaries. Like, well, there's another, and it's implied it's Leia, but then it's like, oh, it's Rey Skywalker, like, because he didn't say Leia, so I can do whatever the fuck I want, That it's kind of how the legalism can work, depending on your view. And I'm assuming, just like in the Justice Supreme Court, there's a spectrum of like textualists, where it's like the founding fathers said this is the background with British common law, it's very durable law, it applies to new phenomenon. And then you got the libtards, they were like, well, like they weren't prepared for these kind of problems, this is a new sphere of existence, we gotta maybe ignore other laws that get in the way. So I'm sure you have that spectrum in Catholicism, with like the cardinals arguing to the Pope, like, don't do that, do this, like that's a little sidebar. We'll get more to Tolkien and Catholics and whatnot after we detract this Horseman trailer. Have you watched this at all?
I did. I saw it earlier today, kind of by accident. I didn't really know what it was, so I watched it. And I was like, oh, okay. I like Dean Cain enough, I guess. I watched was it Adventures of Superman as a kid, and that's it.
Honestly, he's one of those people. He just looks. He's like a Mormon. He's just too happy.
You hate his joy.
Honestly, yeah, it's like it's not natural.
He's in shape and he looks like, great. Why wouldn't he be happy?
That's fine, but it's just like that on top of his like blend of like God shit. Where I'm like, I don't know, man. It's just all this adds up to being like you're some weird cult,
Oh, is he actually Mormon?
No, I don't know. I don't think he's Mormon, but he's some blend of, I assume non-denominational kind of.
He got to hang out with Terry Hatcher for years. I will be very happy.
Who's that?
She played Lois on Lois and Clark.
Oh,
yeah, whatever. She was a great Lois, beautiful woman.
But no, just like when people are too smiley, it feels fake. It feels like something's awry here. All the Mormons are like that. That weird family in the movie RV with Robin Williams. Like, I get the vibe where it's like this isn't normal. Like, inside, at some point, if you actually wake up to reality and accept reality, you're going to be like, this is miserable. Like,
or maybe you were psyoped into believing that. Maybe they got you.
No, I don't know. Like, maybe that's like my blend, coming from from Catholicism specifically. It's all like ultimately the embrace of faith is miserable. It's misery, because the ultimate story is that
the acceptance of suffering.
Christ is ravaged on the cross, the perfect man. So like you are going to experience this in some way because you deserve it, because he was perfect and you're not. And that's the ultimate. It's not health and wealth and wow, I turned to Christ and it's just sunshine and rainbow. It's like, no, it's misery, because it's the hard path. The sunshine's actually for all the Satan worshipers, like, ultimately. So I think maybe that subconsciously, like, it's implanted on my brain. I'm like, I'm just like I get a bad feeling. Something ain't right. Like you're in a cult, man. Something's not right here.
Now you got a pretty good instinct. I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, and then also you see like the parties he keeps around. He's hanging out with the Zeros, and they're fucking two-faced fucks. And if the money's right, they'll turn with the wind. So that on top of it adds a layer. But just before any of this, I see his face. I'm like, I don't know, man. It's too smiley for me. I just go with my gut. I'm like Coach Tomlin from the Steelers. I go with my gut on this shit.
Yeah, he's the only person to ever say that.
Well, he's been to 2 or 3 Super Bowls. So I'll take his word on it. It's kind of a proven track record. Decade plus of playoff appearances. I think he's got an eye for this. Let's finish this up.
What are we gonna do about that? Turn us loose, Tuna.
Let us do what we do.
Why do they always say it like that? Like, isn't that somebody else says? They're like, failures, not what
failures, not what we do. And they literally fail, crash their billions dollar helicarrier turtle shell.
Reason, I don't like the way they say that all the time. Let us do what we do. Dude, that's not what we do. Like, I don't know. I feel like just something a little different than that. And
Oh wait, are you saying
probably
the
not
like
good.
the twang to it because it's Texas?
Well,
Or are you
just,
saying...
why is the dialogue? Let us do what we do.
Hold on. Let me listen to it again because I didn't pay attention.
Even if they said, let's say,
Hold
they
on,
said
let me hear it.
That's
Us
not my
do
point.
what we do.
That's
my point
not.
isn't
That's
the
not a
accent.
great.
It's just the line of dialogue is dumb to me. Let us do what
Sure.
we do.
I think it's both.
like
If I'm being honest, I don't think they're both.
Well, it's
not
like, wait,
great.
so you're on his staff and he's been failing this whole time as the kingpin guy because the horseman is killing everybody. And so you're on you assume this is like his like top guys. Is
no,
why
I got the
he's-
impression that they're like they came there that he hired. That's why he's telling them this whole thing. I keep on throwing my guys at them, and
Sure, maybe.
what are you guys gonna do about it?
Well, it
pay
can
us
honestly go either way with
and
that.
do
They
what
could be
we
new
do.
hires. They could be the fresh blood in the company, or they could be his like reserve top guys. You know.
See, if what I'm saying is like instead of do what we do, they should be like, we'll tame that horse or something. We'll ride that horse. Something. I don't know. Some type of a
No,
more,
actually, here's what you do. But
funny
like, don't worry,
end-
boss. This
end of
ain't
the
my
tr-
first
rodeo. Yeah, exactly. You get it. I'm looking for something like that. That's just not do what we do. That's so nothing. That's like a nothing. It's just like, okay. Do
Jamie
what you
Foxx has a song like "Do What We Do Tonight."
If you mess with me, I'm gonna do to you what I'm gonna do to you. It just doesn't have any backing to it. So
Sure,
the sound really lame.
Didn't the Police have a song like that? It was like
Probably.
do da da whatever.
I have no. Oh, you
but
mean
that's in
Sting?
song.
Oh, I
That's
thought you
Yeah.
meant like Back to Blue
Yes.
Cops. I'm like,
Yes, the cops
what?
had a song.
Cops had a
You know,
song?
you know, the cops just put out records all the time.
I'm like, what?
Song.
Bad Boys? That's it. That's the only cop song I know. You know.
Like some Jamaican band. I feel so bad because like I don't go out of my way to like make fun of stuff, but when I see it on my feed, I'm like, man, I'll talk about it. Like,
Oh yeah.
it's not great. Like, it's just not great.
Well, like I watched this. I did my reaction as a true first take, and I was pretty pleased. I'm like, instantly, I'm like, oh great, you start with a still image, like that doesn't look great. That's not a good sell. Then I'm like, okay, it's a little flawed, but this looks good. And then the fight, I'm like, this looks pretty good. Cool, man.
Yeah, the fight's
wow.
not bad. The fight's
I'm
not bad.
detracting in good faith, Eric, and you got something here. It's looking pretty good. It's a mixed bag, but you got something fairly positive. But also, how much fucking money are you blowing? You know, like,
Well, it's always the writing with Ripaverse stuff. It all well, sometimes it's the bad 3D images. But the writing is just it's not great. I don't know if it's not edited or what, but I mean he's not the only one. I saw an indie comic today, someone posted a page from it, and this is raised like $8,000 to $10,000, and like the page was just so unedited and like they had grammatical mistakes and everything. It's just like Jesus. Come on, guys.
yeah. Tim, I agree. I say in my reaction today, I like the skull shirt that we're about to see. The skull shirt looks pretty cool, honestly. 50-50 about it. Yeah. Now again, like watch my reaction because like I feel like I'm pretty even killed. Detracting and promoting. Do I think Horseman will be better than Good? Oh, instantly better.
I think so. Yeah.
Mike Barron. Here's the thing. I actually started reading Mike Barron's Punisher, and it makes me more mad reading Gooding.
Oh, he's a great writer. That's what was so weird. Is he was awesome on the Punisher.
Yeah, first couple issues, I'm like, he's doing something like I want to do with Meth Gator. Like I want to do like more and grittier and way more talking about like government issues. In large scope, not like Republican Democrat, but purple, the amoeba of the government. But yeah, he had his own good little flow. It's kind of noir. He's got like a peculiar personality I haven't seen. Punisher, I don't know if that's in the history that's kind of gone away with. What is it, Millar or no Ennis writing Punisher?
Yeah, they kind of change him based on who's writing him.
I feel like
No.
From the adaptations that Ennis is kind of like the guy, like
I can see that.
The Frank Miller of Punisher. So Catholicism, the faith we're all powerful doesn't mean all powerful. Infallible doesn't mean infallible. And praying to dead people is somehow not idolatry. Well, wait, didn't in the book of Samuel, 1 or 2, didn't like Saul's? I mean, I guess in the study Bible I read,
the Witch of Endor.
I guess he goes to like a sorceress, or whatever.
Yeah, he goes to the Witch of
up
Endor.
Samuel.
Well, she didn't mean to. She meant to I think she meant to conjure up someone else, if I'm correct.
In the Stable, it says God allows him to appear.
Because she was shocked, and he chastises Saul for going to her, and I think he chastises her as well. It's a weird story.
Yeah. They seem to have plans that are testing out and not telling to update. I thought the intro was very CW goofy and too much. Thought you start somewhere. Though you got to start somewhere. So I've not read any Rippaverse. Well, I sent you a link. You can read 2 or 3 of them online already. So
yeah, that's what I did. I'm gonna be honest, man. Like I was gonna pick up Ice on One when it first came out, but it was like $35.
Yeah,
like,
it's $50 total, and
Yeah,
that's why I didn't. That's why I didn't back it. But then yeah, thanks to Dick. You know, you don't cry about Dick Maston, but thanks to his review, I started buying Rippaverse shit. So
yeah,
you're welcome, Rippaverse. Thanks Dick Maston for my money. Chow. Lois and Clark, the new Adventure Superman. Yeah.
Yep.
Biggest thing here, Angus, are the bigger peer friends of Eric going to review Horseman animated show. No, they'll make some fucking excuse like, when have I ever reviewed an animated show?
Well, they'll probably give it lots of praise without saying anything specific.
You know what they're going to look like? They're going to look really dumb with crying about Frosk and the seal clap. That's literally what they do for Eric because he's their token.
The show could be good.
It could.
I'm gonna be honest, like just to go out on a limb, like what turned me off is like it's contingent upon how many subscribers the guy gets, and that's just I don't know. I'm not trying to pimp our stuff. That's not why I jumped on your show because I just like talking to you guys. But it's like it's just antithetical to like what we believe, and I know it's like antithetical to what you guys believe. Like you don't make something contingent on how much money you get. You just make it.
Yeah.
Like that's what artists do. They make it and you don't think about money and then you sell it later. Like
he said this kind of shit from the start of like, well, like I didn't want to make Yaira, but then there's a bunch of people that say they want it. So I'm like, cool, I guess I'll greenlight Yaira. Like he's literally just going off of, oh,
it's
marketing. People give me
marketing.
money for it. So I guess
Yeah.
I'll do, which is like it's legitimately kind of fair, but the way he talks about it is obviously just money.
Yeah, that's what I feel too. Like, and I don't know the guy from Adam. You know, I got no beef with the dude. I don't, like I said, he doesn't know me. I don't know him. It's just
whoa, what's with that anti-Bavinic language there, buddy?
I'll let you provide all the beef. And I'll gladly like talk to the guy or anybody, like fans of him. I don't care. I'll talk to anybody. It's just I haven't been impressed by anything that company has put out yet. And I'm trying to, like, I try to read as much as everything I can. It's just.
Did you watch Invincible?
I didn't care for it.
Oh man! Like, well, the meme of the dad where he's just looking down at someone. He's like, pathetic.
Yeah. Well, that came from Evangelion, so you know I know that.
I'm just imagining you looking down at Eric. Pathetic.
Well, I am 6'1", so probably.
Oh, because he's a little pipsqueak.
He's just a lot stronger than I am physically.
Wait, so do you think that if like all his fans were like, we don't want to see Isom in your books anymore, like that he would not include him anymore?
I don't. Can he legally print Isom? Like, I'm not trying to make a joke. Like, I don't know what his.
He's doing Isom 3.
Okay,
he's touted it repeatedly.
And I think he assumes he'll be like a recurring character in other people's books, even if he's not in it, maybe. But like, if his fans were like, we don't ever want to see Isom again,
well,
would he not do it?
That's the thing. Isom's a springboard for the other characters that have sold more.
Right.
Or maybe not more, but in the eyes of the fan base,
he also tries to pack it with meaning of like it's like a family member that he named it after, and what like people argue self-insert or not. No, but the question was, if his fans were like, we don't want to see him again, would he? But that would be the question of, does he care more about the art or not? It's like, oh well, this is what the fans say. It's like, well, yeah, but if you have but fans also respect if you have balls toward liking a character that you made too. So
everything that comes out of Rippaverse seems rushed. And believe me, I understand getting things to backers quickly. We do that, but you complete something before you sell it. It's just everything that comes out feels like this was not edited. This was not looked at. It feels like product.
Yeah, when you can slowly build the thing. I mean, part of it is having the money for feedback, having the feedback right away from people as he's doing it without having to rush the things. It would probably come out better by now. Who knows? But
I don't.
I
That's the
don't
thing
know.
is, I think at this point, I don't think they care about better. I think it is about money. Like I
Yeah, as
said,
long
and
as it sells. Yeah.
and I'll gladly talk to anybody. Like I said, I've been on shows of people who are fans of Ripa, and I don't care. That's great. I like stuff that other people find shitty. Whatever. Um, it's pretty hard to offend me, but
Yeah.
it's just strange. It doesn't feel punk rock. It doesn't feel cool, and it doesn't really feel good. Like it doesn't feel great.
It
I don't
feels
know.
funny though, because when we read a lot of the dialogue, that's where we get a lot of our laughs from.
I laugh at everything, pretty much everything Angus posts. You posted something this morning, man, that I sent to Josh, and I just died laughing. What I forget.
This ain't multiverses. That's fictional nonsense. So he's like,
Yeah, he literally kind of
there's
says
other.
his view through Bloodruth in the book. He's like multiple dimensions. Like that's fictional nonsense.
Dude, when you posted a tragedy worse than 9/11, dude, I died. Like I just
Well, it was there because I just happened to see it, and it's like I screenshot it and I noticed on the bottom, oh, it's 9/11 today. That's like instant joke because it's like John Dilrose is just trying to simp for Eric to get through Ripperson, obviously, or work
I don't know
for
who
him.
that is. I don't know who that is, but I saw you post it, and I just died laughing. And like, because I thought of that Norm Macdonald joke where all he says is 9/11 was a national tragedy, and like his guest is so uncomfortable.
Oh no, he's like, it's like, yeah, he says something's like the worst rated airlines, 9/11 Airlines. He's like, not to be confused with the horrible tragedy.
Some of the best jokes are the ones that make you a little nervous or something. Like South Park. That's why South Park's so hilarious all the time. Like even when Jared back in the day was doing AIDS, they had a whole episode about AIDS, and they're like, I want to give all you AIDS, all the children in this town AIDS, and they're like, what, you crazy man? He's like, no, it's assistance. Oh,
yeah. Well, it's like Norm did one where he's like, I remember that day, that morning of 9/11, walking and crawling through the rubble looking for my brother. Then somebody's like, did you find him? He's like, no, he was in Alberta.
I love like his smirk when he's telling jokes.
Oh
yeah, it's like, this is naughty.
Well, I feel like he does. He smirks because people probably tell him you should stop doing that.
He literally got fired because they said
like,
don't do OJ jokes.
OJ jokks, yeah.
And he's like, well, now murder's legal.
Well, it's like, again, it's funny because like he's told that you cannot do that. Oh, so that's a line.
Anyway.
That's a line. Well, no, it's a line that people make, and then it's like, well, good comedians usually cross the line.
Yeah,
so,
he got banned from an entire state for that. Like literally, I forget which state it was, but
like banned to do comedy shows or just banned in general.
I think banned in general because they
Like,
were like, this is an all ages show, so he went up there and started talking about gay sex.
Which is funny because look where we're at now.
He was just like, what's the deal with that? Like, why would you do that? So did you think about it? Like,
that's fun.
Hey, he got kicked out of Iowa.
Iowa? Wow.
Yeah.
Well, it is like the start of the Democrat primaries, so
he purposely bombed on stage, and the governor personally asked him to leave the state.
That's great. That's great. But
9/11. When 9/11 happens, I laugh because it's like, otherwise it just makes me mad because not just for like, oh, it was an act of terror, but it's obviously an inside job. Now, if it's a demolition, if it's planned, there's a whole Al Franken got the quote unquote Jew call. There's like 4,000 people that didn't go to work with the quote unquote Jew call. It was like a reported thing. The dancing Israeli, like regardless of all that, it's like obviously there's no way that these people could have coordinated this, especially with Osama being a CIA operative for years. That they just like, oh, how did this happen? Like, it's just part of the military industrial that's why I say it's an inside job, because look at all the benefits the government has got with the Patriot Act and other things with the fear mongering of terrorism. Doesn't matter if it's demolition or if the planes couldn't do what they did supposedly. I don't get into any of that. I don't care. They let it happen. It's like Pearl Harbor. They let it happen.
Well, and South Park does a great job pointing that out in an episode. They're like, America is founded on attacking one place and also saying we don't want it. Basically, we don't want to. We can go to war and act like we don't want to be in it. It's like having your cake and eating it too.
Didn't we like arm Osama at one point?
Yeah,
Didn't
he was
we?
fighting the Soviets
Yeah.
and we were arming him. He was the enemy of our enemy, but he was a CIA operative for a long
I
time.
forgot who said that, but he was like, "You can tell America's next enemy is because it's their friend today."
Russia. We funneled so much, probably billions at that point, to Russia, and then oh no, never ever.
Yeah, Lend Lease
Yeah.
and all that,
course.
and then suddenly Cold War starts happening after World War II, and which
Yeah.
Soviet Russia was awful. They were terrible. We probably should have not let them go into Europe, but whatever.
Oh yeah, Patton said like after we beat the Germans, we should have gave them all their guns back and fought Russia.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Russia was pretty awful.
If we're going back to Horseman, I'm wondering.
Speaking of awful regimes, the Rippaverse.
Will the Horseman have like horseshoe weapons to throw?
Oh,
like batarangs,
dude, exactly.
Like horseshoe
There you
weapons,
go.
or will they be like attachments to his boots that have like thrusters on them? And
He's probably
he can fly,
poor.
like
No. He has like horseshoes. Or
Yeah.
he goes in
wearing
like super
horseshoes.
speed, like cluck, 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 cluck.
But yeah, he's got the horseshoes on
He's
to
got,
help him
he's
go
got the
faster.
coconuts from what is that Mel Brooks movie?
The Monty Python.
Monty Python.
Stoney says 7-Eleven was a part-time job. We got Katie in the his A. What's up? Number
Katie?
7 months. Thank you. You have the link if you want to come in. I know you're watching Eric, I think. So I know you're busy. But,
No, yeah.
hope you're doing good. Commented on your post.
Straight out of Florence Park.
That would have been better, actually.
Yep.
It was like hibbity
Straight
jibbity.
out of Florence Park.
Yes.
Crazy
But,
motherfucker named Horseman.
That'd be kind of funny if his character had like a riding crop weapon, like
This nigga throwing horseshoes, man.
then he tickled me with his fucking crop.
Oh man,
that
who's the guy got hired by EVS because he wrote like a parody of ISOM and he wrote it better?
I don't remember, but
I
I heard
think it's-
that. Yeah.
I think it's Johnny Rocket, if I'm not mistaken. He's doing Elephant with EVS, so maybe someone also write a Horseman like with what we're saying. Some good ideas here. Good spitballing.
As soon as this got put out, I was like, man, it would be cool if there was like, or cooler. You could have had like a chick that was called like Nightmare with a K or something, and like
I think John Del Rose actually pitched like a horseman girl. Not a
Horseman girl.
not a trans, but a sidekick to horseman, a horse girl.
a filly.
When you say a horse girl, I'm like that's a horse face woman is what I think of.
Her name is like Filler Up or something like that.
Yeah, Phyllis.
Like Honey Rider.
Phyllis.
Palomino. Was it Courser?
Good
Isn't that
ideas
a
here.
type of horse? Courser.
Or
Or
good
in
ideas,
Narnia, he's like, my name
I
is
don't know.
Phillips, sir. Asshole.
It's like the one good scene in that.
He's like, I'm not a horsey. I'm
Is
Phillips.
Florence Park a real? Is that a real place in Texas? I
I
have
think
no
it's
idea.
like an actual park. Let me look it up. Flores Park. Tex. Should I put Forest? Flores Park.
Man, that lady's leg is massive. Is that like because you're on the Paul screen still, right?
Yeah. Wait, hold on.
Is that her leg laying on the Australian guy? Her thigh is huge.
Yeah, because her foot's up behind her.
Oh, okay. I got you.
I'm gonna say it's a
like-
horseman comic, so they got
You
big
probably
legs.
don't see the shadow of her.
That's it. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
You don't see where they
You don't see the line,
separate.
so it looks big. Yeah, they separate. 'cause
That's
her foot's
it.
up. Her foot's up behind her.
I hope they're not related because they look
Well-
related.
Mm. They're just ethnically pure couple. That's my guess.
These Nordic Australians.
I'm going to be disappointed if Horseman does not ride a horse. You know,
Well, it's funny when
He's afraid of horses.
one.
he conquers his fear of horses, but he doesn't. He still can't.
He
ride
saw
one.
what they did to Christopher Reeves.
They're going to say that kid from a Never Ending Story or something.
Artec or whatever, a trade.
Yeah.
Treyu.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, there's like issues with like the kid like injuring himself on the
This
horse.
is how
or something.
stupid I was as a little kid because I saw Neverending Story when I was like 5. I could not tell if Atreyu was a boy or a girl.
No, I know what you mean. Some
I had
kids
never
look like
seen a
that.
kid.
It's
Yeah,
like
I
what?
had never seen a kid with long hair like that.
Long hair, he probably has a high pitched voice.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like I can't tell, man. Like,
all right. So in Texas, there's apparently 2 places. There is Jardín de Flores Park near in Socorro, Texas, which is near El Paso, and then there is Flores Park in San Antonio.
Thank you for using the like the Spanish Spain accent and not like the Mexican accent.
Flores Park.
Yeah. Can you read that again in the Mexican accent?
Flores Park.
Yeah, you do. Flores Park Homes.
Ricky's
You got a horse game.
ironically better at the Mexican
He is.
accent than me.
Can you say you come to Flores Park?
To the Flores Park Homes. Okay, yeah.
It's the horseman.
We like to ride the horses.
Ricky, you gotta do your own trailer. You gotta voice over this trailer.
Dude, that would be hilarious. Actually, you should do that. You should make the horseman like a generic freaking stereotype.
I ride into your warehouse.
You sent the bad guys. I kick in the ass.
They will be on clearance.
He like punches him. He's like, "Eat hay."
A haymaker.
Yeah. He's like, "Eat hay, puta."
See, we were trying to come up with what other horse-based weapons could he wield, because Angus doesn't like his like baseball bat.
A ponytail. It's like a
ponytail. He just or the scrunchie. He's got a scrunchie or something. With it.
That's funny. Yeah, he like takes off his helmet and he's got like scrunchie for his ponytail. And he, like,
I
lets it
respect
loose.
Chuck Dixon, Joe Bennett. You know, whatever. They're both talented at what they do. It's just so. It's like if you had sat in a room with your buddy and be like, "Yo, let's write a character called Horseman," like. What they've got here, like that cover, is like what you would put into an AI version of what you were trying to explain to your friends. Like you're like, because if you saw someone draw it, you'd be like, no, he should not look like that. Like,
well, that's what I was saying.
You
like
saw my thumbnail, right?
Which one
for this stream?
Maybe. Let me see. I clicked on it pretty quickly.
The images where they have is like
back.
elongated face. I'm like, that is not good.
Oh, horse fantasy. God dang it, Angus. Man, your AI shit makes me laugh, dude, for real. You're so good at making crap.
But yeah, we got the Get Mask Horseman by Cain and White. And
so
I bought the cover D.
This is the collection that he's referring to.
He should be using a sword. Like, how
Look
cool
at the
would
hat.
it be?
Look at the hat. It looks like a 2. His symbol looks like a 2.
What if, I guess it's supposed to be a knight?
Yeah.
What if he had a sword and he was cleaving like dudes in half? How cool would that be?
Yeah, probably.
Like you're robbing a bank and this guy just cuts your arm off.
Well, it's like in a way I kind of feel like a spear should be his weapon,
That'd be cool,
or
too.
or like a jousting
lance,
thing.
yeah.
Lance, something like that. I'm trying to think. What would be?
Lance is
You
such a
don't
gay
have to be
name.
just it's just kind of weird if you have a horse be your guy's like character theme, and he's you could do cool stuff with horses. I think. I mean, you look at Lord of the Rings and the horse riders and that.
Yeah, the
stuff.
Riders of Rohan
There's
and
some
stuff
cool
like
shit
that.
in there, and you watch
Yeah.
other movies with knights and cavalry and stuff, and cowboys. Whatever. There's cool stuff you can do on horseback, and when you get off of the horse. So I don't know if he's just like a Punisher that has a horse theme, or a Batman that has a horse theme. That's kind of lame.
Also, it's not a dead horse.
You know,
it'd be cool if it's a dead horse, like a horse skull or
That'd be
something.
cool. That'd be cool.
yeah, skull. Yeah. See,
So
when you said a dead horse, I imagined like that's another weapon he has. Like,
I
he
still
can
think it's
beat you. He can beat you with a dead horse instead of beat a dead horse. And you beat the crap out of bad guys with a dead horse.
Oh, that'd be funny if that's like. See, I don't think they'd have the foresight to do this, but that'd be funny in the book if, like, you're seeing the plight of his life to get him to get stuck in Flores Park to start over, or whatever. And
Hey, I'm going to
someone's
go
like,
to the one place where they have the most powerful team of meta humans ever, and I'll fight crime there.
no, it's like he works in he's like a, I don't know, he's like a beat cop or something, keeps getting in trouble, like driving across concrete, and it's like, but boss,
Nice, good movie.
Captain, he's of course I did this. Like, dude, stop it, you're beating a dead horse. And that's like, like that's like his bright idea.
The only thing,
Thanks, boss.
what would make Angus love this is if Horseman was like a legitimate angry white dude that just loved beating up minorities.
Yeah,
Angus would be like, "This is the best." Angus would be like, "This is the best story ever." Like,
but he makes sure to talk in Spanish so they don't think he's white when
yeah, he's
they
like
try to arrest him.
He's like Mel Gibson come to life in Angus's
Yeah.
head. Like,
Why hasn't anyone gotten Mel Gibson to be like a comic character? Like they make a Mel Gibson comic where he's got an alternate.
because he's above
persona.
that. That's why. He knows what he's worth.
Yeah, it's funny. I saw Alien Ramos again with a friend, and then I was leaving. I actually looked at the posters, and one of them was for
Alien Ramadan.
No, for a Mark Wahlberg movie where it's like half his face is on the cover, and it says like, "Y'all need a pilot," and I'm like, that looks fucking gay. But then I read by the director of Braveheart, Apocalypto, and something else, and I'm like, wait, Mel Gibson's directing Mark Wahlberg?
Holy
shit!
Be good then, yeah.
Oh my god, that sounds awesome.
Gibson hasn't directed a bad movie yet.
I haven't seen. Was he part of that like Catholic movie, like Father Frank or something like that?
He was in the one that
he did one recently with him, I think. Let me see.
He was in the one that Mark Wahlberg did where he was like a true story of a Catholic priest.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad. Mark Wahlberg was the worst part of it, but it wasn't a bad movie.
Father Stew.
Father Stew. That's it.
Let's see, it's directed
Mel
by
Gibson was
Rosalind Ross. Well, there you go. It's directed by a woman. That's probably why it sucks. Bad idea. Let's have a woman direct.
They should stick to writing. They should stick to writing comic books.
let's watch a movie about a convict's turnaround to being a priest. Sacrificing his paternity possibilities to be a father in the church. Obviously, a woman will write that very well. Like, really, a woman will get that idea. Like,
it wasn't the same the same woman that did The Hurt Locker, because that was good.
Wait, a woman directed that?
Yeah, she killed it. She was like, she's the ex-wife of some other famous director.
Well, here's the thing about Hurt Locker. I don't know if. Well, let's look into this really quick. Hurt Locker.
Catherine Bigelow.
Hurt Locker is good. But I was deployed with EOD guys, and like this movie's fucking retarded. Like it's good. It gets the spirit of war.
Oh, I'm sure it's definitely hyperbole.
But it's fucking retarded. Catherine Bigelow.
Oh shit, she did Point Break.
She did K-19. What the fuck? That's a great
Near
one.
Dark and Blue Steel. This woman kicks ass. Like,
wow.
She did Zero Dark 30.
Consistently good female
she was
director,
married to
right.
James Cameron, so he's probably
maybe
that's ghostwriting.
That's where all of his testosterone went.
What?
In the divorce.
When he'd have sex with her, he'd gift her with directing powers.
Have you seen Avatar 2? That's all about
I haven't seen any Avatar,
responsibility.
I know
to
you
his
love
family.
Avatar. I have not seen any Avatar.
You gotta watch it. I legitimately, with like Tolkien's iteration and loathing of industry and stuff, and loving of nature and being like a conservationist, hippie, whatever, anarchist person. I feel like he would, if he was in the modern day, I feel like his favorite movie would probably be Avatar 2.
I just like how you ascribed him all those ideologies when it was literally just an old guy that was like, you know what? I really don't like all these factories going up destroying my city.
Well, I'm being hyperbolic explaining it, but yeah, like, you would consider him like kind of like a anti-industry, like hippie. And it's an easy way to describe nature,
cool.
Like I think Avatar is very much in line with like his worldview of anti-industry.
How do you feel about the memes where it's like the general or whatever from Avatar talking down to the natives? You know what I'm talking about?
The memes. Those are great. Those are great because they do have a point.
He's like, you guys haven't built anything.
But the counter to that is they worship Awa, which is like this like Pandora planetary. It's a moon. It's like a planetary goddess, whatever. That they have a real biology to validate their religion, as opposed to anything else being like woo woo faith. Like they actually have real biology. Like they can upload their memories in this like life trees and shit, and have like this interconnected through history with people that are dead.
I wonder if they got that from Speaker for the Dead, because that's what that plot was about.
I have no idea what that is.
That was the sequel to Ender's Game.
Huh. Well, Cameron Cody likes manga. He did Alita Battle Angel, so he's probably a well read person. 86 novel by Orson Scott Card.
Yep.
Okay. Anyway, some more Horseman. I do like this. I do like this fucking shirt. This like gray or blue shirt. Pretty cool with the skull and the guns. And
I mean, it looks like a Batman shirt, but it's good.
Yeah, it looks cool. I settled for the shittiest cover, the white topped one, because it's the cheapest.
Does he use guns?
Yeah,
he shoots a dude in the head in the trailer.
He's shooting people. He really caps two guys in the head. So that's why I'm like, why is he wielding bats? You know, Ricky brought up cops. It's like, right, but cops have like an escalation. It's like the gun is last resort. They have their baton, they have a taser, then they rely, and they have dogs too, which is technically non.
Well, my point was also because
he uses mini horses.
No, he's got jackasses.
He's got little Sebastian.
Like, because we don't know this character, like he could be a hired person maybe that goes and either beats somebody up or kills them. So he's got couple of blunt weapons instead. You can still kill people with blunt weapons. So,
can you?
You know,
you sure about that?
I mean, sometimes I know in Friday the 13th Part 3, he beats the crap out of this black guy with a wrench, and then he just comes back to life later to save the final chick for some reason.
He's magical.
You know.
Yeah. Oh,
the black guy.
I see what you did there. No, magical Negro.
Yeah, no, I got you. That's why I clarified it.
Did Stephen King write it?
Possibly.
But yeah, let's see what else is in store here. He hasn't finished this video. Also, why is it just silent here? I really hate this.
There should be some type of music that
it should be like, because in the like teaser or whatever, they had like kind of country guitar,
horses galloping
electric
or
guitar.
Something. Play some Ecstasy of Gold or whatever.
Fields of Gold by Sting.
Yeah. If anything about
what's up, Rippaverse family?
Like, it just looks too simple compared to everything else that's all busy. It's like just a little tiny. It looks like a chess piece only.
Dean Cain, dude, don't leave your TV on when you're doing a screen recording.
Yeah,
he's doing a promo, man.
He's doing a promo. It's like, oh right, fuck, football season start. This is going to go up like tomorrow. Okay, I guess I'll just like ad lib this fucking.
Turn the TV off at least, man. Come on.
So
well, I just shows you. I didn't even notice that. It shows you the production value of this. That like they just like winged it and threw it together.
So Dean Cain, I don't know who that is. So let me see here.
His biggest role is Superman.
Known for God's Not Dead. That's fine.
Oh, exactly. God's Not Dead.
I thought that was Kevin Sorbo.
He's in it too.
Really?
The Dog Who Saved Christmas.
Oh, thank God.
The Broken Hearts Club. Vendetta. Lois and Clark. Abandoned. The Perfect Husband. Supergirl.
And more power to him. He's done more than I have.
Red Race. Airplane versus Volcano. But just an airplane with a volcano blasting around it. Post Impact, Ace of Hearts, and it's got like a doggy on it. Bed and Breakfast, Broadcasting Christmas. I don't know what the hell that is. I think it just says Boa, but it's got a weird thingy on it. Man Eater, Dragon Fighter. I do in
dude. We gotta watch Dragon Fighter. We should watch whatever Dragon Fighter is right now.
It's
hold
crazy.
on. We gotta. You haven't seen God's Not Dead, have you?
Dude, it was too cringe, man. The trailer was enough for me.
I used to watch this one atheist channel. I can't remember their name right now. It's like Jake and something. They're like an atheist channel. They were fun, and they got a little too
Jacobin.
It's like Jacob and something, Jake and something. One was like more of like historian. The other one was like just like a kind of common atheist that has like turned in life. No, he's not mad. And they did they did a full breakdown of this, and it was just like flabbergasting. Jesus. So here's the plot. In the fall of 2013, Josh Wheaton, a college student and evangelical Christian. Josh Wheaton.
Wheaton, bro.
Yeah.
Wheaton.
Enrolls in a philosophy class taught by Professor Jeffrey Radinson, an atheist. Radinson demands his students sign a declaration stating God is dead to pass his class, which is like, all right, instantly that's not going to happen. So you're literally making a fucking
the guy who plays Hercules in the Hercules Xena crossover stuff.
It's also not what Nietzsche intended it to mean.
Right. Yeah. Everyone misquotes that. Pro and con. Anyway, Josh is the only student who refuses. Radinson requires Josh to debate the topic with him, but agrees with the rest of the class to decide who the winner is. In the first two debates, Radinson has counter arguments for all of Josh's points. Josh's girlfriend, Kara, demands that Josh either sign the statement or drop Radinson's class, as standing up for Radinson will jeopardize their academic future. When Josh refuses, Kara breaks up with him. Hoes ain't loyal.
He just dodged a bullet with that.
The drama in the God's Not Dead stuff is so funny.
In the final debate,
why did he even tell her? He should have just been like, he's crazy. This is a crazy professor.
In the final debate, Josh halts his line of debate to ask Radinson, "Why do you hate God?" Radinson explodes in rage, confirming he hates God for his mother's death. Josh asks Radinson how he can hate someone that doesn't exist. A Chinese student whose father forbids him from talking about God to avoid jeopardizing his brother's chance at overseas study stands up and says, "God's not dead." Most of the class follows Martin's lead, and Radinson leaves the room in defeat. Radinson dates Mina, an evangelical whom he belittles in front of his fellow atheist colleagues. Her brother Mark. Okay, what?
I thought that because you pretty much explained the whole plot of the movie there, but then the teacher goes outside, gets ran over by a car, and before he dies, the guy's like, "Oh, there's not enough time to get you to the hospital."
We would get there if you let me read the
plot.
Are you serious? That happens?
Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't know there's more. I forgot there's more to it. I just
somebody in the chat is like, "You're ruining God's Not Dead for me."
Her brother Mark, a successful businessman and atheist, refuses to visit their mother, who suffers from dementia. Mark's girlfriend Amy is a left-wing blogger who writes articles critical of Duck Dynasty. When Amy is diagnosed with cancer, Mark dumps her.
All right, who are we talking about? Who's Mark?
Who's Mark again?
Mark
Is that the teacher?
Is the brother of Mina, who is dating the bad professor. So we're going on a tangent here. When Amy is diagnosed with cancer, Mark dumps her. A Muslim student, Aisha,
secretly she gets beat up a lot. She gets beaten by her dad a bunch.
A Muslim student, Aisha. They're layering that because that's supposed to be Muhammad's wife. So that's a little Easter egg for you.
Yeah,
that's a 6-year-old
Eastern egg for you.
Secretly converts to Christianity and is disowned by her infuriated father when he finds out.
Yeah, he gets the belt, I think.
Josh invites Martin.
Is it like from Godfather where he's like, "Get in the kitchen, you guinea brat"?
It's much more lame.
Josh invites Martin to attend. So he's inviting. Wait, who the fuck's Martin?
Martin is the teacher, right?
Josh is the main character.
Josh is the main, like he's Jesus in this story.
Martin's the Chinese student. Okay.
Oh, okay. Martin.
So Josh, I had to go back to the plot. Josh invites the Chinese guy to attend a Newsboys concert. Radinson,
because it's 1995.
Radinson reads a letter from his late mother and is moved to reconcile with Mina, his girlfriend. Amy confronts the Newsboys in their dressing room, but asks them to help guide her in converting to Christianity. On his way to find Mina, Radinson is struck by a car and fatally injured. A reverend waiting at the intersection.
Was Martin the Asian guy driving it? Because that would be a great way to tie it all together.
Or it'd be funny if it was the Muslim chick because they can't drive. Like,
this is my favorite part.
Struck by a car. A reverend is waiting at the intersection, tends to Radinson and helps him as he dies. Mark at last.
Does he stab him?
No, he goes. I remember his line of dialogue. His dialogue is something like, he's like, "Oh no, you're dying, but there's not enough time to get you to the hospital. But there's just enough time for you to accept God." It's like his line of dialogue. something like that. He's like, we can't call a hospital for you.
Since I'm not a doctor.
So the brother of the professor's girlfriend, Mark, at last visits his mother, but mocks her for her faith. She responds that his financial success was given to him by Satan to keep him from turning to God. Then she doesn't remember his name. See, it's funny. Again, this is why you can argue Christianity is pro-communism or Antifa because they hate money. Unless you end up being a televangelist and you can obfuscate like, well, I make money for God. Like
I get 10%.
They love having it both ways.
There's a whole thing there.
Yeah.
That I can go into. You got an hour?
Then she doesn't remember his name. So she has the foresight to be like, well, money's from Satan, but who are you? At the concert, the newsboys show a video clip of Willie Robertson. Who the fuck is that? Oh, he's from Duck Dynasty.
Former President Willie Robertson.
Congratulating Josh on standing up to Radisson and encourages the audience.
How did he find out about it?
At the concert. So I guess
congratulations on standing up to your dead professor.
Right. Well, no, hold on. The whole concert is like celebrating that he's dead, basically. It's just like
God isn't.
He's dead. No, the teacher's dead. Like, yeah, God's real and he sucks. He's dead. Yay.
This sounds way more metal and pagan. Our enemies are vanquished, and now we will celebrate their blood.
Well, it sounds very Old Testament, yeah.
This movie sounds awesome now, Rook.
Well, it's good with the commentary. If you're just watching it and you just don't, you're just like watching a movie, you'll be too bored.
So when God's not dead, do they kill like the professor's son?
Well, the God's Dead, not part 2 had Sabrina the Teenage Witch chick from the old show in that one, and it's like even more cringe in a way because it's just. I'll just go ahead. Was there more plot to the story?
Not really. I'm looking at the thing here.
Cain's got a lot of NFL memorabilia. Did he play in the NFL?
I just think he's a fan. I don't know. But Dave Hartline of the American Catholic gave God's Not Dead a positive review and hoped that the other films like it would follow. Vincent Finaro of the Christian Post praised the film for being a hit for believers and may even appeal to skeptics searching for answers.
They have no idea how to reach skeptics in any way, shape, or form.
No, it's like, yeah. Again, it's just like
no. And do you know that when they're like, "Why do you hate a guy that doesn't even exist?" Like they think that's like a total.
Well, it's like,
we got you.
Well, it's so stupid because it's like, regardless if he's real or not. Like idea of hating him is like, well, he is an idea that you can argue has led to murder.
On the other side, though, Rook, you're over here ripping Christian stuff while you take a sip from your 2-liter Pepsi bottle.
Yeah.
I want a clip of you doing that, and it just says like, counter that, Christians. You're not doing yourself a favor either.
No, that's Christians saying that to them. They're like, why do you hate somebody that you think don't exist? Got you, bitch. In the second one, in the sequel, the plot is basically some kid asks a question about history, and she's like, oh, something about Jesus and whatever time, and then another kid's like, fuck that, I'm texting my mom, this is stupid, and they talk about religion in my class, and then that religion class, and then it goes all the way to court, and then it's fighting for having Christianity allowed to be spoken in school at all, like even spoken of or something. And then it's like a whole religious thing. It's ridiculous. SNL did a great sketch of it where they're like having like it was like some gay guys go into a cake shop or something, and they're like, make the cake. And they're like, oh, but I can't, make the cake. And then it becomes like a thing there. They're trying to.
Oh, I mean, that actually was a problem.
Where the evil gays are trying to make them make the cake. She's just like, I'm fighting for Christianity. Something.
To be fair, I'm actually pro the bigoted cake guy. He won't make Halloween shit either. He's a real wacko. But I stand for his right, and I hate that he was targeted because it only hurts gay people and liberal whatever. It's like you're just doing yourself a disservice to your supposedly kumbaya worldview that you're trying to sell, because you're trying to like force him through the state, which is at gunpoint, to
Right.
do what he doesn't want to do with his private business. So it's like, no, I'm totally for that guy winning that case.
Yeah, but I'm saying
freedom
the
of speech.
skit is funny though, and the second movie is more. The second one's probably just more funny in and of itself. It tries to be serious, but with less good actors. So it's just
They should
worse.
make a documentary on the cake shop called "God's Not Bread."
But wait, that was this whole thing at the end. Like,
Yeah, no. At the end of God's Not Dead 2 or something, they were like, the evil atheists are walking away all upset, and they're like, "You realize you just proved the existence of God, don't you?"
Okay.
Like, what? Like, just imagine what he said that proved God existed, right?
Yeah.
That's just funny.
well, it's just funny because these movies just end up being like revealing of the butt hurty of these people.
They
You
should
don't
ju-
believe in my
They
stuff.
should embrace like old school stories. Like it should be like God's Not Dead, and it's some guy. It's like some Christian kid calling down fire on a city. It gets destroyed, and everybody's like, "Oh."
Yes. What's up,
Yeah,
Stray
like-
Beans?
like-
What's up, Hofcast?
Oh fuck, stray beans. Fuck, I think I sent it to Rookie to show. You gotta look at this. Let me show it really quick.
Was there more to the Horseman?
Yeah, we'll look at that in a second.
I like how it's just our back. We're threading it through the whole show.
Stony Mix, are they saying Satan helps people? I mean, that's the Faustian idea, which we get into. Like there is the movie The Witch, where she's promised all these things, but it's to be a slave, basically.
What's that? Wouldst thou love to live deliciously? I love that.
Yeah,
movie. It's one of my
like,
top 10 movies.
It's a fantastic movie, and it's so good it still freaks me out when I watch it. That's how you know like horror is actually good. I did laugh because I think there was like one article at least that was like praising it as like a feminist movie. It's like she's a slave to Satan. I don't think it's a feminist movie.
No, I mean that's your take. I think it's arguable that like Satan is like a liberator because they kind of go with like a
Promethean idea.
Yeah, you see, to me that's the appeal of like the Satanist, like Temple of Satan, as like Satan as an idea. He's the Inquisitor,
bringer of light.
Yeah, like honestly, looking into, I found this on accident. So in the Islamic world, the carryover of the Persian Empire was the ethnic, the Easterners demonizing like horned figures. This is another thing, like along with like Pan,
yeah, about to say that
Pan being roped into devil iconography.
Yeah.
To demonize, Greco-Roman mythology, given it's
they did used to slay babies there, so there was the
Romans,
the Pan
pushed the propaganda.
The Pan worshippers did.
Okay, that's a cult. That's like one cult out of other people just sacrificing animals like everyone else is. So I don't know how valid that is.
I would say it's pretty valid.
No, I'm saying I don't know how valid it is for the catch-all of paganism for like
no, not the catch-all paganism. You're right. I was talking about like particularly like worshippers of Pan with like
right. It's like this is a propaganda piece where it's like arguably Haitians are eating cats, so all Haitians eat cats, and it's like, well, I think that's disingenuous, but it is a shithole culture and country. Like, to what degree is it depraved? I don't know, but they do swim in their own shit. So
Rick's over there thinking up his next movie to direct.
But fuck, I didn't send
God's Not Good for
Haitians eating their cats.
I might have sent it to myself. Hold on. Okay, let me scroll.
Haitians eating cats.
What are you singing?
Crawling. Linkin Park.
Okay. I'm like, it sounds familiar. All right, Stray Bean.
Sorry, I'm not as good as the new singer.
She's fine. I mean, it's just a chick,
right.
so it's going to sound.
I liked her
different.
in Dead Sarah. I didn't care for her singing Chester's songs.
This right here, you gotta look at this. I don't know if you've been following the
I don't follow anything, Angus.
The controversy of Vito versus Riley.
No.
But that's like a new.
Is it two bearded fat guys yelling at each other?
Yes.
That sounds about right.
But Stray Beans, he did my homage to Nightfall, Bane breaking Batman's back, where it's Meth Gator breaking Ison's back. He did this great piece, The Insufferable Vito.
That's a pretty good piece, actually. Who did that?
Stray Beans.
Good job, man. You're
cool.
really good. You're a really good artist.
Yeah, it's funny. People like I think streamers point out like the 3D art. She's like, you're copying other. It's like he obviously drew this. It's unique. Even
It's
though
good.
it's an homage to Wolverine. It's
got
what,
more of a
Wolverine.
Miller than McFarlane style, but it's good.
Wait, did McFarlane draw that cover originally?
I think he did.
Was that the Peter David era?
I think that's
right
McFarlane.
into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that's where McFarlane started at Marvel, right? Was maybe he did other stuff, but like that was his first big thing was Hulk, and then he got Spider-Man.
Yeah. He did a really good Hulk. He had that really angular Hulk face.
Yeah. Let me put this in the chat for you good people so you can follow.
Stony Mick believes you're not racist enough, Angus.
Yeah, that's Todd McFarlane. Yep.
I'll work on it, man. I try.
Yeah.
Stony Mick, are you a what do they call a Mick? Is it Irish that are mix?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, his name used to be Stony Mick Internet Douche, but I think his name got censored.
I can say that I'm Irish.
Well, I thought that piece was awesome. Everyone go follow Stray Beans.
Yeah, I'll follow you, man. That's a great piece. Just from a technical standpoint.
Back to Horseman and Dean Cain the Horseman. That's what's funny too, is this guy's gone from Superman to cringe Christian movies for pure flicks.
Yeah.
And now he's circling the drain with Rippaverse.
Well, that's what was funny. So that's why I looked him up. I was like, I've heard of him, but I don't know what from. And okay, Superman and Supergirl. And then I'm like, all right, what else you got? And then it's like, all right, all these the dog who saved Christmas, and the airplane versus volcano.
The dog from Secret. That's how you know him.
The dragon fighter.
Yeah, Rookie will know obscure shit, and then he won't know like their iconic work. Where it's like, wait, he's in this big thing? I had no idea. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'll literally see a movie that nobody else has ever seen before with somebody in it, and then they're like, that has this like super famous person in it. I'm like, okay, didn't know. Whoops. I know him from this one thing.
Are you a big movie guy, Rook?
Yeah, but I have a long way to catch up. Got a long way to catch up still, even though I've watched like over 200 movies in the last couple of years. Still have a long way to go. Still
yeah,
he's like, there's so many of them.
That's why he's the rookie critic. He's like, I never saw it. Like,
and I want to make movies. So. It's like, oh shit. Yeah.
So what you got? What's next?
More of this here, and I'll be voicing the Horseman for the upcoming Rippaverse animations. That's right. Look, this is a completely independent venture, and we want to see it through. A well-produced, solid Western animation desperately needs to return to form.
He says this.
Yeah.
They're pushing this idea that Western animation just sucks because you'll see like Steven Universe when DC is still doing their animated shit. They just did Crisis on Infinite Earths 3 parts. Pretty good, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the best.
I mean, just looking on Netflix alone.
Gosnet did 5 Christ on Infinite
Terminator anime or whatever, which I don't know if that's a Western studio or not, but
probably not.
But yeah, the Netflix has even that Gods of Zeus or the Blood of Zeus, whatever. Yeah, the Terminator.
I haven't watched the second season. Fuck.
There's a lot of good animation still around there. They might not be as popular, and they might a lot of the bigger companies might make more of the like cheaper looking animation stuff. But
well, it's the selling point again of like we're not the mainstream instead of just on its own merits. You know what I mean? It's always we're not X, we're not X, we're not Y instead of.
But they also don't want to mention X.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is weird.
Oh, it's funny talking about art and stuff. Cause I saw this one post earlier. It's like people say Western art is dead, but here's like 20 examples of it's.
Yeah, I saw you share that.
And it's like, fuck, this is all good. Some of these I've seen before. Some of them like, fuck.
I feel like most people are lazy and don't look for things.
They like dooming. People like dooming, man.
It's like, yeah, it's everything's dead. It's like, well, no. Well, that's what's funny too. Even like with independent stuff, there's been like independent things.
Well, God's not dead
forever. Yeah, of course.
Dean Cain is still alive,
dude. More power to Dean Cain. He's in better shape than all of us. He is thriving.
But I saw this piece of art. It made me think of the banana taped to the thing, and everyone cries about it. It's like, well, that is art. It's just not
it's not good art.
It's just not
awful.
It's just not intrinsically valuable. But anything can be art. You can argue. But I saw this, and I thought, like, wow. It's got 5 million views. My oil painting of an Uncrustable. It's such like a mundane thing, but it's like, wow, he did really good.
That's
Well,
wonderful.
it probably got a lot
technique.
of people to get whatever Crustable or whatever. Like,
Oh
yeah,
shit, I forgot
that's
to
good.
put a like on it. There we go.
Man, there ain't nothing that'll make me eat an Uncrustable.
What?
Those things are awful, man.
No, they're great. I mean, they're
Nah.
full of corn syrup, but they're tasty.
There's better things that are tastier that are full of corn syrup.
Like
than
I can eat
that.
there's other food you can eat.
I could just drink corn syrup.
Solutions, man.
Let me see what else I got. Oh, you might like this. Speaking of, we were talking about God's Not Dead. This is great. So let me share this. All right, so it says discovered
Pornography.
Discovered a TikTok Christcore band with an anti-porn mosh call. I'm laughing so hard right now.
Pornography will not take a hold of you. Verify my way according to your word.
Is this backwards?
You want that now?
The worst part is the Christianity isn't the bad part of this.
I thought it's fine for that style. It's just like it's
Just a
cringe. It reminds me
lame
like
style.
Demon Hunter or something. Like I
Yeah.
remember there's this girl.
No, Demon Hunter at least is talented.
I remember there's this girl where she's like, "Oh, I only listen to like Christian metal or whatever." And so I knew Demon Hunter. I'm like, they're fine. But I like Avenged Sevenfold and Mastodon and all sorts of shit.
Oh,
AC/DC.
I love Mastodon, man.
And it was just weird to me.
all
What I
that
really
falls
don't
on
like
listening.
about it, my aversion, just like this Dean Cain stuff is it's culty. It's very culty. This idea of like, oh, let's just take the ways of the world but make it Christian. It's like
Yeah, it's
don't-
reactive.
yeah, it's like
I took Mastodon's Leviathan album and I think a Baroness record because I make collages out of
Okay.
album covers, and I it's kind of shiny on there, but like,
ooh, okay.
yep,
I don't know if you know, but I have a Leviathan tattoo.
that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best artist I could have gone to, but it turned out he actually lived with one of the band members for a while. He's like, this looks really familiar. And I'm like, oh, it's Mastodon and stuff. And he's like, oh, dude, I lived with those guys for a
So,
while.
well, send me a list of some of your favorite album covers. I'll make you a collage. It's like
Okay.
I usually make them 8x11, then I laminate them and just send them.
I
to
actually
people
don't have a
I know.
lot of like, because I try to think of like, what kind of records would I want to get for like more
Yeah.
wall art or something. I'm like, I mean, Kiss has got a couple that are cool. I got like 4 or 5 AC/DC records in my house on the wall, but
Baroness, all theirs are great.
yeah, their art's fucking cool.
And the guitarist does it. The guy who sings and writes everything.
Really?
Mhm.
That's cool.
He does it all.
I want to see them. High on Fire, they're a weird band where I got into them because of Mastodon and Gojira. But then it's like the record I happen to get, Snakes for the Divine, is their only thing that I like. So I looked at it's like Amon Amarth. I got their Herman's Ride to Hell.
They have wonderful album covers. Amon Amarth does.
It's like the one record I got. It's the only one I like of them.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, I looked out. Same with Thin Lizzy. I'm like, oh,
I liked
Jailbreak. And
I liked Cold of Luna a lot.
they're like Nightwish, right?
Well,
not really.
They're not like epic. They're like it's more like slower, kind of doomier, gloomier. Lots of screaming. Songs are like 8 minutes long, which I love that stuff. Like I've always like the band I'm in. We do like 9-10 minute songs and stuff like that. I don't know. I like that kind of stuff. I'm talking to an AC/DC fan.
Yeah. No, I like again. I love Mastodon Gojira.
Yeah.
Atlas Moth. You ever heard of them? They're kind
No,
of obscure.
have
They're
not.
They're fucking cool. I saw them in the ocean. They're like touring together back in like 2013.
Nice.
Stony Mix says, in the words of Hank Hill, "You're not making Christianity better. You're making
just
rock and roll worse."
Exactly. It's pretty cringe.
I mean,
Fuck
I'm
you,
a-
man. Uncrustables are a gift from God. Says
I mean, I'm a devout Christian, and I think like art. I think art is divine, and it shouldn't be reactive. Like I do think that art comes from a divine place, and it becomes from like, and it's the divine becoming incarnate, and that the like creativity is endless and boundless. So why are you making things that are reactive instead of proactive
and reductive?
Exactly. I don't accept a materialist view of art. In fact, I've like argued people. I don't mean to argue people on Twitter. I just like that's funny to me. Like I think just I don't. I like debate. I don't like arguing. I'm not gonna call someone stupid or retarded or something, you know. But like that does bug me a lot. That
I'm
does
not
bug
going to
me a
send them
lot.
your comics because I don't think I don't want to invite the temptation to
You're
do
gonna
it.
send who my comics? What?
Sony makes porn comics, which are pretty good, but I'm not gonna
Well,
send-
Stoney, as long as you're like technically talented, that's great. That's great, man. Like, I'm not gonna buy your comics, but if they're technically great.
no, I
More
like
power
them,
to
but it's
you.
like
Yeah,
uh,
I don't know.
I try to keep my Twitter somewhat safe. You know, I'll share like
yeah, that's why you
safe
put
for
like
work
the
OnlyFans
topless
thoughts.
cow in your headline, your header. This
That yeah,
this graven image. Yeah.
my golden calf. I didn't even think about that. That's hilarious.
Yeah, he said you don't got to buy them; they're free.
I should
No, more power
totally
to you, man.
I should totally make that like part of like my comic company shtick, like a graven image cow and stuff.
And they call it Moloch. Moloch.
Moolock. That's good. That's funny. No, if I did any cow imagery, aside from making it like ACDC themed, like Angus, but like a cow, like take his art but make it cow themed, like the high voltage cover where he's like,
Yeah.
you know. That's the only idea I got really, except for like Apis, the Egyptian bull god.
It's
kinda
like
harkening
rapist
to that.
without the R, without the hard R.
Right, but I can't use the name because it's like piss is in the name, so it's instantly memeable. You know, it's like I'm totally fine like Black Anus, you know, ha ha ha, take the G out of my name, like whatever, that's fine.
Yeah.
I knew that was open to be a thing.
I just like your hat.
Oh yeah, Isom Bros Angus. Yeah, when I looked up Isom hat on eBay, this is the first thing that came up, and I'm like,
Are you serious?
Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a defunct ranch from like Indiana.
Maybe you are divinely inspired.
Exactly. Exactly.
Chosen.
I am chosen.
You bear the mark on your head.
Well, I don't know if you ever saw that Ripper Goalpost video. He did like it's like two
I don't know who that is.
Oh, so he's like a big Rippaverse Twitter account, and he makes
Okay.
family chronologing, spinning a idea about like detractors. And so he did one about me because I had this Twitter interaction where someone's like, "You don't have to buy this stuff. Why don't you just get stuff you like? You obviously don't like Rippaverse."
Oh, that same argument.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am sent by God to detract. I will destroy this company with my criticism or improve it. And then, so he took, and I read that on stream. So River Goalpost was watching and took that and did an AI voice video like,
Really?
how do you think you're chosen by God and stuff? And then people are in the comments like, oh, he's trying to destroy a man's business. Maybe he's chosen by someone and it's not God.
They're like,
And
this man's insane if you think somebody's talking
You're
to
like,
him.
is it Jesus? Like,
well, it's funny too because then I start quoting the Bible of like, oh, God wouldn't send someone to destroy a person's business. Like, you should read the Bible. He sends the Israelites to destroy whole nations, including
yeah,
women
there
and children.
was mass genocide whenever they took the promised land. I saw a progressive like preacher or whatever try to write an entire book about how it wasn't genocide. And it's like, dude, and like when they go to like the second city, like after Jericho, I think it was, it's like Rahab the prostitute tells them like, hey, we heard that you genocided those last people.
they kindly disappeared. Okay, they
Yeah.
just nicely disappeared.
We just
God got mad.
relocated the
God got mad
immigrants.
that they didn't destroy them all.
You missed a spot.
We didn't like murder them. We just relocated them.
We just
from
took their
life.
souls and we put their souls somewhere else.
The fact the term
all.
they use in the Bible is like burnt to oblivion for God. It's something.
To
It's something
oblivion.
super metal. Yeah, it's to like do away with forever by
How
the
much more
sword
can
and
you
fire.
be destroyed? Like what tops oblivion? Like in terms,
I'm pretty
of,
sure in
of
Lady
words.
Death, there's places beyond oblivion. So,
Well, no, I mean,
There's,
like in terms
people
of
find
if
a
you're
way.
just no, I mean in terms of describing like how dead you are. Like, oh, that person's dead. Well, no, that person was destroyed. That person was eviscerated. That
Yeah.
person was disintegrated.
Obliterated.
That person was obliterated. That person was sent to oblivion.
Yeah.
Okay, like I feel like that's
There's
like
there's a
pretty
whole
top
theology
something.
there. Like there's some people that speculate that some of the people there still had some of the Nephilim among them or in their bloodline, and that's why the Israelites had to wipe them out. I mean, that's a whole other
See, now if they can all
thing.
just say, "We'll send them to the next dimension," like in Dragon Ball Z dubs,
The
that'd
Shadow
be
Realm.
hilarious. Yeah, I was talking about Dragon Ball Z when they do it for kids. They're like, instead of saying death or kill, they'd be like, we're gonna send him to the next dimension." The next dimension.
We're gonna promote them. You've been
Yeah.
promoted to God.
Well, and then instead of going to hell, they go to Hiffle. They couldn't say hell.
So this is what I had you on my mind specifically for Godfo. So this is I am going to look into this.
The Lord of the Rings.
I'm going to look into this article later, but on Laughing in Defiance of One's Certain Demise.
Okay.
All right, so it's this picture here. All right. Somehow me and Ricky, this became like the meme to symbolize like our conversation. And I was talking about how I hate like Precious Moments figurines. I hate like goody two shoe shit because
I don't like what is good and pure.
This is how Angus and I can talk for 80 hours pretty much. Like just random things like this will come up and it's like, all right, now
you sure it's not the Pepsi 2-liter Rook?
It's only at hand sometimes.
So this meme, and I was saying like it's funny because the Zeros will call everything woke and girl boss, and it's like, well, this is an iconic girl boss moment that they just turn a blind eye to because Tolkien, because the like modern, I guess you call it alt-right or far, whatever you want to determine, they try to cling on to make Tolkien their avatar from the past of like he was super based and this and that. It's like he would hate you too. Like they don't get it, like
Did a Roman statue account post that?
yeah, all sorts of accounts like that will try to cling on to Tolkien for their own worldview stuff of like white nationals or something. It's like I don't think Tolkien would be for that.
No, he actually wrote a whole letter to like Germany. He wouldn't translate these books into German during Hitler's rise.
Wow. He's so he put a Ukraine flag in his. I told you Tolkien's fucking woke.
I think he probably just didn't like people getting killed.
War.
But yeah.
No,
or
sure.
War, yeah.
Sure, there's that layer, but you can argue like, oh, well, he's woke. And it's like
what
this
if he
scene,
found one of his books in the trenches of the enemy's trench, like why not?
This is a woke scene because like no man can kill me. I feel like man in this context should count for humankind, like but then she just like pops him in the face and he's like, oh no. And I was talking about how like this is kind of this meme in a way I feel I can argue symbolizes religion and the folly of it across the board. I'm talking about Christianity, anything, but the idea of like, well, the good will win in the end is like, it's a big cope that we all cling to because inside we all know. We were talking about Game of Thrones and my investigation into the inspirations for some of the religions in Game of Thrones, specifically the Drowned God, and apparently the Drowned God is also observed as an identity of the many-faced god in Bravos, the assassin guild. It's the god of death.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it matches. I don't know if the theology in the world matches with those guys, but they count it over in Bravos.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like an obscure detail in the temple. And so this is in conversation. Somehow like, if I had to put my money, if the gun's in my head, I think death is God. That it's the God is something we're actually trying to avoid, because just our bodily response to being like suffocated. You can't kill yourself with like choking yourself, or like you have to use some sort of other means because it's like we're encoded to live.
Well, David Carradine did.
Right. No, you can choke yourself with like, other means. You can't physically strangle yourself.
I'm just
you can't
making a
smother
bad joke.
yourself. And I was saying how like, I think we all know inside that all religion ultimately is a cope. It might give us value in life, a perspective to go forward against the mundaneness of life. But it's a big cope for all of us, whatever we pick, because death is certain and we're trying to avoid it. And that's what evil ultimately always represents, is like death and sterility, rejection of life ultimately in its symbolism. And this meme came up, and I'm like, yeah, all these people love this meme because Tolkien. But if anyone else if they put this in Star Wars Acolyte,
Because Kathleen
woke,
Kennedy based or
woke,
something.
but because Tolkien, they have to pretend it's not woke. And I wonder what you thought about like this whole kind of bubble of thought here with this meme.
A couple of things.
Obviously, I know you're a believer, but
yeah, but Angus, you're never gonna offend me, dog. I don't care. You should hear the things I say to myself. Like there's a few things like starting with like Tolkien's lore. Like it's kind of been speculated, and I'm not a Tolkien historian by any means, but what's his name? Mary was also able to wound the Witch King.
Yeah.
So it may have been part of that man was part of a race thing. The race of man could not hurt him, but then it is a woman that kills him. So it may have been both things. And I get that that's the thing. It's a subversion of the evil, of the hubris of evil. You know, you wouldn't assume that a woman and a hobbit would kill him, you know. And Tolkien's magic system isn't explained well. And I mean, that's cool. It's a soft magic system and it works in his favor. And that's why he did it. I do think that people who look for this kind of thing would find this to be a problem in modern movies, like because they look for that. Because I was thinking today, I think what defines woke, if I had to define it in media, it's inversion of established hierarchy. And what Tolkien is doing here is he's inverting the hierarchy of evil. It is a weak person. It is a woman. It is someone who's not supposed to be there, who's destroying evil. I don't think it's woke in my opinion because Eowyn is set up, and the whole thing is to kind of prove she's wrong even through a prophecy, which is a very biblical and Christian view. She learns basically from this battle that she's not made for battle.
Doesn't she become like a healer pacifist afterward?
She
or
does.
Something?
And she becomes a wife, and she becomes a mother, all these things that she didn't think she would be, and she marries a Faramir. So I mean, if I could do like a 3-hour podcast on it, and that's fine.
Well, hey, that's
like the best
your Star Wars
response I've
video.
heard to Angus's point on this so far.
Yeah, well, I think I like to circle back to the death god thing. I 100% agree, and that's actually why I'm a Christian. I do think that the story of Christ is real based on my study and supernatural experiences I've had, and the logic I have of it. But I would say that that's actually the point Christianity makes, is that death ruled until Christ destroyed death. Now, to take off my Christian hat and go to a materialist view, Angus is 100% correct. I mean, if you approach religion from a materialist view, I mean, it's all about avoiding death, or in the Christian sense, passing through death. You have to face death. But I would say Christianity addresses that and acknowledges that it is true that death is the god of this world. And that's the importance of Christ. But I think maybe in the movie sense this could be perceived pretty easily as woke. In the book sense, nah. I don't know. I would never go on a stream and call this scene woke. I think that's a stupid idea. But I do think you're right.
A bit hyperbolic, but like ultimately, given even the template of long form watching all these zeros and their criticism, this should be in line with Acolyte for them.
Well, and I guess it's the kind of thing where they present it like which king of they present it like Gandalf is better than Saruman by this point. Which king of Agmar is better than Gandalf? And then a hobbit and a chick beat the Witch King by stabbing them.
I agree. In the
are
movie,
they enchanted swords? No, they're not enchanted.
That's the other thing too with this scene.
They're just kind of like he was pretty much effed up by Aragorn in the first one,
with
and he's
fire.
fine. They got swept up by water, which they're also like weak to, and is fine. But then a stab with a physical sword. It just seems kind of inconsistent. Like, if anything, I would assume maybe he rematerializes somewhere else, but he's not dead, is what I would think.
I think you're 100% correct from the movie standpoint, because everything I went into was in the book and it's not in the movie, even in the extended edition.
Yeah, I mean, they imply a Faramir thing at the end.
Yeah, but it's a whole thing, and like I said, people have tried to separate Tolkien from Catholicism, and you just can't.
No, I would never do
Yeah.
that. That's stupid.
Yeah.
I think that's a flaw of film, though. It's like his
Yeah.
smug, like allegory. All right, let me write this epic Christian allegory to try to like recontextualize pagan heroism.
Yeah, and I think that quote's taken out of context because at the time people were trying to push it into a World War I allegory, and he was basically like, "I'm tired of people associating a book with one event," and he actually argued for a more subjective view of art in that statement. Like the later statement is he basically is like look, no, I'm not trying to tell you one event that happened and parallel it. I'm trying to speak to the power of story and myth and how it can relate to people.
Yeah, if you can apply
Yeah.
it to multiple stories, then that's
Exactly,
better
yeah.
than just applying it to the one event that you think it's trying to be.
Yeah,
based
and
on.
and ultimately he was Catholic, and what converted his friend C.S. Lewis is he had this idea. He believed that all myths were true to some degree because he believed Christ was the true myth, and that Odin was a sliver of Christ, and that Thor was a sliver of Christ. I mean, that was his worldview. He did believe in an objective truth, but he also believed that stories can shatter and they can be true and they can enter somebody, and a tiny sliver of truth can brighten up the darkness of the world. Not to be corny, but that's what he believed.
Well, that's in line with Catholic preservation
Yeah.
of pagan artifacts and works and stuff. Is that like, there's
The
like
veneration of Mary was probably a pagan idea because there were many pagan goddesses.
yeah, honestly,
Yeah.
with like Artemis and Athena, when
Mhm.
more little snippets I learned about, like I was talking about with the Satan, where Seleucid, a lot of his
Yeah.
images were Seleucus, a lot of his images were horned because of his helmet.
Mhm.
Alexander as well, and so you have the obvious like devil stuff with Pan, but also the root of that is the Easterners demonizing Alexander as like a
Yep.
great devil because he had a horned helmet, and no one remembers
Mhm.
that. And it's like I just learned on accident looking at Wiki about Alexander and media and stuff, and
Well,
it's like, oh shit,
and
okay.
there's no description of a satanic force in the Bible as horned until like Revelation, and it's a dragon that's horned and it's a beast that's horned. There's no, and then the false prophet is a it's like a lamb or a ram. It's a ram that has horns that talks like a dragon, but that's not
Oh,
Satan.
like Benedict Cumberbatch. Okay.
but there is the prophecy of Daniel to Nebuchadnezzar when he does predict a ram will come and destroy his empire, and that is wildly prolific in relation to, because it was Alexander that did that. But and then he said the ram's horn will split into 4 different rams, and it was like I think Alexander had 4 different
Yeah, the
generals that divided up.
The Antigonids,
Yeah.
the Ptolemaics, the Seleucids,
Yeah.
and let's see, Antigonus the one I watch a lot on repeat, a lot of these like Diadochi
Nice.
stuff, but it's hard to like keep it all
Yeah.
contained. Of like, wait, where they're here. So yeah, when I tell Ricky this stuff, it's like he doesn't realize. He thinks like, oh, I watched it once and I just retained everything. No, I watched this shit on repeat while I'm playing Rome Total War.
Because I'm based, Angus.
I don't know how many times I watched The Kings and Generals, the first part of like Alexander's conquest through to Babylon.
But now, like I'm tired of. I mean, woke stuff does exist. It's awful. The Acolyte was an example of woke subversion. Like that's a whole thing. But I just don't watch the anti-woke stuff. Like unless it's being approached from like a really great philosophical view. Like I still like some of James Lindsay's stuff because he's actually trying to understand the historical view. That's what it took him all the way to Gnosticism. You know, that stuff's cool, I think. But I don't have time for like rage bait stuff, man.
Yeah,
like,
well, I mean, we kind of even think that there's good and bad woke stuff, like whether or not it's woke, they could still be good. Like if this is woke, this is still good. Like
I'm looking up James Lindsay, and on
Yeah.
his wiki it says certain several books including the cynical theories, which co-author with Pluckrose. He has promoted right-wing conspiracy theories such as cultural Marxism and LGBT grooming conspiracy theories. It's like I don't think it's conspiracy. It's not
cultural Marxism was a literal term that was used by academics until it became popular, and then Wikipedia changed it to try to make it an anti-Semitic thing.
Of course.
Well, what's funny about that is that everything that's anti-Semitic ends up being like, oh, it's true.
This supports I'll admit it, Angus. A lot of things help me agree with your stance on some of that stuff. That they're behind everything.
Well, and on the other side, because I know Angus's views, I get annoyed because like I'll find something I like. Like I found someone that was discussing art, and it was great. It was like they was discussing like love of art, and then halfway through they were like, "Well, you know, it's a certain tribe that ruined all the art." And it's like, really? Like, can we go like? Can I go like one podcast without hearing your conspiracy theory?
Oh no, darn it!
Nah, I'm not saying Angus is right. I'm saying like, good lord, people. Like,
There's a lot of
can we
points. There's a lot of
discuss
points
this?
stacking up. Is all I'm saying. Like I don't know. I don't fully agree.
It's the noticing.
The tunnels were a big one. I'm like, what is that?
What a crazy year it's been. So
the
many good
tunnels
memes.
were funny.
I was just like, I was imagining Amish people when I heard of that, like crawling out of tunnels or something. Like,
The tunnels didn't do anybody any favors.
no. Well, then it was just worse because then, like, I didn't know that rats were associated with Jews all the time. So then Angus explains that to me, and I was like,
a trope.
oh my god, what?
That was a trope.
Who wrote this book? Who wrote this?
Well, it was also a term like I think used for gypsies and stuff too that were like Roman or Romani, I should say, not Roman.
Yeah, the Romani or
Right.
Yeah.
gypsies. Yeah.
It's so funny the world's still like, screw gypsies, who cares? you can still beat down on gypsies and nobody cares.
Well, it's like, who are they? Like,
yeah, I think you choose to be one. I don't even think it's a race, is it? I think you choose to be a gypsy.
yeah, I think it's just like a catch-all for like a section, like the Balkan states, roaming people.
You have been watching some Roman stuff, and you just refer to as the Balkan states.
Yeah, well, over time you hear these things, and then you start looking, and so it's like when you play Rome, you start understanding the map and the layout and stuff. And so, what's interesting is like you play Rome, or you play as one of the Greco factions, and you start understanding just there's a couple of like real values to the game, even though it like kind of doesn't get history quite right. Is you understand why Rome works so well because militarily they get their asses kicked a lot, and then they take that and they learn from it, and they're like, all right, let's their navy was literally stolen from Carthage. They just mass produced it. And then you see, and then you start understanding like, all right, so Alexander was kind of set up in the perfect scenario, but he also was a divine conqueror with so many like things that should have like got him killed in Greece before he even left. And the better training, the Thermopylae myth that really was like the heart of Greece, even though they infought all the time. So they're always fighting versus like Persia's just buying people off all the time. They're multicultural to a degree, like America, where it's deforming themselves. And you got like a straight, like a focused entity with better troops. All these things. You start understanding like the lay of the land, the timing and stuff. And it's crazy learning about Alexander makes perfect sense why Rome succeeds so well, because Philip didn't destroy the Greeks properly and subjugate them, make them a uniform Macedonian empire, left them their autonomy. And so they always had an ill will to Macedon. So when they broke up after Alexander, Romans already fought the Carthaginians, and now they can focus on the eastern front of Macedon and Illyria. And so they have like 100 years of war, more so. And the Greeks are undermining the Macedonians from ever being stable again. But they're in the perfect location. They're in the center of the Mediterranean, both those regions. They're right in the center of all the traffic.
And
Egypt,
it's a perfect
Spain.
defensible position. Like you're surrounded by mountains on every side. You have your own port there. It's almost impossible to invade until it was.
Yeah, and then they figure that out. Like, it's just it's really interesting because then you start, and then some of the sources like, oh, it's biblical. It's like about all we have left to study this stuff, and you see the intertwining, and then you start understanding the mythology and the propaganda, you could argue, of the Jews against all their subjugators and stuff. So like it's all these things that rope into one. It's not like, oh, Angus is bi, so that's why he's not Christian, because it's not okay. And it's like, no, that's not at all. I used to be a pray the gay away kind of person of like inside. I'm like, oh, avoid this indulgence.
Much like suffocating.
And it's just like little things that add up. You start understanding the Christianized Vikings and their loss of culture, and then you look at American slavery and how they're obviously forced to be Christian, and that's permeated now with Black people. They're the most churched demographic in America. Makes sense because they were slaves, and they're carrying on that legacy of religion. And then you look at the Jews, the Hebrews, and their subjugation, supposedly of Egypt specifically, and then they instantly turn back to Egyptian worship. And it's like that's one of the hugest editing errors, in my opinion, in the Bible. Why would you leave that open for me to pick apart and be like, oh, obviously you had a lot of people worshiping Egyptian gods. You look at all the similarities of Mediterranean religions that are older than you and yours. Theology, obviously you hodgepodge this together from your conquerors.
Yeah, the Bible, especially the Old Testament, is interesting because it's the story of man's failure. Like the Israelites keep screwing up, and they get a religion in the desert. They screw that up. They build a temple that gets destroyed. They get a king. They get a king before the temple's destroyed. They screw that up. It gets destroyed. And then it's kind of just wiped out for 400 years. And then the man claiming to be Christ comes, and
they
the temple, they reject him, and the temple's destroyed in 70 years from that. And then they don't really have much anything after that. like Talmudic Judaism is not similar to Torah Judaism from before at all. It's a strange, and that's actually one of the things that actually convinced me more was like it seems like, why would people write this story about themselves? It makes them look awful. Like it's there. I don't know. The Old Testament is just, it's failure after failure after failure. It's not a good story to build your nation on.
It's the better story than the New Testament, in my opinion. The Old Testament God, he's very red pill. He's very defined. And then, in my opinion, Jesus comes and it's like he's the hippie. Oh man,
Well,
like
people
that,
say
that
that
really matters.
They say that, but in Revelation, he comes back and destroys everybody.
Well, I think it's very you got a very consistent tone in the Old Testament, and then Jesus comes, and then it becomes very like not wishy-washy isn't the right term, but it's just like back and forth. It's like undefined. It's all the rules I made for my chosen people that I'm from. It didn't really matter. Everyone's open. It's cool, whatever. And it's like you have a very pure like ethnic God and theology for your tribe, and you're only allowed if you're join us.
Well, that's the thing is that's if you read it. I'm not saying you have it. That's a turn of phrase. If you read it, because I believe you have. It is when he claims supremacy over Abraham that the Jews try to kill him. It's when he says, before Abraham was, I am. That's when they try to kill him, is because he revoked their national and ethnic and racial identity. And that's the first time they try to kill him. It's like, hey, your oppression doesn't matter. Your bloodline doesn't matter. I made that. I am.
Your oppression doesn't. Wow, that's
well,
that's how it works today, buddy.
I know, but that's what he says though, because and that's why it pissed off a lot of people, is because he said, "Die for your enemies," and people don't like that. That was the big statement. People don't realize that though, is like he was claiming your race doesn't matter. And that's a hard pill for anybody to swallow. But that's why I'm not a Christian nationalist, and certainly not a white nationalist by any means. Like your race. And here's the thing. Like, and this is like, and some right wing conservatives have tried to tie Christianity to wokeism, because Christianity is an equalizer. Christianity is a homogenizing force in culture. But it's not a nationalist culture, and it's not one you can run a country on. You can't run a country on Christianity. That's why they had to come up with the idea of just war. It's like Christianity doesn't allow for war. It says forgive your enemies. Like it's not like a pagan warring religion, despite what it may or may not have become. And that's why you can tell I'm not Catholic. But yeah, like if you read the Bible, believe me, I'm not trying to get into like the red pill territory here, but the Jews had a major problem with Jesus because he denied their racial purity and claimed it and said that's because of me.
Samaritan story. There's the
Yeah.
what was that woman? Was she a Samaritan?
The woman at the well was a Samaritan, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And the Samaritans were like half Jewish or some kind of offshoot. Yeah, literally some kind of offshoot of it. And
wait, is Samaritan and Sarmatian, is that the same?
I have no idea, man. I used to know more of that stuff and I didn't keep up with it. I had 2 kids and now I don't sleep.
Nation.
But yeah, Jesus revoked
Iranian.
that
Okay.
stuff. He revoked all their bloodlines.
Sarmatians were a large confederation of ancient Iranian equestrian nomadic peoples who dominated the Pontic steppe from the 3rd century to 4th AD. So, that's interesting because you got the Scythians that were nomads, and later on you get the Mongols. It seems to be like this, loose ethnic tie to all these horse people. Horsemen.
All these
that's
horsemen.
actually funny. Horseman. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. As soon as I said Sarmatian and Sumerian, but honestly, you could have like a tongue tie.
Thanks, Tony Mick.
You could have a tongue tie, like someone translating or preserving the name. They could spell it wrong at some point, and then there could be. There is the same actually.
Well, and things get weird. Like, what is it? Jesus was a Nazarite, but he wasn't a Nazarene. Because Samson was a Nazarene, if I'm getting those words correct. Like, one of them is a vow you take, and one of them is where you're born. And I don't think they're actually related, but there's a lot of terms like that that are very similar, but they're not the same.
Yeah, see, I knew of Nazareth, but I never thought about the term Nazarene, because there's like Nazarene churches or whatever.
There's Nazarene and there's Nazarite. And I get the two confused. Samson was one, and that was the vow he took. Would not cut his hair, not touch anything dead. And I forgot the other one. And Jesus was the other one. It was just a consequence of birth. But no, like Christianity it's a dominating, homogenizing force. It says your religion doesn't matter, your race doesn't matter, your culture doesn't matter. You are a Christian now. You don't get to be a nationalist. You don't get to be a racist, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Want to bet?
But people, and that's where, like I said, some right-wing commentators have said, oh, that's where wokeness came from. I was like, no, just because somebody ripped off an idea and made it worse doesn't mean that's where the idea came from.
Yeah. So this is Steinbeck introduced. This is some fan art he did for me.
God, dude. That's why Rook hit his face before this showed up.
So that's some safe for work stuff.
Arguably.
Wait, wrong button. There we go. No.
You're gonna get me canceled.
I was seeing this a lot. I was eating some food, so
look at the big old booty Isom's got.
Bad booty daddy.
Oh yeah, big bad booty daddy. That was a great Eric meme. I forgot about that. That's a great one, Stoney. I love it.
Where are you? Is it daytime where you are?
No, nighttime.
He's in
the West Coast.
The lights outside your window are hella bright.
Well, it's the porch light is, yeah. And
okay.
And it's a small. I'm at my sister's place watching her cats that are chilling on the couch.
For the Haitians.
And there's a lot of old people. So
old Haitians.
They need it bright at night. So
I found this interesting. So do you know about the Book of Enoch?
Yes.
Since you're here, I figured it'd be a perfect person to chit chat with about this. Have you read it?
I read it. I know I read about half of it about 2 or 3 years ago, and I think I read the whole thing before, maybe in college.
It's interesting because it's like, why is this not in the canon of the Bible? Because it kind of it's like a cliff notes of the whole Bible story.
I think it's because they couldn't track down and prove through genealogy who'd written it. They know Enoch didn't write it.
All right, so that's guy,
but it's quoted. It's quoted by Jude and by Peter in the New Testament.
Interesting. Yeah, that's what's funny is because like people know the 3 archangels. Gabriel went to Mary and or Joseph, right?
Yeah, Michael confronted Satan.
That's not in the Bible, though.
It is that he confronted an emissary of Satan, and I think I could be wrong. I think he's mentioned in Revelation dealing with the dragon, but I could be wrong. But I do know I think it's Daniel.
Raphael is not.
Raphael, yeah. No, he's not mentioned. It's either Ezekiel or Daniel. There's one of them is praying, and an angel appears, and he says, "I would have been here earlier, but I was held back by the prince of Persia, which is a demon spirit, for 21 days until Michael the archangel assisted me." That's where Michael's mentioned.
So he's like the Flash. He's
Yeah.
always late. But this guy says, "I've spent endless hours uncovering the truth about the Book of Enoch, and I found the real reason why it was removed from the Bible."
Oh, I'll
You
be
will
shocked. Sure, I will.
The Book of Enoch is an ancient Jewish text that was excluded from most biblical canons. The only I know this, it's like the African Methodist Episcopal or something. It's like the
I
church in
think
Africa is the only.
Yeah, I think some of the
sect
Coptics kept it too.
that
I think
kept it.
the Ethiopians, I think they kept it too. The Ethiopian church.
Yeah. Book of Enoch. It's controversial content. Might explain why it was removed. Let's look at some of its most shocking secrets that still cause debate today. The story of the fallen angels. Enoch 6-11 describes angels falling to earth and fathering the Nephilim, a race of giants. Seen as literal by some, considered allegorical by others, warning against mixing with outsiders. Sounds like a pertinent story for today. This theme shows the complexity of interpretation. The Watchers and forbidden knowledge. The Watchers, a group of angels, shared forbidden secrets with humans after rebelling against God. Introduced metalworking and cosmetics. A warning about the risks of advanced knowledge. A tale of power and its consequences. The Book of Giants, Enoch 1 through 15, chapter 7, expands on the Nephilim, revealing that them as violent and cannibalistic. This serves as a warning about unchecked ambition and dangerous advances that could lead to downfall. That just makes you think of, was it Uranus eating his children?
Yeah,
Saturn.
Cronus.
Saturn, right? Like the Roman. Enoch's apocalyptic visions. Enoch 85 through 90 details visions filled with symbolic animals and future prophecies. Some link these to a messianic figure, possibly Christ. Others see as a warning against moral decay. These visions have been interpreted in many ways.
Why not both?
The journey through heaven and hell. Enoch 37 through 71 recounts his journey across celestial realms, witnessing the fates of the righteous and the wicked. Rewards for good deeds, punishments for wrongdoers. This paints a vivid picture of the afterlife. Why was the Book of Enoch excluded? Its contents was deemed too controversial for the standard biblical canon. However, its influence remains shaping various Christian sects and mystical traditions even today.
Stop right there. The only thing I'll push back on, and it's not from being a Christian, but it's like historical canon. They couldn't determine who'd written it and where it had been stored. That's why it was mostly left out. The controversial, like I said, there's references to these very acts in the New Testament. They mostly excluded the Book of Enoch. It wasn't for the controversy; it was because they could not prove a canon, basically, because it wasn't passed down by the Jews like within their original canon either. Like it was a known kind of story, but it wasn't part of the Pentateuch, and it wasn't kept in the records with the kings, like First Kings, Second Kings, Samuel, and some of the prophets. That's why.
Sonny says it's considered a fine book to understand the context of what people believe at the time, but is itself not canon.
Yeah, I'm not saying that from a Christian perspective because I'm not Catholic. I don't believe in a lot of that stuff. It's just they literally were like, "Look, this wasn't Jewish canon. We can't consider it canon."
Oy vey, where did this come from? The Book of Enoch offers a look into hidden teachings that challenge mainstream religious views, reveals forgotten stories, questions accepted beliefs, pushes boundaries of spiritual knowledge. Its content still causes debate. So he kind of didn't really answer much. He just kind of said, "Well, it's got a bunch of this, and that's controversial." And so it's like,
well,
fuck you.
That engages. That gets engagement.
He got me. He got me.
I think from I can go on a cliff here. I think a lot of it is probably true. Like I said, as a Christian, it's quoted by Jude and by Peter, particularly they reference the angels that fell for that reason being imprisoned. And then there's a parallel between that and Revelation where there's a pit opened and these demonic beings come out. I was like, well, how did they get in that pit? And it's like, is this the same pit that's mentioned by Jude and Peter and Enoch? And it seems that the Jews at the time, even those who were part of the first church, and the Catholics would claim the first Pope, Peter, accepted it as some kind of canon, or at least as parts of it as true and referenced it. So I don't know. I mean, there's a whole theology there, man. There's like, it's accepted that Goliath was a giant, and there's some theologians that believe he may have been the last Nephilim, and that's was the significance of David. David is slaying the last of the tainted bloodline that survived the flood, and that's why he's one of the great kings. And he's a figure for Christ who comes in and destroys the work of Satan, the evil, and the separation of man and God. And he brings them together, and he destroys death eventually. That's at least poetically beautiful, whether it's actually real. But I don't know. There's a weird connection between Nephilim, Enoch, and the stories of Gilgamesh, the stories of Nimrod, the stories of the Greek gods, and there's all these stories from all over the human history of like human animal hybrids and beings falling from Earth.
Alex Jones.
Yeah.
You've seen that clip, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My favorite part,
animal human hybrids. I'm like, oh my god, Alex Jones.
My favorite part is where they take the one of him ranting about it on Joe Rogan, and they say Alex Jones explaining Neon Genesis Evangelion.
I saw that spoiler because I started watching. I'm like, man, I guess it gets better, but it feels
nothing can spoil Evangelion, man.
Feels very fucking
just watch it
right now, and I'm just like,
No, it goes like this. It ramps the entire time.
Okay.
No, I don't know. I mean, my personal
I'll give it a chance. It's just like I got to take time with it.
My personal view is, that's the other thing. There's a school of thought that the Immaculate Conception and the birth of Christ is an undoing of what the fallen angels did with the Nephilim, breeding / raping earth women to produce these horrific abominations. And when God, impregnates Mary, we get the Messiah, and it's this undoing, this consistent timeline of undoing what the falling angels did. And like I said, it's at least poetically beautiful.
It's symbolism, at least.
Yeah. I'm one that I take the Bible literally and symbolically, and I think that's important to do because that's what the ancient world did. The ancient world took their myths as literal and symbolic.
Yeah, it's so murky. Like the Greeks, they have like river gods. It's like, well, the river is a god.
Yeah,
but then there's like a personified idea about it.
I do think it's man's hubris. I do think I don't subscribe to a materialist view, and I don't think I would even if I wasn't a Christian, because I remember my brain before I was a Christian, and it seems lacking. It doesn't make sense to. There are things we can't explain, things we don't know, even if we have 7 other senses we don't know. There's something beyond what can be seen and felt and smelled and touched. And I think it's foolish to assume there's not.
Sorry, I was laughing because just you saying smell, it made me think of
I laughed at it too.
One of my favorite memes that no one remembers from Looney Tunes, one of the 50s ones, maybe 40s, with Bugs Bunny, is like Elmer Fudd for some reason just like passes out and he wakes up like 50, 100 years later, and he somehow he has a newspaper that's new though in his house, and he's like, smell-o-vision will place his television. Stupid. It's like a SpongeBob joke. It's so great. I think of that same one, like it may be a different one. Another one that's always stuck with me for some reason is he's chasing Bugs, trying to get the rabbit, and then he thinks he shoots him, and so Bugs is like laying on the ground with his arms crossed on his chest, and he's like, "Oh, I killed the rabbit." And he's like trying for some reason to pry his arms apart, and then he does, and he's wearing a bra, and he's like, "Ah!" And then slaps him. There's a lot of weird like transvestite little coding stuff in Looney Tunes. So
did they psyop you, Black Angus?
I honestly think there is something there, because I haven't verified, but I saw some random article a long time ago when I heard this idea that there's a lot like gay coding or something in Looney Tunes by the artists and stuff. Because there's a lot of like kind of Playboy,
or they just found it funny.
Well, that could be too, but there's like so many, like Bugs marrying. They wear the different hats and stuff. He ends up being like bride and groom. There's all these little things. I'm like, there might be something here. I saw something. I haven't verified it. One of the kids of the artists or voice guys said like "What's up, Doc" was like a code for like getting into like gay bars or something to know that like you're in the group or whatever, so you're not like psyoping them, you're not like infiltrating. So like What's Up Doc was like I don't know if that's true at all, could be made up, but it's like, huh, okay. And so this whole time we've beloved, any other cartoon does this stuff like wokeness, they're transing the kids, propaganda. Like Looney Tunes is totally fine, but then I see this stuff, I'm like, no, I like it, but I still think there might be something here.
Oh no, I agree with you that clearly there's been weird stuff way longer, and like that's what kind of bothers me. I'll see people be like, "We need to go back to the '90s." It's like, man, the '90s had a lot of this weird stuff too. If you're talking strictly from like you don't like X in your art, that stuff's been there for like 60, 70 years. And I'm with you. Like I think you either appreciate it for what it is, and that's fine, or admit that maybe you didn't remember this thing as good as it was. Like, or as pure as it was.
Hey,
I
what's
don't
up,
know.
Jim?
Black Angus Reviews. What's up, bud?
Just hanging out with Dan, having tangents.
Yeah, sorry, I'm messing up the detraction.
No. When you came on, I'm like, oh great, I can have this A1 conversation.
I need to stream more. I'm trying to do it not just for book sales, but I'm tired of working in IT. I would love to do something cooler. So maybe I'll start streaming more until I get paid to do it.
You say that until you're like me and work in a factory and everyone's a knuckle dragger. It's like I can have like the surface conversation, like, whoa, that movie's cool. But then I talk about like Rotten Tomatoes and criticism and like Barbie and people misinterpreting that movie and stuff. And they're just like, I don't know, man. You said like Terminator or something, and I just got distracted. It's just like, it's annoying because like with like a white collar kind of job, you get more libtard people where you can't like.
Well, I'm in the South, so
really say what you think, And then when you're in like blue collar, everyone's just like Trump. And it's like, now I like Trump, but I'm not voting for either candidate because they're both compromised for various reasons. And
is it various to you, Angus, or is it one reason?
one in particular. But it's funny.
It's
funny. Let me show you this. Let me pull it up because I think I sent it to Rookie as something I wanted to talk about. I don't know. I don't have like a full political thought about this, but it gives me the willies. Gives me the willies. Well, he's probably dealing with his cats and Haitians in the neighborhood. I told him because he's in Washington area, so like around Portland. So
why are you doxing my man?
He says it on stream, like
he's a rooftop rook right now.
They got a homeless problem out there, and it's like, I'm in Ohio, and apparently we have a Haitian problem. It's like, here's the thing, Ricky, how about we send our Haitians to you to eat the homeless? Two birds, one stone, because I can get rid of them
but
in
then
Ohio.
They'll just become more homeless too, and I'd rather just have the regular homeless.
Well, your state's already fucked, so I don't care. I mean, just ship my problem to you.
It's mostly white homeless people over here. So you
know. All right, here it is. The Aryan parade. What the fuck? I don't know much about Arius and Arianism stuff. I remember looking into it a bit and I'm like, oh, that's like what black people are doing now.
Yeah, it's a lot of race stuff.
All right, so breaking. Donald Trump announced that he will ban taxes on overtime work if elected president to incentivize hard workers. I'm also announcing that as part of our additional tax cuts, we will end all taxes on the overtime. Under the plan, anyone who works over 40 hours a week would not be taxed on the hours over 40 for any given week. The people who work overtime are among the hardest working citizens in our country, and for too long, no one in Washington has been looking out for them. They're police officers, nurses, factory workers, construction workers, truck drivers, machine operators. It's time for the working man and woman to finally catch a break. And it's like, what I hear is tax the rich, just wrapped up in a new nice packaging. Because it's like, oh, so more and more people not paying taxes. So who's paying them? Rich people. And it's like,
can we just have less taxes and less government?
It's kind of like the whole conservative idea is like, hey, let's reduce taxes across the board, and or if everyone's paying taxes, I'll pay an equal percentage or whatever we stack up. It's 10%, 5, whatever. Everyone pays a nickel per dollar, whatever. That seems to be the general conservative view. If not, taxes or theft. Like, which is not practical to have a government that protects you from invasion by funding a military, but whatever. We have to pay taxes to sustain our systems. But
Do we have to give it all to like other countries though?
oh, yeah, right, yeah, exactly.
How much of Ukraine do I own now? Because I've given them so much money.
How much does Israel owe of America?
Yeah, I'm tired of that's something like. I think the average person wouldn't mind paying taxes if they trusted what the taxes pay for.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's what averted me to Eric and his taxation is theft, meme stuff, libertarian bullshit. Is I just, even though I would watch him, I always had an aversion. Like, well, you realize that because you pay taxes against your will, it funds a military that deters people from coming here and taking your shit.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing is like the libertarian or full libertarian ideology. Because I think I saw some of Eric's stuff. If we're gonna detract, which is fine, a couple of years ago when he would argue people, and the argument is always it's always a pipe dream, just like socialism is, because everything is always. Well, that's not real libertarian or real libertarianism has never been tried before. It's always like private sector, private sector, private sector. People are like, oh, we had schools before. It's like you had like one school per like 7,000 kids.
It's like, how like your system works, Eric, is like you have a private security police force instead of the government that's taking from everyone's pocket. Is then you get like mob rule. You get shit like Malcolm X, even though that was the government back then, which was flawed in its racial jurisdiction. But like they let his house burn down because him and his family were black. So they're targeted ultimately, arson. But you get that with libertarian shit where it's like, oh, well, you didn't pay your dues, so we're not going to like put the fire out on your house. We're not going to come and respond to crime to your house because you didn't pay the fee. It's it's just as flawed, if not probably more corruptible, because the idea of the government is like you have checks and balances and oversight.
Supposedly.
It's gone amok now. I admit. It's like either way, it's kind of fucked. Like it's like with legislating Twitter and social media as like, well, it's a commodity or a utility, whatever. We should legislate so you can't just you can't use a shield of private business can do what they want. And it's like, right, but they were the private business were working with the government, so now you just want to give it fully to the government. Neither way is working.
And then you get fascism. I don't mean that ironically. Like that's literally the definition of fascism. Like you get the government controlling private property or private companies.
Yeah. Oh, great point, Stoney. Libertarianism is a company dumping toxic waste in your drinking water. Yeah, this is the whole veto argument of like, well, it stops people from poisoning children. Like that's always his argument of why we need the government. And it's like, I don't know if you should invoke children in your arguments, given people's disdain for you. Which just makes it funny. Just dropping in to say hey and hit the like button. Yeah, she get back to me, Karen.
What's funny is I meant to tell you this, I forgot because I didn't really know. I don't keep up with the same stuff you do, and I should. But you kept mentioning Vito, and I was like, I think I know who that is. It turns out I had been banned or I've been blocked by Vito by like 3 different times.
Whoa!
From,
I'll
like,
help
past
get that rectified.
It's because I don't know. It doesn't bother me.
No, he'll unblock people.
It's because I had been dunking on his tweets without knowing who he was. And like I was like, okay, because I've watched like some videos of him like under your like recommendation. I'm like, okay, he's actually pretty funny and like Dick's pretty funny.
He's
And
hilarious.
then like I realized, oh shit, his Twitter is dumb as fuck. He tweets the dumbest stuff.
Well, the thing with Vito is I don't know how much of it is
a joke or
like
not.
This Haitian stuff where he's
I
like
haven't seen
he's spreading this kind of liberal view of like, well, obviously this is fake. Oh, like these Haitians get food stamps, so why would they get in a car and waste gas to chase cats down? It's like, dude, it's not about the opportunity, it's that they're a shithole culture invading. Like, and I'm like, and I tweet, I'm like, hey, if it's not a problem, how about you go visit Haiti or at least go visit Springfield and bring your cats while you're at it, since it's no problem and you love your cats, put your money where your mouth is, Vito.
When I look back, he had blocked me over because, and I didn't care about her, but like he was talking about the Gina Carano being fired by Disney thing. And I was like, basically, your argument is that a company can fire you for saying hey to your family. He like blocked me over.
Well, the other thing too is Vito does get like dogpile attacked by just his own detractors that will just be against him. So
yeah.
he kind of gets in a mindset when he gets that
I'm
feedback.
fine blocking people. That doesn't offend me.
Yeah,
Like
I block
if
people.
someone, I block people. That's why I have my own curated feed for. Like, what?
Well, like some retards, like one retard recently was like, "Ugh, he blocked me," like because I was in a goalpost. He like goalpost made a video, didn't tag me, but then he tagged me randomly in a recent post, and someone's like, "He blocked me," and it's like I look at his feed, and it's like, "Oh yeah, that's why I blocked you because like your only posts are just like simping for Rippaverse, always counter detracting." And so it's like
promoting counter detract.
You're not a person. You're just a bot. Even if you are real,
counter detract. You define everything in your world by detract. Counter detract. You mean you like something?
No, not like, oh, I'm promoting it. It's just like always attacking people, saying like that looks stupid or that's gay.
Okay.
You know,
this is a funny term, counter detracting. I gotta tell you, you gotta give Eric credit. I had never heard the term detracting until he used it.
Dude, it's so funny. I just watched an Octavian Augustus video on Kings and Generals, and it was talking about like something about his detractors, and I'm like,
oh, this word's ruined for you forever.
Yes, it is just like recalcitrant because it's repeatedly in Yaira, and they'll be like, "You recalcitrant rebel," and then I looked it up, and it's like, oh, it means rebellious. So they're saying rebel.
Hey, David Bowie did.
Yeah, it works for a song, not for, oh, here's an adjective to go with rebel. And it's like, it's just rebellious rebel.
Yeah.
What? And you repeatedly say it, and watching EVS's stream about it made it even more like, I was like, it's all right. It's messy. It's got Eric shit in it, but like,
I saw your commentary on his commentary.
And I'm like, and then I watched it. I'm like, oh my God, it's even worse. Like I was pretty positive actually overall, I think, about it. And then it's like EVS really put in perspective, like, fuck, But then there's things he misses, or he'll like skip pages for fair use avoidance, whatever. Then I'm like, oh, you missed like key shit. This is why I'm here. God sent me. Like I'll give you the full scope.
The topless cow god, gold god sent me. Moolock.
I like your idea of Moonlock. Somebody earlier said I should make a company called Graven Images. I'm like, wow. If I was like making like metal shit or like some sort of like Lady Death kind of themed type thing of like, yeah, death and metal, yeah, we're edgy, like sure, but no, that's not what I want to do. But I do.
Seems like a nice guy to talk to.
Like, oh yeah, he's been on the show before.
Really?
Yeah, I'll send you his link.
Send me that one. I'd like to watch it.
No, I don't know if he has any real content. He sent me like a private video of like D&D, because I was like interested in D&D. But
yeah,
I don't know if he actually makes content really. So, but I'll send you his link so you can follow him and have him on. So he knows a lot about like church stuff. Like he sent me some channel where I'm like, my whole thing was like, Jesus suicides himself. Like that's on paper, that's the story. Jesus suicides because he's God. He suicides himself. And I'm like, well, how does that like track? And then he sent me this video. And the video, I was really excited to like, even if I didn't agree with the interpretation, whatever, I was really excited to see like an in-depth Christian answer to this obvious like narrative problem, not plot hole, narrative problem. And then it was just like, well, you just don't love God was like the take. I'm like, well, that's not an answer.
I mean, I can go into that because I've been thinking about it a lot. I don't know if it's real or not, but if I'm right, I'm not. Revelation describes Christ as the lamb slain before the creation of the world. And so what I started thinking about is death may have been created for God. It's the price you must pay to be God. It's the price you got to pay to create. Death wasn't for humans. It wasn't for anybody else. And that's why sin leads to death. It's because sin is people trying to be God. So you see what I'm saying? It seems like the price to be God is death. And
right. So when you say that brings me like philosophy 101 of one of the problems when we were dissecting like the Western, the big three Abrahamic God faiths,
Mhm.
is especially Christianity, the template, the red tape of God from the book is you basically get stuck in one of the problems was like, is God good or is what he says good? Like, is he intrinsically good? By what standard? Or is it good because God says it? Then it becomes arbitrary. So it's like for all time, you can say murder's bad, but then you could just up in and be like, all right, murder now. You can only go to heaven if you murder. Like,
Yeah.
that becomes a problem. And so, given the template of the book was like, he is all things, he creates all things, everything is like his power ultimately, nothing can vanquish him or
Mhm.
be more powerful than him. It's like he's the ultimate,
Mhm.
but then it's like, well, he's not all good then. It boils down to the meme that people will disavow of,
Well,
Eisenberg
yeah.
and or BVS.
Yeah, the problem with that argument, because I think it's a pretty trivial one, is because if God's all powerful, he's not all good. Well, you're just like what you just said. What standard is good? And when you're God, you're all powerful and all good. Which basically, even from a cynical lens, it means that you have the power to make good good and good evil and bad evil. So when God tells to kill someone, it's good. And the other thing with that is the one of the big parts of the cross and the death of God is the proof that he can separate himself from himself, which you can't comprehend that.
I was like,
Yeah,
there's no logic
but
there, but okay.
but it's well, that's the thing is logic doesn't apply to God. That's the weirdness. He is able to, and that's Christ cries out, my God, why have you forsaken me? And this idea of Christ, God is able to separate himself from himself. He's able to die. That's why the stupid argument, and I will say that one's stupid, of like, could God create a rock so big he couldn't lift it? And it's like, yeah, that's the point of the incarnation. It's that he emptied himself of his power, became human, and subjected to death. There were things that Christ couldn't do. That's the point. He can do them and not do them at the same time. Like, and
I'm not
that
saying you are, but I'm saying like my
yeah.
knee is like that sounds sacrilegious or heretical.
Well, I'm not Catholic. Well, that's my problem too. It's like a lot of theological, and they'll try to be like, well, God is logical. God is like, well, no, God supersedes logic, or it follows like, and I've tried to give credit to some of those guys, but I mean, if God is God, you can't understand him, and that's not a cop out. It's just that's the nature of being God. If a human can understand you, it means you're not God. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but then it's like, oh, to be perfect is like the mind of a child, and it seems to be like, yeah, it'd be dumb and just take it. It's like, good thinking about it, just watch it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's both those things. It's the ultimate logic and it's the ultimate illogic. And that's
yeah,
not,
no, it's like
yeah,
that's where like you get these problems. It's like, all right, obviously this is a stump for logic,
yeah.
and
Because logic,
that's the threshold for me where I'm like, okay, yeah.
yeah,
Versus like it seems I haven't seen this like explicitly stated, but it seems like
yeah,
with the Hellenic gods that, and generally I assume paganism across the board in history, various gods is that like some people demonize it of like, well, they're just like human, they're
yeah,
fickle, they're angry, they're petty, they'll do evil, you could argue. And it's
yeah,
like, yeah, but they have just a natural supremacy, so they don't have to play by rules because they're above it. And I'm like, I can
yeah,
make sense of that because I'm not holding them to a moral standard because it's just they have a
yeah.
divine right. It's like very Machiavellian, I guess.
Well, no, and that's what I'm trying to say though, is like people, especially Christians, are afraid to assign that to the Christian God, but it's true because he is all powerful, he is all right.
It's me and Rookie meme this is like,
Yeah.
I win.
Yeah, and that's what's but the whole point of the Christian narrative is like not only does he say that, but he also becomes human to show you, I love you so much, I'll die for you. And I did this before, like when I created everything, I died then.
Oh,
Like
man.
death is for me.
Yeah, somebody said it perfectly. God sacrifices himself to save humanity from himself. And I'm like, that just doesn't gel with me.
Well, it's
Most
ultimately
people
to
can't like
save
piece that out. And I'm like,
Well, the thing is, like I said, that leads me to the idea of death is the cost of God. Death, then that's what sin is. Sin is any being other than God saying, I want to be God now, and God going, okay, well then pay the price for it. And the price is death. That's what I had to pay. And you can't pay it. Why can't I pay it? Because you're not me. Oh, well, you can't ever be me. That's what I've been trying to tell you. When you try to be me, you kill yourself.
see, I like how you're stating it, because it's like general defined faiths won't
Yeah.
state this obvious summary.
Well, I think that's what it is. It's not that it's not fair. It's just like, look, you can't be me. It's God saying you can't be me. And when you try
You
to be
don't
me,
know me.
when you try to be me, you die, because that's what I had to do to make you. And I mean, that's all. I've just thought about it a lot. That's what the thing with Satan is. Like, I think Satan would probably prefer being obliterated rather than living with the fact that he is held together by God and he doesn't want to submit to him. And I think you can learn a lot. Like, progressive Christians hold on to this view of universalism and universal salvation of, oh, eventually God's love will win over the people in hell somehow. And it's like, look, man, eternal pride also exists, and eternal pride doesn't exist in a vacuum of love. It exists because of love. It exists in reaction to it. Satan is angry and prideful because God exists, not in the absence of God's love of him. Like, I don't know. I got really frustrated in the early 2000s when those, like, it would be like the new atheist versus some Christian they found that couldn't argue his way out of a paper bag. And it's like, the first thing is, like, you have to say, like, look, you can't prove God. You can't prove any kind of faith. Like, that's the whole point of, like, you can't. And even if I could prove it, the lesson of Satan tells me that if you stood before God himself, you would say, I don't want to listen to you. So it's a non-starter. You don't argue a religion.
Yes and no. I think there's definitely merits, or it's like what's more palatable. Like I
Yeah.
understand. Like, we would just watch one of the Mormon episodes of South Park, and it's like the creepy kid, but then he's like, oh,
Yeah.
he's actually kind of nice and cool, and then he hangs out with the family. But then they boil down like the story of Mormonism and John
Yeah.
Smith and his translation bullshit.
Yeah,
And
the
he's like,
golden
look, I know it's
tablet.
a silly, I know it's a silly story, and it's probably not true, but like it's made me and my family happy, so like
That's
whatever.
utilitarianism.
And I'm
Yeah.
like, at least if you can admit it, you know.
Yeah. Oh,
That's
yeah.
my biggest thing, as like,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to make people atheist or leave at least Christendom.
You're just trying to
But
make them detract.
no, but honestly, it's like, it only strengthens your faith if you can actually, like, instead of ignoring these problems that an atheist would view,
Yeah.
you try to
If
accept,
you're
like, all right, this is the shortcoming of like
Yeah.
convincing you
If your
that is
faith
obviously there.
if your faith can't be questioned or tested, if you believe it's
It's
true,
fickle. Yeah.
well, yeah, if you believe it's true, you would test it all the time.
It's like when people cry about, like, oh, they mocked Jesus. God shall not be mocked. It's like, wow, so he's really weak. Like,
Well, the only thing that I commented on with like the Olympic ceremony, the only thing that made me mad was people saying, "Oh, this isn't the Last Supper," and it's like, no, it is. Like, I'm not saying that it's bad that someone mocked it. It's like, but don't lie to my face.
yeah, no,
Like, don't gaslight me.
yeah, and it's
Yeah.
like, oh, do that to Muslims. It's like, Muslims
Oh,
will
come
behead
on.
you. Like, it's
Yeah.
not the fucking same. You know, like, Jesus has turned the other cheek. You know,
Mhm.
like,
Die for your enemies.
he died for your enemies. Those that live by the sword. There's all this like
Yeah.
pacifist talking points in your book
Yeah.
that you prescribe to. So this is the price
Yeah.
of that societally.
So suffer. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, and like I said,
Also,
you can speak truth. You can say, like, look, don't bullshit me. Like, this is clearly the Last Supper. Don't lie. Just admit it. I
yeah,
can
no, I
take it.
hate lying. That's why I end up at like defending Christendom sometimes.
Yeah.
In strange ways, not like obviously like, oh, well, could it's true. Like, oh no, this is silly.
Yeah.
But don't do this shit to them and then act like, what are you mad? Like,
Yeah.
no, it is angry. That's your purpose, but that's funny. But
Well,
I didn't like the Olympic thing, but also people didn't pay attention that the actual opening thing was like a Greco thing of
Yeah.
like humans, like live humans pretending to be like marble statues and stuff. So
Mhm.
they just totally ignored that reality for their narrative to be
Yeah.
outraged. So that also irritated me.
Well, and
What's up, JD
the
Malt?
paint
JD Kirby.
painting that the painting that people said it's the Feast of Dionysus. The Feast of Dionysus painting came like 102 years after the Last Supper painting. It was an homage to that for a Dionysus painting. And the setting and everything, the framing was clearly the Last Supper.
Yeah, he's like a festival god.
Yeah, just don't, just don't lie to me.
Yeah, I
That's
need
it.
to study more because of his mother. Alexander was big into Dionysus, and I think there's a temple of Dionysus that he fucked up in Thebes when he like torched the city for their rebellion, and
may
he
have.
made an example. But then he was always like, he was very superstitious because like he thought he was divine, thought he was falling in the line of Achilles, of course, and of course there's all this like hierarchy, Greco.
Well, and what do you do if
belief.
you're a great man of history? Like, because that's a real thing. Like, there are great
Yeah.
men, and Napoleon tried to, and people, we call these people megalomaniacs, and maybe so, but what do you do when you find yourself like that? And Napoleon even phrased it by saying, "I saw the crown of France on the floor, and I picked it up with my sword." You know what I mean? Like, that's a badass statement,
That's
first of
pretty
all.
cool.
But I mean,
Did you watch the movie?
No, I didn't want to see Ridley Scott's version of that.
Well, okay. Well, I don't know if I was telling you before about Ridley Scott, but what annoyed me about it is like a lot of people were crying about because like, oh, Napoleon's just cucked in the movie. It's like, well, that was like a big
Yeah, that actually happened, didn't
that
it?
was a big hurdle for him to square because he
Yeah.
loved Josephine, right?
Yeah.
But he was getting cucked by her all the time and getting mocked for like I think they printed his fucking love letters to her, like, why do you not write back?
Oh God,
Who's
that's weak.
taking-" And it's like it was fucking lame as fuck. But they made it like the focus because really the problem with the movie for me is like, even though Ridley Scott, from what I understand, is a big like anti-war libtard, view. He made Black Hawk Down, which is why I joined the army, because even getting older and seeing like the more like shades of the movie versus when I was a kid, where it's just cool gunfire and blowing up shit, and bodies blowing up, it's really cool.
Yeah.
You get all these shades of soldiers in warfare. You get, like the dumb kids, just like, yeah, let's go to war, and then he fucking gets killed right away, not even firing his weapon. And then you get like the not try hard, but the believer and the hearts and minds message of Josh Arnett, and he kind of faces the reality of war, and it's beyond the narrative he's accepted. Then you got someone like Eric Bana. It's just like whatever, man. It's war. Shit happens. Like, I'm just good at war. It's what I do. It's my job. I love that. I love that, those shades. And then you get Ewan McGregor that wants the valor of conflict. He's stuck in the office and he finally gets it, and it kind of like shakes him. You don't know where he's going to go afterward, but definitely gave him a different perspective versus his dreams. And so I think that just like Full Metal Jacket, even though that's an anti-war movie, it still has the bravado of like, this speaks to soldiers and why we romanticize war, because it is epic and cool, even though it's tragic. And then Napoleon, you got like the next Caesar or Alexander figure of Europe, the precursor to like a Hitler type of like just instant conquest. You can't beat him. Wow, who is this guy? And you don't really ever show the majesty of Napoleon's conquest. You just show the cuck and
the downside.
Try to paint him as like, oh, this guy's responsible for like 3 million deaths at least. And it's like he was, a forgotten evil, on humanity. It's like, no, your movie would work if you like contrast, like, all right, here's like a flawed guy who is like a big figure in history, lots of death behind him, but also a lot of great accomplishments.
No, and that's where I would agree with you, where a lot of Christians wouldn't. And like, I am, I guess, passive. I mean, I'll kill someone for trying to hurt my family, of course, but what you just said, like, they won't talk about basically the greatness of war. That is embedded in humans, at least since the fall of man, if you have to say it like that. And that's what Revelation is about. The ultimate king, the King of Kings, coming in to win the ultimate crusade. He destroys everyone that opposes him, that will not bend the knee, basically. And that's not even basically, that's what it is. And that desire to see goodness and strength come, and even domination of evil in man, that's a natural thing. And that's a supernatural thing as well. People want to see goodness and joy, and they want to see the good king and the great leader come through. That's not an innately evil thing. Now, sin and destruction, is an evil thing, but the reconciliation of one's people and one's nation. I'm not talking about racism or nationalism. I'm talking ultimately about the church from a Christian perspective. That is in the hearts of man. And we used to understand that. Like films used to understand that. Going back to Tolkien, that's what Tolkien's about. The return of the king. The good king comes and does things. Napoleon, in the eyes of a lot of people and his own people, was the good king. And it's really stupid to shit on that.
Oh yeah.
Especially after the French Revolution destroyed everything.
Fuck yeah. That was a big problem for Europe that they're still
in
suffering consequences.
leaders of World War II, all the different I'll get to that in just a minute, Stony. Even the fascist leaders promised their people something. And it was, hey, we're tired of living in poverty. We're tired of paying all these things we can't pay off. We're tired of being beaten down and ashamed for who we are because people that weren't us did things in the past. That's a powerful message.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
That's what's fun is all of this browbeating about the certain event in World War II and stuff, and that being a narrative controlling.
Yeah, I'm not going to go into that.
The view, it's just controlling that and getting everyone on the same page and forcing everyone that, and then you see arguably the same people dictating this message of self-shame and endless self-flagellation imposed. It's gonna break at some point. You're like, yeah, I'm not sorry, I didn't do that shit, or maybe they're right. All these various viewpoints are going to resurge way worse because people aren't having honest conversation anymore.
Well, it's a weird thing that to take some of that and tie it back with the universal, people want a narrative. And if they don't have a narrative, which is the whole heart of postmodernism, which is why, and people, now there's a reaction to people blaming postmodernism, but the point of postmodernism was to destroy narratives. And when you destroy a people's narrative, they create one, and you probably aren't going to like it. No matter who you are, whatever it is, you can't do that.
What's funny though, when you say postmodernism, because that's a big time point. It made Peterson famous. It's postmodernism is blah blah blah, and I looked into it, and it's postmodernism is actually the communists hate it. So when you say communist postmodern,
let me just because I won't usually talk about Peterson. Let me defend Peterson with that, because what he described as postmodern neo-Marxism, he was 100% true. He may have not articulated the best way, but what he was saying was that there are people who will use postmodernism to destroy narratives to set up a neo-Marxist narrative. And that's true. They use postmodernism as a cudgel.
I'll give him that. Yeah. I guess if that is his actual angle,
that's what I 100%.
At least when he started,
that's what I 100% believe it is, because I had to watch a lot of his stuff to get that. That's what he was trying to say, and he had pieced it together, and he was making a mistake by saying it, by just throwing it out, by just saying postmodern neo-Marxist. But he's right. It is a contradiction. But people will use it. You'll see this, man. That's what the dialectic is. People will say equate one thing to another, destroy a narrative to replace that narrative with their own.
Uh-oh, you said the name, Stoney. No.
What did Stoney say earlier? I remind you, it is thou shalt not murder, not thou shalt not kill. Yeah, that's actually I think that murder was unjust killing.
Yeah.
But the New Testament, Christ basically equates the two. That's a whole other thing to get into.
I never thought about that, but yeah, it's obviously these are memes of more complex ideas, because that's where you get legalism of interpreting. It's obviously if someone else kills someone, we could arguably kill them for being murderers. That's where you get the argument for death penalty and stuff. And it's I think that's a sound logic.
But you can't, and maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I am in this, but that's why I don't believe in Christian nationalism. I don't think you can build a nation off Christianity. Christianity seems to be built for what is called the church, which is voluntary people who believe the same thing, who in the Christian sense are possessed by the same spirit, the Holy Spirit, and who people who don't have that spirit don't belong there. That's not a That's not a nation. You can't build a
Yeah,
nation
I'm
off of
following
that.
you. Yeah, right. Immigrants. Okay.
Yeah.
They're the bad guys.
You can't build a nation off of that. And I don't think Christian nationalism that's a contradiction to me. That's like saying Christian communist. It doesn't exist. You
I
can't
think it
do
could.
it. I don't think because Christianity is a totalitarian religion. It does not allow room for other philosophies. That's what I'll say.
Well, like my whole thing is like, people like taxation and stuff, and then it's like, well, what's that story about Jesus and the coin? It's
Yeah.
multi-layered. He's
Yeah,
talking about
submitting to authority.
submit to
Submitting to earthly
authority, that like
yeah.
he's obviously imbuing earthly powers with just power, even
Yeah, even the evil ones.
and like you must be subservient to them on earth, but
Yeah.
that you should, if you the real thing is like he's saying, well, obviously you have to pay your taxes because the government has power over you.
Yeah,
And
that I have
it's their
allowed.
divine right. It's like, but I also have my power,
Mhm.
and so you should be giving your whatever tax, if you will,
Yeah.
to God.
Your life.
And but yeah, then he beats all the capitalist money changers out of the temple. So I can say, you could argue
Yeah.
he's a communist.
No, he specifically did that because it was a
Mockery.
temple.
Yeah.
Because it was a temple. Because he quoted, I think it was Isaiah, where he said, "Zeal for your house consumes me," as he drove them out.
No,
They were all, yeah.
I love spinning it as like, well, obviously he's a communist. Like
Angus is like, I just love heresy.
Dude, I'll send you a video. There's this guy like Gnostic Informant. I don't know if you've ever heard of him.
No, but I don't like Gnosticism, so I'll watch it.
He does this like first century AD Christianity video, and it's very enlightening. Of course, they need to like verify his facts that he's stating, but
Yeah.
he's talking about how like these different arguably fathers of the church, I guess you'd argue, we're all in like communion. They're all agreeing that we're Christians, but then they're all
Yeah.
like arguing these very what are now retroactively called heresies. But it's
Mhm.
like when you look at the text of like them writing each other, it's not, no one's arguing like you are a heretic,
Yeah.
and so it lends to question the whole narratives that we've been told 2,000 years later. And it's crazy because like one of them was like he's talking about how there's like a spectrum of Christianity at this point. It's very like more pagan towards
Oh yeah,
more
well
Judaism.
that's absolutely true. Yeah,
And one of these Jewish sects viewed that the God of the Old Testament was like the
that's
devil.
Gnosticism. Yeah, that's Gnosticism.
And I'm like, oh wow, I figured that was like a new idea. I didn't
No,
realize it's
that's
2,000 years old. Like that's cool.
What's even weirder is it goes back to the Egyptians. It's an old idea. The idea of the demiurges. I think, if I could be wrong, don't quote me. I don't know if it's Plato or Aristotle. One of them wrote about it, and he was like basically saying we got to get rid of these Egyptian ideas that are still here. And he was referring to the Gnostic cult. Like I said, don't quote me on which one said it, but they believe like the god Thoth like goes all the way back to that, the idea of Gnostic, of secret knowledge that only you could possess through him. And yeah, they believe that the god, and then who was it? Sophia gave birth to the demiurge because she was cast out in her own ignorance, and she's the one that created the god of and then Lucifer, of course, is the light bringer, and he's the good guy, and that's Gnosticism. Lucifer
Sorry,
is
when you said that, I had to look up Thoth.
Yeah.
Like, wait. Me and Rookie watched Gods of Egypt. We suffered that movie together.
Is that Christian Bale?
No, it's Gerald Butler from 300, and Jamie Lannister is like the main character, and he's a minor god, I think, and then he's in with the fertility gods. But then you look up the actual the hierarchy and whatever, and it's like, wait, that's like his mom, and it doesn't seem in their mythology that they're a thing. So it's weird that you made a love narrative when that's his mom in the mythology. But it was a horrible book. It was very unimaginative. It just became a pew 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 like Avengers movie, and it was. A lot of things are like, what is this? Who thought this was a good
What
idea?
is this trash?
Especially when you got the guy from 300 as like a bad guy, and it's like, oh, that could be cool, and it's just totally lame. But Thoth is played by Black Panther.
Oh, really?
And it seems like they're hinting he's like gay or he's like a feminine or something. I don't know. It's weird. And then he has like these like multiples.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess I don't think Egyptian guy, I could be very wrong, but I know a lot of pagan guys were, what's the word I'm looking for? Like androgynous or whatever, could change. But I don't think Thoth, because I don't think I don't think it was an Egyptian thing. But no, not yeah, Gnosticism. It's interesting for stuff like the anime Serial Experiments Lane is very Gnostic, which I would recommend that anime. It's fantastic, and it works because it's a materialist view. Like it isn't. It's about the internet basically, and how she's born of it but doesn't remember she is. So she's Sophia, and she's controlled by the demiurge, and she has to. In fact, a lot of woke female empowerment stuff is very Gnostic. It's this idea of you're trapped, you're controlled, and you have to remember who you are and your power. And that's an old critique of wokeism before it was called wokeism. Feminism is men in film and art have to go on a journey. They have to become something, right? Women, they just remember who they are. They were all like Captain Marvel. They're trying to control it. That's a great example of Gnostic storytelling. Captain Marvel is being controlled by Jude Law. He's the demiurge.
When he said I was like, what?
I'll bet. You're so gun shy, Angus.
I was like, whoa, what? Oh,
this will blow your mind. I wouldn't tell anybody this because it doesn't matter to anybody else, and it doesn't matter to me. My mom called me the other day because she's always wondered why my hair is like this. She found out that her grandmother or great grandmother never married and apparently had an affair with a local Jewish guy, and she named her sons after her last name, so they didn't take his, and she believes that's where my hair came from. No one else, including myself, cares about that, Angus, but I thought you would find it funny.
All right, stream's over. Sorry. I am no longer associated with God's universe.
Because I might be one
psyop,
one of 1/1000th Jewish, maybe.
You're infiltrating me.
Out of all the
everywhere.
Irish, the decades and
the
ancestors of Irish and Welsh I have, this one interaction that may or may not have happened.
You are a traitor and a spy.
I thought you would find that funny.
Oh, it's not your fault.
Maybe my grandma's racist idea of my curly hair is because maybe a Jewish guy slept with her mom. Because no Irish or Welsh have curly hair.
Wait. Sony says, "Hey, God, man, thoughts on Lilith versus Eve?"
Okay, that was my critique of the Acolyte. It's a Lilith story, and there's nothing wrong with Lilith stories in art. It's just they portrayed it as a positive story in Star Wars. So there's 2 degrees of separation. Lilith stories are tragedies, and that's fine. Like The Witch is a Lilith story. The Acolyte is a Lilith story. A woman chooses evil over like the good she's been given and is empowered by it, and it's celebrated. That doesn't work in Star Wars. Star Wars is when you embrace the dark side. It's a tragedy.
I think that's the flaw of Star Wars, though.
That's fine. I'm just saying that's the rules of Star Wars.
Yeah, my rule of Star Wars, and like I don't know if you watch Andor, but Andor is a really good show.
Never saw it, but I should.
It's a bad Star Wars show.
That's what I've heard.
Because I've kind of dumbed down Star Wars in some way. And that is, of course, there's always the ebb and flow of light and dark being in power.
Yeah.
And the oppressed fighting back in some way. But also why Mandalorian, even though it's like floundered this last season, will always be revered in some way in Star Wars. Why it works, why it resonates, even if it's not the best storytelling we can get, is that it's got a Force user that is pertinent to the story. We don't know his outcome, and it's got a father-son story with the surrogate Baby Yoda. Fatherhood with Mando, and he is from a surrogacy program of the Mandalorians. That is, it's about fathers and sons and about the Force, the ultimate. Because if you start getting into like the nitty gritty of like the politics of Star Wars, that's interesting. That's a factor. Obviously, it's a big mechanization of the dark side with Sidious in the prequels. But if that's like the focus and has nothing to do with the Force use and stuff, ultimately for that story, it's not going to resonate, because Star Wars, the magic of Star Wars, why it works is when you deal with the magical, the cosmic fight of Star Wars is light and dark,
the universal. And well, that's the thing, and that's why I think the prequels, though the second one, I think Attack of the Clones was poorly executed. It's why it still resonates with people is because it's an inverse of the original trilogy. Anakin has no father, and people I'm surprised so many people haven't made like memes of him destroying the younglings and call it like fatherless behavior. But he has no father, and that's one reason he's probably emotionally unstable. That and he was a slave, which is awful, and no kid can deal with that. But he has no father, so he falls to the dark side. Palpatine killed his father, and that's why he's even worse. And it takes Luke to save his father, to sacrifice himself for his father. That's why it works. And I think you're absolutely right. That's why The Mandalorian worked. I think it should have ended on season 2, or it should have gone in a different direction with season 3. Like, we should never have seen Grogu ever again. That send-off was great, I thought.
Yeah. Well, you could have continued it and let at least some time in between Luke and, fuck, what's his name? Baby Yoda and Mando. Let them be apart. Let Baby Yoda grow some, and maybe, I don't know, do more of what they're trying to do with Sabine and
I don't care about Sabine.
Ahsoka.
I liked Ahsoka because the villains are fantastic. We had that talk. I do not care about Sabine as a Jedi, like as a Mandalorian.
It's just shoehorned in. It's not earned.
It's also
lame.
weird that like she's like 30 and a Mandalorian, but she acts like a 15-year-old child half the time.
Yeah,
and
I did not like Rebels, so I don't know why they keep trying to make her character work. No one likes her.
Can you throw up Stoney's Lilith comment real quick? For outsiders, Lilith is allegedly the actual first woman, Adam's first wife. She's also apparently the mother. Yeah, that's a Jewish mystic idea. Interesting story. It's not a biblical story, but it is an interesting one.
It's not a tell the Christians would.
Yeah, well, most Jews.
What is the quote fucking Palpatine says? It's not a tell the
Jedi would tell. Yeah. Well, most Jews didn't adhere to it either. I think it's, like I said, I think it's interesting as an archetypal story. I think Evangelion did it great, but then again, I think I'm such a fanboy. I'll say they did anything great. The whole storyline sucks. Sabine, yeah. I think Ahsoka. I like it. It's a guilty pleasure of mine because of the villains. I don't think it's great, but
Balon Skull. He was
Balon Skull is awesome. I got the figure coming in into this month, man.
Unfortunately, I figure they'll probably recast him because he's white. So who cares if they recast him? Unlike T'Challa, which I am pro. Don't recast T'Challa, because even though I hate Black Panther movie, it ruins what they did in Civil War.
My oldest brother almost got our asses beat in the theater when we went to see Black Panther, because we went on a whim. He was drunk, and every time that what's his name? Who's the Michael B. Jordan was on screen, he would go, Nick Cannon.
That's funny.
It was hilarious. It was like, dude, we're gonna get our asses.
Yeah, I really hate Black Panther. It wasn't good. It doesn't work because you have a American created character for American audiences that has an African origin, but then you try to like embrace Africa, and this is for Black people. It's like Black people have 400 years removed from Africa. So I know there's some like lineages that are directly from Africa during the slave trade, but generally speaking, Black America has no ties to Africa besides ethnic history. We have no culture tie to them. It's most of our culture is lost of what slaves came here. Someone tried to make a holiday. What is that? What is that holiday? Christmas, Kwanzaa. Made up holiday. We have no connection, so it's weird when you try to here's was it Kendrick Lamar making a soundtrack, and it's like rap, but it's like this is Africa, and
what rap didn't come from Africa, it came from America.
Yeah, rap is a very specific genre of rock and roll, America,
and you don't get it without urban cities. That's where it came from,
and it's weird. It's a weird movie, doesn't work, and obviously the second one. My whole thing is just make up a kid. Say that he had a kid off screen that he didn't know about, and then because this idea that Black Panther has to be T'Challa is stupid. Preserve the legacy of Chadwick Boseman. just like Hugh Jackman or something. Like no one else should be Wolverine
Yeah.
as like a face of the
Yeah.
character. You can have Wolverine again as a male. Have fucking Keanu Reeves, but he doesn't ever really talk. He's just an action piece. But yeah, preserve the legacy of Chadwick Boseman and have like T'Chunka as like his kid, whatever fucking name you want to make.
T'Chunka.
You know, because you have
T'Chunka.
yeah, his father's what, T'Chaka, right?
Yeah, T'Chaka.
T'Chaka, then T'Challa. So T'Chunka is even that crazy of a name. I don't know why people can't get on board with that. Like, I just read the Alien versus Avengers comic, and he has a kid, Akari. I don't know where this is taking place in the Marvel world because I don't read Marvel.
They
really
couldn't call him Takari.
You got a point there, but yeah, Akari, I guess, is his kid. I don't know the canon of Black Panther lore with his kid, but like obviously you just have a new, because like the whole thing of the Black Panther movie is like legacy and inheriting the sins of your father. So it's really weird that you can't have a new Black Panther not be T'Challa. I don't know why people are hung
This
up on
might
that.
seem whatever, woke, whatever. I think the best thing they could have done is somehow made Killmonger Black Panther. And the whole thing is he's trying to fulfill the legacy and the shoes of this man who humbled him and corrected him. And he's dealing
so
with
like
that.
Parallax, Green Lantern, that kind of story.
I would have been totally fine with that. I
That'd
still
be
wouldn't have
interesting.
watched the movie, but I think it's a waste. And I think Michael B. Jordan's a good actor. I think Killmonger is a good villain,
he was the
you
heart
know?
of the movie. It wasn't
Yeah.
T'Challa, which is I think a bad narrative.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't think it was exactly purposeful. I think that the whole point is for him to like Black Panther to learn something from like a black nationalist, but to still vilify him ultimately. Even though it's very vague in their villainy of him compared to like
that's something on an old account I had was like people are like Killmonger was right. I was like, his name's Killmonger. He's a monger of killing.
So he was right, obviously.
He's gonna go blow up parts of China over what a 400-year-old slave trade or whatever that he just moved. He just moved to the country when he was born or whatever. He's like not even from America.
Well, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna weaponize. I'm gonna get all the weapons to all my brothers and sisters. We're gonna set things right. And it's like, yikes, you're gonna genocide people for like shit that like
it would be like
besides the government, like the average person has
it's
like
like
no
a guy
power
like me going to Ireland to start an uprising against the English.
Well, no, he does have kind of like a Luke Skywalker legacy that's been snubbed with his father, you know, and his father was murdered arguably by T'Challa, or T'Chaka. So, he's got an argument. He's got a stolen inheritance.
The Dark Prince trope.
Yeah, he's got a stolen inheritance.
I think they should have been like, hey, he didn't die, or he came back from the snap somehow. Somehow Killmonger returned.
Didn't he ingest the drink?
Yeah, he had the flower. Yeah.
Which is so funny to make an Africa story and be racially sensitive. And it's like, yeah, we're gonna drink this purple drink.
Hey man, I grew up in the South. I know purple drink.
It's just you're just asking for it, asking for memes.
It just wasn't a good movie.
No, especially because they're very obvious with the themes. Like, just because something works doesn't mean you can't make it better. But then that's a narrative for like BLM of like we're gonna fix America. But then it's like Africa, and it's like they have no tie to our racial history and problems.
They've got their own, and it's worse.
Yeah. Also, this idea of weaponized. That's my biggest problem. It's like ultimately Africa is like basically half Muslim Christian of various sects. And they're all in like rudimentary phases of that. So they're kind of like in crusader mindset of like hard black and white interpretation. And this leads to like wars. And so you're like, let's give weapons to all the black people. And it's like, well, they're going to kill each other just like they're already doing in Somalia. Like, they're not even doing it over religion. They're just doing it over like petty sub-tribal heritage.
These blood rivalries go deep.
Also, what was really dumb about it, I did a whole video about like it was just an ill-timed video, but it's like I think pretty good video was so like the impetus to finally put a stop and make the Sokovia Accords on the Avengers to like stifle them was Wakandans missionaries getting killed in Lagos, Nigeria. I looked on the map. Nigeria is 3,000 miles from the Olimi Triangle, where Wakanda is supposed to be. All right. Now, within 1,000 miles, give or take, is Somalia, which is at a 25-year civil war. And then Rwanda with their genocide. They didn't want to mess with that. But, oh, man, 10 Wakandas die in Nigeria. You're for some reason messing with Nigeria, but can't fix like closer to home problems. Also, you like open yourself up like, hey, actually, we've been lying to you for eternity. We're actually super industrialized and it's really smart and tech savvy. We have like space tech. But yeah, hey, what's up? And like, you not think all the other African countries are going to swarm you to like rectify the injustice of colonization that you sidestepped?
You don't think like the U.S. is gonna come in there immediately and
take
seize
all
everything?
China, they're really invested in Africa. Africa is China's China.
Yeah.
Which I didn't know till I watched like a Rogan thing about this guy's investigating mines and stuff over there.
Yeah, they'll come in, build infrastructure basically to own everything else.
Yeah, so it's like just like you open a can of worms with this fucking narrative. Really dumb movie. I really hate it. It's really disservice to black people.
It sucks because I liked Black Panther as a kid. I had some of the comics, and I loved him in Civil War. I thought he was a great anti-hero. I thought he was great in Civil War. I thought he was a great,
such a good story,
anti-villain or anti-hero or whatever. And I love the fight between him and Cap and all that. And then see that when they did that movie, it's like, dude, even Chadwick can't carry this. Like, this movie is just trash.
It's unfortunate, and I hate that they've made him like an icon.
Yeah,
it's like all the wrong things to learn from this movie is propped up.
And making Shuri the Black Panther was a terrible idea.
No, I mean, I remember people were crying like, "Oh, it's woke because Shuri is like smartest person in the Avengers roster," and I'm like, well, if you look at like the Flynn effect of like wealth and IQ, it makes total sense that Wakanda, given their supposed actual wealth, would be super smart, especially the investment of like hierarchy and stuff. I'm fine with it. I know it's at least in a more recent, like within the last 20 years comic that she is temporarily the Black Panther. I think it makes sense, especially with like family ties. It makes sense that she would want it if like no one else is there to take it.
My beef with it wasn't the woke stuff. It was just like,
it is also woke. It is like
I didn't think it looked good. Like, I don't think she filled the suit well. She's very small, very tiny.
No tits, no ass.
Yeah, which is weird.
Like, you have to have that if you want to sell a chick character.
Someone made the suggestion, I forget who it was, but it would have been even better if the mom had taken the role.
Oh,
and
nice. She still looks good.
And it is that she is older and that she's there. It's like, look, my husband is dead. My son is dead. This falls to me now. And make her reluctant, but does it anyway. And you can do a big, deep character study with her and all this kind. You know what I mean? Like, and make it a temporary thing, like a mantle thing that she's bringing her country together. Like, I don't know. You could. There's just way better ideas I think they could have done than.
Did you ever see the Woman King trailer?
Oh, I saw the trailer. Yeah, it was trash.
I remember when it first came out, like, fuck, Black Panther? They did a like prequel, and it's like, oh, it's just like, oh wow, this is worse. They're actually trying to say that this
here's a bunch of slavers.
Here's the last African slavers. They're the good guys. It's like, what? You know, like,
and then when you read the history, it's like they got massacred
because they refused to stop slavery. Like, the white people had to save slaves from black people.
It was not a good pick.
And then you're trying to obfuscate history to make a positive story about these within the context of like Antifa and BLM, trying to make them the heroes. Yeah, it's been one thing if you just made a story about like, hey, this is like a tough nut to crack. It's like, you know, we have our own baggage of sins on our own, you know, ethnicity, catch all, you know, that'd be worth telling, you know, like an honest story.
Well, I don't want to interrupt you, man, but like that's actually was appreciated at one time in history, like the way American soldiers wrote about like the Comanches and the Apaches. They could understand, like, look, these people do horrible things. They enslave women and children. They scalp things, but we understand and respect their warrior culture.
Yeah.
we respect them as combatants. We respect them as individual people, and we fear them, and it's terrible. We think what they do is horrible and morally wrong, but at the same time, we understand they're trying to preserve their culture. Like, it used to be nuance could be appreciated like that.
Yeah. Oh, dude, there's this one Star Wars chick in like the Phantom Menace, like the Zero community that I fucking hate. Rookies interacted with. This thing he's done reactions with stuff. I fucking hate her because it's like she's revealed herself to be uber woke to me. She's one of these Indians that believes in what do you call it? Like she was saying something about like 4th of July and Mount Rushmore. Because I think it was like when Trump went to Mount Rushmore, made a big thing.
Whatever,
And it's like, oh, it's stolen land, boo-hoo, the white man. And it's like, I looked up her tribe, and it's like, you like one of your last great feats was massacring another tribe and burning women and children. And it's like, well, I don't believe anything that any history. It's not from the oral tradition of my people. And it's like, right, that's convenient.
Yeah,
that's convenient. Because if the racist white man that was just lying about all you wrote about the war crimes you committed on other Indians. That's what a racist would do. No, racists would just catch all of you as savages.
Yeah. Well, and people don't understand, like, this wasn't like a thing that just came in and swept over. It was like, this was like hundreds of years of wars. Like, it wasn't one war. It was hundreds of years of wars.
The start of her tribe, I think, 'cause I looked into this, the start of her tribe, they were stuck on like one side of the Missouri River.
Yeah.
And they're documented as the first tribe to work with the US government to fight.
That's the mistake.
Yeah, they were like the first tribe to work with the US government to fight other Indians.
Yeah.
And then, there's like a smallpox outbreak or some outbreak. And then they got across the river. It's like, that's interesting. Interesting little details there. Oh, my stolen land. It's like, well, who'd you steal it from? Because you did.
That's the history of the world. I mean, I don't know. I guess what I'm saying, I'm not going to judge people who lived before me for something like that. It's like, there is malicious evil. There are people who do terrible things. But it's like, but the Indians in the American army fought for like hundreds of years. Like, I don't know, it was just a war. That's all it was.
Yeah, the Indian Wars. Yeah, it's series.
Yeah, and they were
fighting the Plains people.
Long and horrible and brutal. There would be peace for a while, and it wouldn't. And then like, okay, well, this tribe made peace with the government, and the government made peace with this tribe, and then this one, and this tribe's killing each other, and the government fought against itself for a while.
Do you know you should watch? Or talking about Indians, because like Rogan, it's really like Comanches and stuff because of Texas history.
Yeah.
And they're kind of key to the revolver becoming a big weapon in I think the Texas Rangers. Because they were really good at horses. They would fucking shoot off the side of them. They'd like multi-fire their bows, and they're stuck with like single shots and stuff. So it's like, hey, we need like multi-shot ability. And so Rogan's talking about like, this book. He's interviewed, I think, the author of this Comanche book. And what's really cool though is Shane Davis, the comedian.
Okay.
I don't know where these are
Shane
filmed.
Gillis?
Shane Gillis. Sorry, Davis is Comicsgate.
The Comics guy, yeah.
Shane Gillis has this really cool like bro commentary tracks. I don't know where.
Oh, he's funny, man.
I don't know where they're saved at, if you can watch them live or something. But he'll like hang out with other comedians, talk about like, man, I just read about like the American Revolution, or just read about Indians. Man, it's crazy. And he has like a lot of funny like jokes and racist jokes stuff layered in, but he really goes into it. He does one about Vietnam, it's really good, but he talks about, I think, the Comanche specifically, and it's really interesting because he's really telling it in like a blue collar way to ingest it easy, for instead of being so academic. It's like he's translating academics to the common man. It's really good. And he did one about Vietnam that is great, because I've looked into a bit to Vietnam. It's very much a overlooked war in history for American education, because we lost.
Well, and see that's another thing. Like, I don't know if we lost, like, because we fought them back all the way from like one coast all the way up and then to a middle ground, and they had Chinese and Russian support. So it was kind of like America fighting China, Russia, and the Vietnamese.
It's like another Cold War conflict, but
yeah, and we made a good peace deal. It's just that as soon as we left, everybody broke the peace deal.
Yeah, it's just like Afghanistan. Like,
yeah,
you're not gonna. Well, like, because when I was there, it was like a pretty easy time when I deployed. I did have a few spats combat, but It was pretty chill. Like, what I signed up for like Black
Mm-hmm.
Hawk Down shit, it was nothing. It was fucking easy.
I signed up for a massacre.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, I wanted the Valor of War and the Crucible of Fire, and got basically nothing. It's disappointing. It's like a crappy vacation. Like, I enjoyed it over there. I'd love to go back over there. I'd love to do like that one guy got like caught by the Taliban and he hung out with them and they gave him gold or whatever. Like, I feel like I had a good time being a prisoner over there. I could get along with those people, ultimately. But
you share some things in common.
But you distracted me with that joke. Well, yeah, when I was over there, because I was deployed attached as a regular army to special forces. That's like the new tactic at the time. We'd go to like, instead of having like a whole company somewhere of like hundreds of guys,
Yeah,
we would like take the company, split them into squads. I mean, platoons, squads. Whoa, hey, thanks, man. BTM gifted 10 memberships. Gonna have to play you a little stinger. Here we go.
Oh, my lucky stars! A Negro!
Damn it.
Here's a good Eric clip for you for money.
He's threatening me! Oh!
I love that clip. Thank you, BTM. Shout out, my friend.
Has he been on your show before? BTM?
Yeah, BTM. Yeah, BTM.
Okay, the name sounds familiar. I don't think I've talked to him, but the
He
name
is
sounds familiar.
he's a pretty famous detractor.
Okay.
Brought to the forefront thanks to Rip a Goalpost when he had like 2 subs, brought him to the light, and now he's in the ranks of fellow detractors. Puts on a good. He's on like. Oh, you should go. You're in demand, right?
Yeah.
BTM. I'll send you Dave's Twitter link. You should have him on your show. Promote.
Who the hell is Dave?
Dan. Fuck. Dan. Fucking up names all day today. Yeah, have Dan on promote his bio.
Oh, well, thank you.
File. How do you say what's the last?
Biofile Kolga.
I was gonna say like graphite or something. I don't know why.
You got Afghanistan on your mind, dog.
Yeah, but no, when we were over there, attached to special forces, so our main duty was to be security for the base and then get plugged into missions slots if needed for like rolling out. Because we were like basically mechanized infantry, so we go like big fucking like ship trucks or like giant like semis basically that are armored, and they got like a ship hole for the bottom to mitigate blasts from like IEDs. Fucking monsters. And they'd have this one guy with like an interpreter. He was like their like comms guy, I guess, communication with people and stuff. And I'd have to pull security sometimes. And we have the Terp with us and some like Taliban guy or some leader, some village guy. And basically we'd be like negotiating, like, well, how much are you gonna pay me to like rat on my squad or to reveal like a weapons cache? So we'd like be buying information, buying footholds.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, that's not gonna work. It's fucking retarded. And then I start digging into like what I want to do with because I have a spin-off character I want to do. I think I've showed you before. I don't have the picture on my computer right now, but Smoke Screen, basically a Mystique character.
Nice.
What I want to do with her narrative is basically a Pat Tillman. Cause like it seems thus far what I do with besides like some getting to cosmic stuff with Meth Gator, I want to like have like some sort of commentary like Sicario about like the government and stuff. Because it intertwines with his story, so it's pertinent. It's not just like propaganda, but with her, I want to have like a Pat Tillman narrative with like her brother, and that's like her impetus of how she gets to where she becomes a smoke screen. A militarized character. But yeah, the fucking Tillman thing is crazy. If you look into that, man, they apparently investigated his death 7 fucking times. They still haven't come away completely with a straight answer. It's been a really fucked up story. Do you know about him at all?
No, I don't.
He was the NFL player. He was like he's like a
like
low ranking guy.
Yeah.
He's a low ranking guy that got like shot up through his talent. So he's probably going to expect a bigger contract soon. He's becoming a big defensive star. And then he 9/11 happened, so he joined the military.
Yeah.
But he was actually like a hippie. He just believed in like duty. And then like when he got killed by friendly fire because like they thought one of their Afghan allies in the heat of the moment. It's like seems like maybe someone like if you saw like Cop Acorn story where like an acorn hit the cop car, so then they start fucking opening
and they
fire.
start shooting out of
It was that
nowhere.
kind of thing where they just started fucking lighting up the place, and then him and another guy like trying to like go up a hill to get like better advantage, and they're like coming back down, and so they saw an Afghan and they thought terrorists, so he just fucking lit them up, and that killed Pat. But then they tried to cover it up. And like it goes all the way to Rumsfeld. That like when the government tried to play, like, whoa, we didn't know what's going on. They were having because they were like keeping an eye on him because he was like a big recruiting tool.
Yeah.
And so they're trying to cover it up. They took his body. They like burned all of his shit. They burned all his stuff out of like his locker and shit or wherever he was stationed at. And it's really fucked up. And like McCain was at the funeral. I think they had like Cowboy Stadium, if I'm not mistaken. At the funeral. Because like he was an atheist, the family was atheist, so like we don't want like church shit or that. But then they're like, well, it's not just for you.
Yeah.
And so they like forced it, and then McCain's like, oh, I know he's in a better place, and he's like, fuck you. And unfortunately, McCain probably didn't know that arguably about the whole like background of like they're forcing religion onto his funeral, his last memories, you know.
Yeah.
But it was someone that like repeatedly like while he's doing like I think I like signed up for the wrong fucking thing, like we're doing shit that's against what I thought we were doing, but I'm still doing my duty. He's a very conflicted soldier, and he's been enforced. Even with Trump, they still try to use him as a meme of like America, yeah, fight the enemy, and it's like that's not his legacy. Sorry, BTM is Dave. That's why.
Okay. That's all you had to say, because I was like, well, who's Dave? Like, are you calling me Dave?
Yeah. But yeah, I want to do some sort of service to his memory. And
cool.
Not that I'm like a huge Pat Tillman, but it's just like looking at his story, like it fucking pisses me off. And it makes me rounds back to like 9/11 jokes with Rookie earlier, where it's like people get triggered by 9/11 jokes, or whatever. And it's like, well, if I don't laugh, I get really mad because it's like those 3,000 people were killed because the government let them get killed. Inside job of whatever kind it was. Inside job. Government knew it was going to happen. Let it happen for military industrial complex reasons. Line in their pocket. George Bush is the only president still keep going to CIA briefings after he was president because he had dealings in the Middle East, money and stuff, because he's a crook. And his son gets in office, and Dick Cheney. It's obviously an inside job, in my opinion. That happens. 3,000 people die in that event. How many other people are wounded or dead from Afghan and Iraq conflict based on 9/11? Even though the terrorists were Saudis, they're our allies supposedly. Don't fight them. Fuck with Afghanistan, Iraq, and Pakistan. And all the families that are broken up because of war, the scars of war, all the money wasted, all the shattered just business potential of people in America because of gas prices wrecking the economy. Just all that, like it actually, like 9/11 makes me mad. So it's like, yeah, I laugh at it because like ultimately there's a war. I just want to go to war. I didn't join for patriotism. Just want to go to war. But the war was there because of 9/11. So that's part of my service. And I was shooting at brown people, had nothing to do with the conflict to begin with. So what culpability do I have? So like, yeah, 9/11 is like, it pisses me off. So I laugh at it because otherwise I'm just going to be simmering all day.
Yeah, what else can you do? I mean, we have like personal tragedies and national tragedies. And if you can't laugh at some stuff, I mean, it'll just drag you down. Like, but with that, on the 9/11 note, I need to go to sleep.
Yeah, I'm surprised you lasted so long. I was waiting for you to be like, oh, I got to dip out. It's been an hour.
Well, I have fun. I have fun
2 hours.
I have fun talking to you guys. That's why.
Yeah, I want to hang out with you and Josh at some point and others. Hopefully you go on Dave's show soon. Promote your comic.
Sure. We'll go, if they'll have me, that'd be great. I'm sorry I distracted from the detraction.
Well, again, you're an infiltrator, as you've delineated. So, of course, you wrecked this.
Took me a second to realize that. I'm not used to it yet. I'm not used to it yet.
I'm trying to get on, like in Austin Powers.
Can you understand what it's like to be conflicted about your racial identity, Angus? Do you know my struggle?
Oh well.
You're gonna take a picture of my side profile and make memes with it.
I'll remember to tell Vito like, hey, unblock this guy because he likes you. He thinks you're funny. I will do that.
Nice seeing you, Rook. I'll holler at you later, guys.
Yep, sounds good, man.
See you.
All right, go away. Now it's time for more detracting. Well, you're really here.
I literally went and played 3 rounds of Super Smash Bros.
Super Smash. Wait, Nintendo? Jesus Christ!
Well, like I couldn't bring. I couldn't bring my Xbox over here and do all that stuff. So
why not?
N64. The N64 is easier to set up here.
You just have to unplug and bring your cords. Like,
well, no, because it has to like connect to the internet and everything, and just like not.
So you're lazy.
She doesn't have that much space. Nintendo's way smaller. It's a lot easier to do that. So, yeah.
It's fucking Bosch Faustin drew Eric as like an Arab or as Muhammad. Sorry, I just saw that. All right, let me find this Tisa Spencer article because he wrote an article about Horseman. I'm very interested to see what he says. He's a really good attract. He's the guy that bought the fucking it's like $300 to get the fucking ISOM cards, the Dokkan cards.
Yeah.
So he's very devoted to being a detractor. Oh, that looks really cool. All right, I'm gonna just save that for later. Let me add another X. Tisa Spencer. Tiso. There you are. Bear with me, people. I have a couple places I send stuff, so I get it lost sometimes. Here we go. Horseman. We got an article by Tisa Spencer on X. Hell yeah. Here we go. Tiso Spencer. All right, Horseman. Why does the Horseman matter to the Rippaverse's future? It's emerged as a centerpiece project for the Rippaverse, primarily due to its creative team and the unique character it introduces to the universe. Here's why it holds such significance. One,
was there more to that video you wanted me to see first, or
yo, man, there's a lot to dissect with that. Actually, let me pull that up. Present.
Definitely needed. The Rippaverse has a team that's prepared to consistently release episodic content. They are prepared. The Horsemen would be a great start. So please help us make it happen. Head over to rippaverse.com and become a member for as little as $5. Appreciate you.
Hey guys, I'm Eric July, the founder and owner of the Rippaverse. And now the Horsemen Welcome to Flores Park by Chuck Dixon and Joe Bennett is up for pre-order. This is one of our most highly anticipated comic books, and I know you're going to enjoy it. But not only did the animation
exhausted.
What's that?
I said he looks exhausted.
Yeah, I said that in my reaction. I'm like, he doesn't look like he's having fun.
That could be. I don't know what his surgery was or something, but I mean, I don't know if that's got you more.
Well, he said like I'm not making shit for like 2 weeks, so I got like pre-recorded shit. So it seems like he planned for this surgery and recovery. So not buying that as an excuse, but good outside questioning.
Serve as the trailer for the book. It also is the pilot. Let me take some time to explain. We've done several animated trailers since the launch of Rippaverse Studios. During that period of time, we were familiarizing ourselves with the industry while also building our creative team. Our animations consistently improved.
Oh my God, the pigeon! I forgot that Rippatards get excited for that.
Right. So he says that they've consistently improved. I want them to have an ISOM 2 style trailer at some point where it was like I didn't really have much to criticize about that one. Like that one seemed to be their best one, their ISOM 2 trailer.
Yeah, it's fine.
Like as far as their animation goes, I don't think they've done good since then, really.
I think Horseman's fine.
Like this one was fine, but I'd say that the ISOM 2 one had better animation overall.
Yeah.
And we now believe that we have the foundation to take things to the next level. Simply put, we want to have an animated universe with long-form content. This animated universe will not simply exist on its own. It'd be an extension of the comics with accurate adaptations specifically made to fit the animated format. But this isn't a pilot meant to shop this around in hopes that some mega corporation will pay us to pick it up. and then, run it into the ground. This is more of a proof of concept for the audience in hopes that you like what you see, so we can do this independently. As you see, our quality is top notch. And if we have the time and resources to
Quality of
produce,
animation?
we can.
What's that?
Quality of animation is top notch. Is that what he just said? Or does he mean, I don't know what he's referencing when he says our quality is top notch, or quality of shipping?
Whatever.
Because the animations can be improved, which is fine. They don't need to be like, I don't expect them to be perfect right away. Like, it's going to take a while to get it down. And I know that animators that worked with, like on Dragon Ball and Attack on Titan and stuff, like that stuff took a lot out of people, depending on what it is. But
what it is.
I was like, dang it, another ism came out of there. Dang it. But so like I wish that in any of this he says anything about the Horsemen, like at all. So I mean the trailer.
Well, dude, this
shows
is like the 6
bit.
campaign. They never say like this is a
It's
great
just like,
story.
I
Can't wait
know,
for you to
it
find
just,
out. Blah blah
like
blah.
I just a little bit like they showed the trailer that he's a vigilante that's beating people up, and there's a guy who wants to get him, and it's like, all right, I get that. It's just like he's like, yeah, it was going to be a horseman. It's a great one to follow, and all this stuff. And look at our animation things, and we're not trying to sell it to anybody. And it's like, right, but
wait. Okay, here's a description of the Horseman on the Rippaverse page. The Horseman arrives in Florespark, and he's bringing hell with him. A street level vigilante who is not afraid to pull the trigger to take out the trash. What he lacks in excess abilities and superpowers, the man more than makes up within. Sorry, it says within as 2 words, strategy and military training. After returning home from his tour of duty, the war for the Horsemen did not. Also, he says return. So, like the average person
is he part of the cavalry?
Someone, well, that might be that'd be because in Texas, Fort Hood, their first cav, they have a horse for their logo.
Okay,
it's like a shield, but there's like a horse and I think a knife in it. So,
that's cool.
But let's see, but the normie that'll see this will be like, oh, like Afghanistan, like you're gonna make some like Afghan vet or Iraq vet story. No, America is now in 7 countries as per Mike Barron's thank you letter. And so we don't know what the fuck this means.
Oh, right. A veteran, right. Of what? Right.
Yeah. He continues to use his extremely specific skill set of what does that mean? Because like he's like, oh, returning from his tour of duty. He could have just been a fucking cook and he deployed to whatever. So like
right.
Tour of duty means nothing unless you're like, oh, he's a combat guy. Now it's assumed, I guess. But again, this is where like any military knowledge really fucking helps, or at least research as a civilian. So you kind of make a more realistic, a more palatable, believable story. That's what annoys me. Like in World War Hulk, they're in New York. All right. So they have like a guard or an AGR, active guard reserve base in New York, like Brooklyn, I think. But in the story, like Hulk crashes down, he's come back from Sakaar, and now he's wreaking havoc on the Illuminati, who fucked him earlier in the canon of that era of Marvel. And so he first starts fucking up like Doctor Strange and Iron Man and the Hulkbuster. And all of a sudden, like the New York base is just responding with fucking tanks. And it's like, you realize like all the traffic that you got to work through to like cordon off like routes to like, it's not, you're not just going to react in 10 minutes. It's not a thing with like, maybe with the chopper, he had like airlift guys, air assault guys down there, but you're not going to have equipment there. And that annoys me as someone who's been deployed and has been on like a QRF task and stuff. Quick reaction force where it's like, hey, you got to stand by to react to like save guys that are on mission. So that it just annoys me. It's a detailed noise that no one ever puts the research into. He continues to use his extremely specific skill, that means nothing, set to do what he does best, and that is to protect innocence and create a better, safer world for his loved ones in the most lethal of ways. The Horseman
assume the extremely specific skill is killing well. I don't know.
So he's a fucking serial killer?
Well, they said he's a veteran, so that's the only thing I have to go on by what is extremely specific skill.
Right. See, that's what annoys me is like they're not only like that detail I was talking about, but just like assuming, oh, he deployed, so obviously he kills people. he's a warrior. Like that's not.
Well, and then this kind of goes in a way. It links back to the symbol that he has, the knight symbol, the horse. It's like I kind of wish it was at least a more detailed type of horse, or a more, or I don't know if it referred to something specific instead of looking like a generic chess piece or something. Would kind of like maybe something about that would tell us about his character, like if there's like a specific horse in history, or if there's like horses involved with certain countries that you can derive from. You know what I mean? Like again, I was thinking about Rome. When I see his helmet and stuff, I think of Rome before I think of a horse.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
The horseman's alter ego is Hector Lee Caballero, and he's a Latin of some kind. It's probably a white Latin, and he keeps his secret identity unknown even to his family. But when he manages to capture the wrong kind of attention from heavy hitters in the criminal underworld, he is forced to relocate to Floorspart for their safety. So maybe we'll actually start getting something outside of Floorspart, but then we're just going to end up back here. And it's like,
right. I want to get the hell away from Floorspart. I'm tired of Alpha Core and we do not fail at what we do or whatever. Like,
yeah.
no.
But supposedly with Ripa's numbers, he's made $350,000 already. Sold 5,000 books. So he's got a big opening day compared to like Good Ing. I don't know where Alpha Core was opening day, but supposedly it's a good start. See what its stay powers, because again, Yara made $1 million day one.
Yeah.
And so did I. So it's like, we'll see what the.
We'll be getting Horseman to see what it is, but I'm curious
what it is.
I'm curious because he's acting like he's going to make animations of these. I'm wondering how he's going to release those.
On YouTube, that's my guess. Oh, well, he says later. I'll show it in a second, but I want you to see what's available on here, or the campaign, or the collection. Sorry, it's not a campaign.
Yeah. So I was gonna say, like, would you crowdfund it? Well, he doesn't like to crowdfund. So what is he gonna do if not? Because I don't know if he can just have all the money he needs to make the animations. I would assume you crowdfund, but he doesn't like to crowdfund.
So look at this poster, rookie. This is his poster to get you excited for Horseman. It's a bunch of number 2s, which is the knight, but it looks like 2s all over it. And then the poster is him with a gun in someone's mouth.
It's a little far up in there.
Well, it's just like, what? Like, who's gonna put this on their wall? Like, yeah, Horseman.
Oh, it's a poster.
It's a poster.
Oh, okay.
Like, this is not a good pitch. Like, you can't just put this in a comic store for every day for average audience. I know he put the trigger warning, like this is for mature audience, but it's like Punisher is a mature concept. Batman's a mature concept. But
well, you want to have badass on your posters for those types of characters, not you don't exactly have the goriest scene on the poster.
Literally,
right?
all you gotta do is copy Batman images and just have them standing on a skyscraper looking cool, or like Daredevil, whatever. Like, that's all you gotta do for a poster. Like, this is fucking, like, me, I don't care about violent stuff, but like, just average audience, I'm like, this is fucking too much for a poster to like put on your wall to be like, I love Horseman. Like, this Horseman logo skull thing's fucking cool.
Yeah,
it's really cool.
I feel like the one with the gun in the mouth, if like a stranger that didn't know what that is would instantly be like, huh?
Yeah, and look at his hat.
It wouldn't be what is that? It'd be, what the hell is that? Like, what the fuck is that on your wall?
Yeah, it's just like, dude, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, the skull one at least looks more like, there's a lot of things that are skull related that people can think of, and so if it's something different, that's easy enough to ask about. Yeah, the hat, it looks just like a generic chess piece. I wish it was a little more unique in the design for it. All
right, let's look at the Punisher comic poster. Let's see what we get. All right, so here is an old like 80s one. All right, he's like shooting a gun at someone. You're assuming the view of the villain. All right, here's one of him. It's all black. Besides his wife's just black, and he's got guns. All right, here is him at a grave with the symbol. Here's him shooting at someone. Here's one of he's got a bunch of knives around him, swords, and it's all like red, and he's cut up. Here is the classic Garth Ennis, one of the covers of Punisher. This is like the quintessential story of Punisher that's defined him in the films and show. So that's like the key. Garth Ennis is the key story when reading Punisher for kind of 1-for-1 for the films. The reason I'm showing this is like, all right, this is like a basically 1-for-1 character cell. And look how Marvel has sold their anti-hero murderer.
Well, so far there's no phallic objects in people's mouths.
There's no
yet.
Yeah, even if they find some of him, like here's him. This is his first appearance in I think 73. He was a villain of Spider-Man originally, and he's got Spider-Man in the target. All right. But it's not like he doesn't have the gun in his mouth. Looks like, oh no, Spider-Man might be in trouble, but there's nothing like, what is this? Him versus Daredevil, it looks like. Maybe Spider-Man. Looks like maybe Iron Spider-Man. He's like in a sewer. Here's probably Mike Baron era. You know, he's got like a tattoo of the Punisher logo. It's just like, look at Punisher, who is the anti-hero, the troublesome character that Marvel has trouble with the legacy of because of cops and military and quote unquote alt-right and Trumpers loving them.
They could have tried to make the poster like that because they haven't seen one like that before, but yeah, I don't know.
I'm just saying, like, it's a 1-for-1 character ultimately. Like the template is like, whoa, what's the Horseman? Like, yeah, he's Punisher in this world. And look at how they've sold him. Look, here's him assaulting, shooting Daredevil, but it's not like, obviously this is a Daredevil, and it's like, oh man, he's again the Punisher, and the Punisher's fucking him up. So it's like, oh man, this is gonna be like a low point for Daredevil. But it's not like, oh, look, here's him fighting criminals, but some of them are incapacitated. They're trying to apprehend him. It's kind of a weird pose because he's like turned. So yeah, like there's nothing as graphic as you can say.
But I'll be honest, some of these look kind of boring though.
Sure, but I mean, he's kind of a still character to sell. Again, he's better if he's in other characters' stories. But again, his whole thing is I shoot bad guys to death.
Yeah.
And like, here's a pretty cool like 80s or 90s one. And he's like shooting a bad guy through the car. But it's not so, it's probably the worst one you could argue. As far as like violence. It's got like Black Bolt. I don't know who that is. Cyclops, maybe? Spider-Man, Daredevil on the ground. Versus
They'll be dodging.
Versus this. And it's like, yikes. That's a bad sell, man. And you don't even have his name.
Is that the only poster?
Yeah, he doesn't even have his name on it, so it's just the symbol. It's like, who's that? No one knows who that is. You need to have the name Horseman or Rippaverse so they can look it up. You can sell all around, man.
Oh wow! Oh no!
A new town for the Horseman.
Log line is. Do they not know what a line is? It's a log line, like sentence or two, right? That's like like what that means.
It's like the elevator pitch one line. It's this.
Is this like for the Empire State Building elevator?
It's like
pitch?
Meth Gator is about an alligator that's transformed by scientifically manipulated meth and becomes a humanoid.
Yep.
It's TMNT.
Yes.
Origin. Like it's really simple. It's about a meth addicted alligator man.
Oh, man.
That is
should we get into this now or wait till we finish the video?
Into what?
Into the I thought you wanted to read the
no we basically with that description on the campaign. But yeah, let's finish the video and then I'm gonna get out of here.
Okie dokie.
Why is he legendary?
Oh, you didn't share it.
Oh shit, my bad. Okay, let me back up and share. Sorry, I'm yelling at the computer. You're like, what? What?
I don't know why he's legendary. I know what you're probably referring to, but yeah,
to pick it up and then run it into the ground. This is more of a proof of concept for the audience in hopes that you like what you see. So we can do this independently. As you see, our quality is top notch. And if we have the time and resources to produce, we can create awesome competitive content for your enjoyment. Horseman would be a great starting point, voiced by the legendary Dean Cain. That said, animation is much different from comics when it comes to production. It takes a bigger team to produce, and of course, it's far more expensive. And getting a financial return from it is a different animal, especially in this digital age. With a comic, we can create and sell the physical copies, which dominate the market. With animated content, it's far more difficult to get that return. You'd have to invest a lot in it before you ever have a chance to make that money back. That's why it's far more attractive for people to sell off the rights to a big studio. Doing that is a lot less risky, and of course, they'll just pay you.
I don't know if that needs to be in here. As I'm
lot
like,
more,
so
lot less risky.
So what is he talking about? This whole section is about
Trying to pitch, so you'll see where this goes.
But here's our plan and pitch. Our
okay, go on,
long-term
because
goal is to
the
have-
whole part was about how that's not what they do, right? Like they're not
We're not shopping it to random
those
companies.
other ones. They're not going to other companies. I was like, all right, but I don't know. And then now he's like, okay, now he's going to tell about what he's going to do. Okay.
long form content on our membership platform at rippaverse.com. Basically, it'll have a streaming service element. Eventually, once we can justify it, certain works would be distributed on other platforms with hard copies such as Blu-ray. If we ever hit 5,000 paid members of any kind, we'd finish episode number 1 of The Horseman. It have at least a 10-minute.
So at $5, $5,000, $25,000. So he wants $25,000 to finish episode 1, and he says here it's 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
And the trailer was like a minute and a half.
Right.
Runtime. We'd release that on our social media platforms so most people can view it, in hopes that it would invite newbies to become members. Once we hit 10,000 total members, we commit to completing the first season of The Horseman, which would be housed exclusively on our platform. Right now, the comics and merchandise pay for the comic books. That'll always remain our primary focus. The memberships, which come with awesome perks, we hope to be what funds Rippaverse Studios projects. I love to keep our animators busy and build Rippaverse Studios.
I died laughing at the cow. I was like, the cow. Or actually, I literally just like stopped for like 30 minutes just laughing about like, it's the fucking cow. Like the one thing they're showing from Gading trailer is the cow.
Right. That's part.
It has nothing to do with the comic. Like
that's part.
Shout out to me because I'm the cow.
Supposed to be the next big indie producer. So head over to rippaverse.com and become a paid member if you want to support this plan. Perks right now include merch and shipping discounts, but we're also doing a membership overhaul. Soon, we will be adding forums so you can nerd out with the fandom. We'll also do...
He's going to make a hug box and no one can laugh at him on Twitter.
It's kind of funny, like, you know, I wouldn't mind supporting him trying to do animation stuff, but I would not want like a membership. Like, I don't want all the...
You don't want to have fun in the sandbox?
I don't want to play in a sandbox. I appreciate, you know, I'd want to see it'd be fun reaction content, if anything. Might be good as well, maybe.
Oh no,
might not be.
DMCA struck, even though it's fair use. So you
might not be, but I mean, like, yeah, I wouldn't mind supporting that, but I don't want a membership. I don't want access to all that other stuff. Like,
plenty
you
of
think he'd
member-only
have that, like, you know, yeah, you want to skip all the hibbity jibbity, you know, just pay forward however much, and then, you know, as episodes come.
Well, again, that would be crowdfunding, even though this is crowdfunding through like a Patreon, basically. But kind of like how Star Wars Theory was like, well, I can't actually like fund this, but hey,
buy my t-shirts,
buy
my
stuff
merch
from me. Wink, like
that'll fund it, yeah.
So, but he's doing this not because of any copyright issues, but because he can't crowdfund it in any obvious campaign. Hey, we got to hit this like EVS with his toys. We're like, hey, if we get you like 150,000 to make these toys,
right?
And streams, so we can let you in.
This whole video, his eyes are dead. Like he's not like a happy guy. You watch any of his stuff, but like there's obviously like he'll talk about stuff and it'll be like there's like a happiness to him in his own way. His
Yeah.
eyes are fucking dead. He's doing the mannerisms, trying to be engaging to the camera. Not.
I mean, I
boring you.
could just say he could just be tired. I mean,
Oh yeah, he's tired because this is a fucking headache that he's stuck with because of his pride.
Yeah, it could be too.
We'll look at old Ripper.
And on the process creatively. The list of perks will continue to grow. So please share this video out to all of your friends and family and become a
Please
member.
tell everyone because I need money. Give me money.
My mom laughed at I some too as well.
We're over at rippaverse.com and to go pre-order The Horseman Welcome to Flores Park by Chuck Dixon and Joe Bennett.
Nah.
Who worked for big companies before.
Let's look at Rippaverse. Let's go to their videos and oldest. I think this is his first hey, what it is, man. I'm doing comics.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to see his
Getting my first client.
Trying to compare his mannerisms. It is.
Nonetheless.
Let me see. How did he afford Dean Cain? I think it's more of Dean Cain needed any money.
Probably. Well, based on the movies that I was listing that he worked.
Yeah, his career after Superman is dog
Yeah.
shit. That's the
I was
point.
like, wow, Superman, Supergirl.
He's working
The
for
Dog Saved
Pureflex.
Christmas, Christian movies. All right.
Sick Lad says, shout out Sick Lad says, isn't his mate Epic Mike doing movies and shit with his ill epic verse? I think I'm gonna say, little epic verse. Why don't he just partner up with him? Well, because he'd have to
I feel like
partner
they
with someone.
I was gonna say, I don't think they want to be partners.
Don't want to be no partner.
Well, it's like from what I heard with Josiah and them, they were gonna release their movies as they were, but they just had other things they wanted to edit with them and reshoot a little bit, so they pushed it back. They were a little eager to push a date to release, but then didn't want to release it yet, so they're still working on them. So
all right,
I appreciate that in a way.
Let's watch old Rippa. Let's see if you can see what I mean.
The one that doesn't like Captain America time traveling.
No, this isn't that stream. That was just a recording. But
I know.
This is his first fucking welcome to the Rippaverse.
Right.
I'm Eric July, founder, owner, and writer.
See, look at his facial movement. He's not smiling, but his eye movement, his brow. And of course, I pause on an open mouth. But
yeah,
his little what it is, it be, nonetheless. He's got. With his face at it, it's he's invested. He seems energetic in his own way.
Welcome to the Rippaverse. Is the result of a comic book lifer that wanted to be a part of the solution instead of always griping about the problem. Now, don't get me wrong, this was always.
I feel like this kind of video was scripted. Edited. The other one that he did was scripted too, but not in an editing kind of way. It was just a talk to the camera and say it. As for this one's it's for this one's all right, we do this and then you cut and then it's
and I'm gonna cool. Side eye you.
I'm gonna go off screen, right?
Around,
yeah,
move differently.
And so I feel like it's easier to hold your takes looking happy and stuff before coming off, and then doing it again.
My aspirations, however, the current climate certainly sped things up. You've watched some of your favorite comic book characters be bastardized to the point to where they're completely unrecognizable. They're just used as career stepping stones for a lot of writers that don't.
Again, that's the whole point. Is his eyes are dead in the other video. He's animated in his particular way, and that's the point. Is all the life sucked out of him. He's just on autopilot now. As I own this stuff, so here we go.
I had an old video where I was hyped up for the Rippaverse.
We got to react to Rookie. Yeah, send it to me.
2 years ago.
Send it to me. Hibbity jibbity it is.
I'll just pull it up.
Pull up. Oh, fuck yeah. I'm excited to react to this. So they're actually putting a bit of thought into the projects. Well, that's nice. Makes sense as to why Ripper wouldn't go that route. Shout out, Sick Lad. It's good commentary. All right, we're gonna close out with Rookie reacting to Rookie, reacting to himself, reacting to the Rippaverse.
I had two videos. One was the Rippaverse intrigues me, and then The other one was hype for the Rippaverse.
You
though.
sound like Darren Fontana or Dokumon observing. I don't know what it is, but I see that there is something that might be possibly.
Possibly. Yes. Okay.
As it is, it be, it do.
Here, actually, I will just send it to
Hibbity
you
jibbity.
so you can pause as you feel with it. So got it up here, and now I'm sending over to the Black of the Angus of the reviews.
Black of House Angus.
Gonna be in the back studio here, so you don't gotta go nowhere. There you go. Merry Christmas.
I didn't know you still had the channel up. That's funny.
Yeah, I'm keeping the channel up, but not posting any new videos there. There's videos on there that are for history.
Hype for the Rippaverse?
I thought you're like hype for the.
I'm Ron Burgundy. This is already great. What it is, I am the rookie critic.
When I was filming this, I think I filmed like 6 videos before it. So I'm like, yeah, and like you'll see like breaths and stuff where I like seem tired.
Yes.
Like, yeah.
Awesome. Okay.
Hello there, everyone. Future feature film director, the rookie critic here, and today I'm just doing a little video discussing the Rippaverse a little bit. So, Eric July, I only follow him a little bit, see some of his streams on occasion. I don't really watch too much of his content, and I followed some of the Comicsgate stuff for a little while here, being a comic book noob, thinking that the comics weren't even printed anymore these days until a couple years ago. I realized, oh, they are still? Oh, wow, okay, I didn't know that. So I've been interested in the independent sphere of a lot of things because I also want to be like a filmmaker on the independent racket. Don't want to be in Hollywood specifically. They're trying to do their own things away from Marvel and DC.
I mean, your whole life story, just get into it,
man. There's been a model for the most part for crowdfunding comic books for a little while with Comicsgate, and so seeing Rippa come out with his Rippaverse and doing it a little differently here. Starting
Move it differently.
Before it was like memed. I might have heard that said once or twice by somebody, and then I said that too. And I said that too.
This is great.
His own website, having the full book all the way done and all that stuff. He has the assets to be able to complete all of it beforehand. I know some crowdfunders don't have the means to do that beforehand.
Oh no, you called him a crowdfunder.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought it was. Clearly,
you are a detractor.
Yes.
Require the crowdfunding to fund the book and everything, but he's like starting his own company with it, and he's doing that, and it's something, I don't know, it's pretty cool. That alone has a lot of interest to me because he's investing.
Oh, look, the white guilt is already spewing forth from Rookie.
Nothing to do with him being black at the time.
Wow, that's a lot of money for a black person.
Yeah. For a person of color, yeah. That's great.
It's a Boogie reference.
Yes.
It's somebody in our YouTube sphere that's actually investing like all of this stuff into a company and hoping that that works.
I was more shocked
right
that
now
like he had $200,000. I was like, what? Because that's like the number he said 200,000 a lot at the time. It might have been 300,000, but he said 200,000 a few times. And so I was like, wow,
dude, if you had 200,000, there's no reason you shouldn't already have like 5-6 books on.
Yeah, I get. Yeah, that's what I was like. More like that's what caught my attention about it. I was like, wow, he's already saved like all his super chat money and all his money from all these years. That was when he'd say, yeah, I'm not buying no Lambos and stuff. He'd like say that all the time.
He literally said that in the transparency release, like, we ain't buying Lambos here. It's like,
gosh.
Yeah. He's definitely regretting that transparency report that he put out, because now he can gauge like, well, you've already said it costs you like this much to run shit like a year, so given your declining sales, it's obviously becoming more and more of like tightening your belt problem, and without
and now it would be, can you afford a Lambo?
Just been a little over a day, and he's got almost $1 million.
This was the day they
launched.
launched.
Like he's got almost 10,000 backers, I think, around there, and it's like, dude, that's freaking amazing, man. That is great. And some people, I've seen a lot of comments on it. People are hating on it here and there, which is bound to happen. That's the thing
that used commonly in our sphere. So.
happens sometimes, but part of the reason why they're upset seems to be just quite odd. Like that, they're like, well, it hasn't been successful yet. You don't know if people even want it. They're just simping for you prior to reading the comic book.
Oh no!
I mean, you could have a
Ricky,
point.
stop it! Stop detracting.
I don't know what my point is.
You're literally saying all the points that have become true. All these little haters are just saying these things.
This was day one that he launched ISOM, so it's just like I didn't know all these things at the time. They didn't form quite yet.
But when people are trying things for the first time, they're gonna try it and then see if they back in the future. Maybe that's what I would think. For me, I'm gonna back this book and see how it is, and if I like the book, then I might back another one. If I don't, then I don't know if I will, but I still like what he's doing with his brand here, with the Rippaverse, with how he's doing this, because he's basing it on ethics. He's seen how other companies treat their customers and, you know, how it is on Twitter and everything. It gets
back in the time, he would always be like, you know, it's, hey, you know, all these like Ryan Johnson and stuff talking back to people, blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh, okay, he's learned from that and is trying to not do that. Okay. That's where I was thinking about here. I don't know if I actually go into that.
It's ridiculous. And so he's trying to do a different standard. So even if you don't like the comic book in any way, shape, or form, he seems like the kind of guy that can take a criticism or that can take a customer complaint and a concern.
He's like the kind of guy that can do that.
Well, criticism. Wow, this is so crazy. A couple years ago. This is hilarious. It was 2021, 2022.
Whenever he launched, yeah.
And deal with it in a way that isn't insulting to the audience, essentially, which that alone could help keep customers coming back, even if they don't like.
Oh, it came out in July 2022.
Yes.
Or the comment. Pretty sick seeing Rippa succeed where others in the entertainment industry are failing. I hope he keeps kicking ass in his own personal endeavors.
There's a comment that was on there. I think YouTube might have hidden it, but he was like, why the hell would you back a comic book without knowing anything about the comic? It's like, well, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's there.
Hidden from us.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the comic books. That's what I would say. They'd at least be more willing to give it a chance. That's kind of how I see it. I've also heard some people say that it's.
I don't know why I changed the background.
Now I'm on a planet for some reason.
I don't know why I changed the background back then. I think when I was editing it, I was like, I'm tired of seeing the fucking FC background. Let me go to a different place. So, boom, random alien planet.
That he's starting it like this. Like maybe he should see how his first comic book does and then invest all this extra money into it and everything and then see where to go from there and then start pumping out more books, start pumping out the animations and whatever else you're trying to do.
So my thought with this, I don't think I worded it right, but it was like, I was like, okay, let's say he has $200,000, well, maybe crowdfund first and then see how much people like the book or not. And then invest. You've got $200,000 on your back pocket already to like put toward whatever things he wants to do. Because at that time he was talking about animations and all this stuff too. And it's like, okay, well, you've got $200,000 extra on top of what you could make crowdfunding. That's what I was assuming he was trying to do, or like that was me suggesting a better idea. That's what I think anyway would have been better.
You could approach doing a business, sure, and see if you're cut out for it, but I would say based on how Rippa's been acting and behaving in it, he is fully confident with himself and is trying to do it
as confident
as he can and is willing to invest so much of his money and his time and effort and everything and knowledge into trying to make this happen that I think it is totally worth it to just put your chips on the table and go forward with it. He wants this to be his career right now. He wants to go forward with this. Like you said, it's not a side project that he's doing on occasion. He wants this to be his future. It's not like he's going to dip his toe in the water and then see how warm it is and then see that.
Whoa, what is with this anti-Comicsgate rhetoric, you fucking piece of shit?
I wasn't referring to Comicsgate at all with that. I was referring to like listening to him and what he's talking about and things he likes and doesn't like. And that's like what I'm referring to here. He's like, I ain't trying to just, this is a side project. So whatever he's saying. That's what I was kind of going with. I was like, okay, he doesn't want.
He's like, okay, I've seen what I want to see. I feel like I know what I want to do, and then he's going for it. Which, if I had a project that I was that passionate about, I would probably do the same thing as best as I can. Right now, I am in a learning phase when it comes to things about film. I'm not ready to make that type of commitment yet. I don't know enough about the things to make these types of decisions, but I'm trying to get there. And seeing Ripa already do this in comic form, a lot of comic stuff seems to happen before film stuff anyway these days. This is cool to see. It's a good template to see how it figures out. A year from now, 2 years
good
from
learning
now,
template,
it'd be really
that's for
cool to
sure.
see where this is at and see where other crowdfunders are also at. And then if there's other areas as well, there's filmmakers. This has been seen as pretty inspiring to a lot of people that want to get things done. There's a lot of people that have skill in different areas. And it's like, this is an example of somebody really pursuing it with all of his chips on the table and seeing how that does. And I don't know, that's what I'm taking away from it. I'm more interested in that aspect of like the business and how that's working and that he's able to follow something.
Oh my god. I'm gonna have to make a hyper cut of this of all the like, that didn't pan out, or Ericisms that you accidentally say.
cut to the present and stuff.
That he's passionate about more than how the comic is going to look. But if the comic is also interesting and has a cool story, that will be a sprinkle on top for me. So that's what that is. Anyway, that's all I got to say for today. And I'll leave the link to that in the
No sprinkles for you. No sprinkles allowed.
Oh my god, that was hilarious.
I do have a second video. We can do that another day if you want, where I say the Rippaverse intrigues me.
You're
it's like 9
you're
minutes.
crackling up on me. I don't know why. I got 4 bars on my Wi-Fi.
My signal's probably shitty.
You talking about like all the money or whatever? Let me I want to quote this properly. Let me I'm looking on where is it? I'm trying to find Darren Fontano.
It's a good template, like Scared Straight. It says Pike Bishop. Yes, I agree.
God, actually, fuck, where is it?
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for when Darren. There's like a cutaway to Darren talking about something like, "I'm in the empire business."
They're thinking of Breaking Bad, where he says, "Because I'm not in the drug business or in the meth business. I'm in the
An empire is a state of existence." Hold on, let me show it so y'all can follow along. You're gonna love this. I love narrating.
It's a
Darren
state of
Fontano.
existence.
This is like into the mind of Eric. This is the value of Darren Fontano and Isom. Is there like 2 shades of Eric? All right.
Why are all these women laughing at it on the corner?
So he's like, the word empire is used very loosely. All people know is to associate it with wealth and power. But what exactly is it? At what point does an enterprise become an empire? Crash! An empire is a state of existence. That's because it isn't about mere wealth and power. It's about control and respect. It never starts being built, but when it begins to crumble. Floor spot is massive. I'd like to think I'm the top dog, but I'm not the only dog. There are little enterprises around the city that wait for us to make mistakes, but they know to do just that. Wait. Sure, every so often, there's a baby gangster that'll do something stupid to get his head blown off. But it's been a while since someone actually had the guts to directly test us. This club is seen as untouchable, so this is not trivial. He's doing all of this for a broad, which is exactly why this cannot be dealt with delicately. This would galvanize our enemies, so we're going to address this. It'll be a message for all. My history with them gives us an advantage. I'm sending a memo in the morning with details of this man and what I expect from you. You'll immediately realize one thing. Certain things ain't off limits. All right.
I've heard it 1,000 times from you, but it's still fucking funny. how long the dialogue is. It's so long. God,
All I had to say is like, they trying to
Jeez.
attack my business. Here is a description of the assailant.
I
Go
know a lot
forth,
about him. That will help us figure out ways
go
to combat
forth
him in the field
and
of battle.
subdue this criminal.
It's like the school of like, okay, you need to have a 10-page essay and make it stretch it out as long as possible. And it's like, God, can you just condense it? Actually, would be good.
Ebonics in comics.
You need to. What you need to do, Angus. This might actually help the clip. This might help the clipping community. You just read some Darren Fontano as like little shorts, a page or two, and post that as like a short or something.
It's hard
They
because I have
can-
to like contract my throat to do that. So it's like,
Yeah, that's why you do it. Then you don't do it all at once. You record 2 pages a day. and post
Oh,
them as
you know
a
what?
short.
You know what? I downloaded to listen to at work the Handmaid's Tale audio, read by Elizabeth Moss, girl that plays
Yeah.
Offred. And it's 10 hours. It's like only like a 300-page book, 200-page, but it's like, yeah, it takes a while to read it, vocally.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking of like reading ISOM like this, or just doing books like this. Let me read the Handmaid's Tale like Darren Fontano.
That's great. Gopos loves it.
Racist. That
Cat
is
Willie.
your opinion of
Cat
my
Williams.
empire.
Impression, Cat Willie. Yeah, right?
I mean, I don't do this for ISOM. ISOM's I try to do like an Eric voice for ISOM because it's obviously him. But I think Darren is like a shade of Eric. It's like a window into part of it's like his criminal side.
Yep.
Good time. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. Talk to y'all later. Any last words, the rookie, the critic?
No.
All right. Farewell, goalpost. Be sure to clip this.
Yes.